Chapter 267. Solicitation, ha ha ha. Elder Fong must be joking. The shopkeeper laughed out loud. Then his tone changed. Elder Fong, are you here to look for someone? Well, you don't have to call me. I'll go look for it myself. Fong, leaking, nodded. Elder Fong, you should know that the Celestial Pavilion doesn't allow any accidents to happen to their guests in the pavilion. If there is any enmity, why don't you wait until he leaves the Celestial Pavilion before settling it? The shopkeeper said in a low voice. Don't worry. I am here to visit an old friend. I, Fong Leaking, naturally know the rules of the Immortal Pavilion. I will not make things difficult for you. Fong Leaking chuckled. That's good. More guests have arrived. I'll go greet them. Elder Fong, please go ahead. The shopkeeper heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Yes. Not long after, Fong Leaking appeared in front of Ning Chi's room. He knocked lightly on the door, but there was no movement for a long time. Seeing this, Fong Leaking said in a clear voice, I am Dan King Hall's Fong Leaking. I wonder if little friend has the time to open the door. Creak! The door opened, but it wasn't Ning Chi's door, but the one next to it. Duan Ingjun stretched out his head and looked at Fong Leaking with a puzzled expression. Senior, is there something you need from Brother Ning? Oh, are you a friend of the owner of this room? Do you know if he's in the room now? Fong Leaking smiled. I'll shout for you. Duan Ingjun enthusiastically came out and then knocked on the door a few times. Brother Ning, someone is looking for you. Brother Ning, are you in the room? Brother Ning? Looks like little friend is not in the room. This old man has come at the wrong time. Fong Leaking sighed and was about to leave when the door slowly opened. Ning Chi walked out, glanced at Fong Leaking, then cupped his hands and said, Senior, are you looking for me? Exactly. Looking at Ning Chi, Fong Leaking found that Ning Chi's appearance was exactly the same as Fong Xi's description. Knowing that he had found the right person, Fong Leaking smiled and said, Little friend, would you like to come into my room for a chat? Brother Ning, so you have an acquaintance in Cloud Rising City. Why didn't you say so earlier? Duan Ingjun unceremoniously squeezed into Ning Chi's room. Seeing this, Ning Chi could only turn slightly and said, Senior, please come in. After entering the room, Fong Leaking went straight to the point. Little friend, I am Dan King Hall's alchemist, Fong Leaking. Yesterday, little friend went to Dan King Hall to buy 1,000 sets of spirit-raising Dan spirit herbs? That's true. Could it be that there's something wrong with the spirit-raising pills I gave you? Ning Chi frowned slightly. Not at all. Little friend's spiritual raising pill is a very high quality. Even an ordinary alchemy grandmaster can't compare to it. I wonder if little friend is buying the spirit grass to refine it for yourself or to give it to an elder in your family. Fong Leaking smiled. Of course, I will refine it myself. Senior Fong, Brother Ning is a pill master. Duan Ingjun interrupted. Oh, Fong Leaking's eyes lit up as he said, I wonder if little friend is interested in joining my Dan King Hall? Don't worry, Dan King Hall will definitely give little friend the best treatment. Little friend, you must be here to participate in the Cloud Rising Sect's outer disciple selection, right? You can come to my Dan King Hall too. I can't guarantee anything else, but if you have any problems with your cultivation, I can personally give you pointers. Duan Ingjun's face was full of envy. Although he was far away in the 9-state Empire's divine dragon mansion, he had some understanding of the Cloud Rising Sect's Dan King Hall. The pavilion master was not only an elixir king, but also a dozun. If Ning Chi became a pill master who served the Dan King Hall, a few pointers from the pavilion master would be enough for Ning Chi to benefit for the rest of his life. Please forgive me for not being able to comply. Ning Chi thought for a moment before he smiled and cupped his hands together. After a pause, he continued, My goal is to become an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising Sect. Therefore, I am unable to accept Senior's good intentions. Brother Ning, why are you so stubborn? Let's not talk about how difficult it is to become an outer disciple. Even if you become one, how can it compare to the status of a pill master? Duan Jun said anxiously, "How about this, little friend? If you fail the selection, my Dan King Hall will still be open to you. When that time comes, you can come and find me." Feng, leaking thought for a moment before he smiled. "If that's the case, I thank Senior Feng for your kindness." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After Feng Leaking indirectly asked about Ning Qi's background and teacher, he stood up and left. Once he left, Duan Ingjun sighed. "Brother Ning, you should have agreed on the spot. At least there is a Do Zun in the Dan King Hall who can personally teach you. Compared to going to the Cloud Rising sect to be a phoenix's tail, I would rather be a chicken's head. If Senior Feng invited me, I would crawl to the Dan King Hall, even if I have to crawl. Unfortunately, I don't know how to refine pills. Brother Duan, you are wrong to think this way. Entering the Cloud Rising sect gives you the opportunity to become an inner disciple, then a true disciple, then an elder. In the future, you might even become a sect leader. Your future is countless times better than in the Dan King Hall. Don't you know how to do such simple calculations?" Ning Qi smiled, but Duan Ingjun clearly knew that what Ning Qi said was fallacious, but he could not find any words to refute it. He could only pity Ning Qi's opportunity to go to the Dan King Hall while promising Ning Qi, "Brother Ning, don't worry. In this election, no matter what, I will protect your life. If I also fail, you can still take care of me when you go to the Dan King Hall. I really don't want to return to the divine, dragon, marquis mansion with my tail between my legs. Brother Duan, if you believe me, the next time you return to the divine dragon marquis mansion, you will definitely not return with your tail between your legs." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Although Duan Ingjun felt that it was a little strange for him to say these words as a peak doling, he faintly believed it in his heart. 3 days later, Ning Qi and Duan Ingjun walked out of the Immortal Pavilion together. As a result, they coincidentally bumped into the two heaven-soared Marquis Mansion brothers who had robbed Duan Ingjun's courtyard. Cough, cough. Duan Ingjun coughed loudly. The two followed the sound and looked over. Their eyes were slightly startled. Duan Ingjun said with surprise, "Ah, so it's the two of you. I wonder if the courtyard is comfortable." Sigh. "The bed in the Immortal Pavilion is a little hard and my back hurts from sleeping. However, it is still worth 300 lower spiritual crystals a night. If I were to choose, I would still prefer a small courtyard that costs 10 lower spiritual crystals a night." The two were dumbfounded. They are actually living in the Immortal Pavilion. Thinking of how he had ridiculed Duan Ingjun and Ning Qi for sleeping in the corner, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Humph. No matter where you live, if you want to become an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, we will still have to fight in the selection. I hope that at that time, you will still be as leisurely as you are now. The slightly older young man sneered and pulled his younger brother away. Dead duck, stubborn. Duan Ingjun looked at his back disdainfully and cursed in a low voice. "Let's go. If we are late and miss the selection, it will not be good." Chapter 268. Selection Meeting Cloud Rising City. City, Lord Residence. With a glance, Ning Qi estimated that there were at least a few thousand Dowongs. A Doling like him was rather rare. There were 10 Dozongs of different ages standing on a tall platform in the middle of the city, governor's mansion. The younger one looked to be in his 30s or 40s, while the older one looked to be in his 70s or 80s. Ning Qi knew that their ages were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. These 10 people were all managing elders of the Cloud Rising sect who were in charge of the outer disciples. Duan Ingjun had said that the elders of the Rising Cloud sect were divided into 3 levels. The lowest level was the deacon elder, which a Dozong could take on. The highest level was the green-clothed elder, who was in charge of matters within the inner sect. They were also the core strength of the Rising Cloud sect. Almost Every major department was run by the green-clothed elder. They wore the green lotus treasure robe, which was unique to the Rising Cloud sect. That was why they were called green-clothed elders by the outside world. After that was the highest rank, the lamp-bearer elder. The Cloud Rising sect had a total of 4 lamps. Each lamp represented the most important forbidden area of the Cloud Rising sect. The lamp was the key to the forbidden area. The elder in charge of the lamp was respectfully called the lamp-bearer elder. At the same time, he was a true top-tier expert in the eastern Xianland, a Dosheng. At this moment, the governor of Cloud Rising City, Yun Jinghong, was standing in front of the 10 managing elders. He was an expert at the peak of the Dozong class and was only half a step away from becoming a Dozun. Therefore, the 10 supervising elders looked at him with respect. After all, apart from being the governor of Cloud Rising City, Yun Jinghong was also one of the 3 most powerful supervising elders in Cloud Rising sect. As long as he broke through, he would immediately be promoted to a green-robed elder. Yun Jinghong glanced at the crowd and slowly said, "This time the Cloud Rising sect will be recruiting 379 outer sect disciples. Since the number of people participating in the selection has increased by 30% compared to previous years, the selection will be delayed by 10 days. There will be a total of 40 days. Within these 40 days, you're not allowed to leave the area I have designated. If you leave without permission, you will fail immediately. Other than that, there are no other rules. Your life and death are up to the heavens. If you don't want to participate, you still have a chance to leave now." No one chose to leave. After all, everyone was here for the same reason, and that was to become an outer sect disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. This was the only way to gain a foothold in Dongxian. Since that's the case, please follow the elders. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. At this time, the 10 deacon elders each threw an item into the sky. The item expanded with the wind, and not long after, 10 huge battleships appeared in the sky. The Green Wolf No. 1 battleship from the Venerable Equipment Pavilion. Each ship was equivalent to a dozong. If he were to fight on a warship, he would be able to deal with 2 to 3 dozongs at the same time. It was worth 100,000 lower spiritual crystals. As expected of the Cloud Rising sect, even the deacon elders have a Green Wolf 1. Duaning Jun revealed an envious expression. In the divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, only a few elders or Duan Lingyu, who was born a proud son of heaven, possessed the worship of the Supreme Artifact Pavilion. At this moment, the warship was about 100 meters above the ground. Ning Qi saw the people around him, flying up one by one. Some of the Douling's faces were filled with anxiety. They did not expect the first round of the selection to be like this. "Brother Ning, you hold on to me. I will take you up," Duan Ingjun said. "No need." Ning Qi smiled and flew up into the sky. The gale boots on his feet were not just for show. It was not difficult for him to fly at a low altitude for a short distance. Brother Ning still has this kind of technique. Damn, even though you are from the White Tiger Empire, you are still much stronger than me, a bastard of the divine Dragon Marquis Mansion. Duan Ingjun looked at Ning Qi enviously and quickly flew up as well. As his body was too strong, his flying speed was obviously slower than the other Dowangs. When they reached the warship, Ning Qi looked down and saw about 30 Doulings helplessly looking up at them. Look, more than 30 people have been eliminated. But that's good too. They will die if they go to the vast forest. Not only do they have to face powerful demonic beasts, but they also have to guard against being used as a shield, bait, and cannon fodder. Duan Ingjun glanced at them and said gloatingly. Suddenly he remembered that Ning Qi was also at the peak of the Douling level. Afraid that Ning Qi would misunderstand, he quickly added, "Of course, I will not use Brother Ning as cannon fodder. Don't worry." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. The group of deacon elders did not even look at those who could not board the warship and directly drove the warship towards the vast forest. Half a day later, Ningqi saw an endless range of mountains and forests appear in front of him. 10 warships flew to different directions and stood in the empty space. "All of you wait here," the deacon elder on the warship said coldly and flew to the sky above the forest. Occasionally, he would shoot something out from his hand. As the speed was too fast, Ningqi could not see what they were shooting out. "The elders are setting up a formation to encircle the area," Duan Yingjun said. As soon as he finished speaking, golden lines appeared in the vast forest below. These golden lines continued to extend and finally linked together, encircling an incomparably huge area that was estimated to be a few thousand square kilometers. "Let's go down." The deacon elder returned to the warship and said in a deep voice. Soon after, everyone left the warship and landed in the area below. Once they landed, Duan Yingjun pulled Ningqi and said, "Let's go quickly. There are too many people here. You are only at the peak of the Doling level. It is too conspicuous." Sure enough, Ningqi could feel many gazes on him. However, they had some misgivings and no one chose to attack. Instead, they formed small groups and left. Duan Yingjun only stopped panting when he could not see anyone else. His body was covered with sweat. "Brother Duan, you should lose some of your fat," Ningqi said emotionally. "I can't help it. In this life, other than wanting to stand out, my other hobby is eating. Brother Ning, pay attention to the surroundings and see if there are any demonic beasts. Let's hunt one to fill our stomachs first. Then we can survive the next 40 days. Duan Yingjun patted his belly and said with a smile. Ningqi was speechless. For the next 4 to 5 days, the vast forest was very peaceful. Ningqi and Duan Yingjun did not meet anyone else. Instead, they met a few demonic beasts which Duan Yingjun killed. In the sky above their heads, the 10 warships flew back and forth. Ningqi felt that they would occasionally stop above their heads for a few breaths of time. It seemed that these deacon elders had been observing the movement of the selection. "Brother Duan, are we just going to hide like this?" Ningqi looked at Duan Yingjun, who was grilling meat, and asked. Duan Yingjun said carelessly, "If not, we have to hide until the time is almost up. Then we will find an opportunity to attack. At that time, as long as we fight a few good battles, we might be selected as outer disciples." However, although his thoughts were beautiful, the reality was very cruel. Chapter 269. Forming a team, someone's coming. Duan Yingjun hurriedly stuffed the meat into his mouth and stood up vigilantly. When he saw who it was, he heaved a sigh of relief. There were a total of 3 people, 1 man and 2 women. They were none other than Duan Tianying and the others who came from the same family as Duan Yingjun. "It's you guys." Duan Tianying frowned slightly. "Tianying, what a coincidence." Duan Yingjun smiled. Ningqi realized that his eyes would occasionally glance at the woman who had never spoken. Duan Tianying laughed coldly and was about to leave. However, after glancing at Ningqi, he changed his mind and said indifferently, "Since you are also from the divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, you can follow us for this period of time." "Really?" Duan Yingjun's face was filled with joy. "Tianying, wouldn't bringing the 2 of them be a burden?" Duan Lingmei said unhappily. "It's fine, there is strength in numbers." Duan Tianying smiled. "They probably treat the 2 of us as cannon fodder." How could Ningqi not guess Duan Tianying's thoughts? However, seeing that Duan Yingjun seemed to want to stay with them, he did not say anything to stop him. Come, Fei, this is the blazing black chicken that I just roasted. It's very fragrant. Have a taste." Duan Yingjun enthusiastically invited the 3 of them to sit down, after which he gathered his courage and took a piece of roasted meat that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He came to the goddess that he had a crush on and said with a fawning smile. Duan Fei nodded, took it, and said thank you. "You're welcome. You're welcome. Duan Ingjun was extremely happy. Duan Tianning coldly glanced at him, and a trace of mockery flashed across his eyes. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? He secretly mocked in his heart. What do you guys think about the next step? Seeing that the atmosphere seemed to be a little stiff, Duan Ingjun hurriedly found a topic. Right now, the people in the vast forest who have the highest chance of becoming outer disciples are the 10 peak Dowangs. They come from various sects and clans. Although their talent is not as good as ours, they have received more training resources since they were young. Now, the 10 of them are leading over 100 Dowangs in various parts of the vast forest. They even said that as long as they follow them, all of them can be promoted to outer disciples. Laughable and arrogant, Duan Tianning said with a smirk. Doesn't that mean we won't have a chance? Duan Ingjun mumbled to himself. The selection of outer sect disciples isn't just based on cultivation and battle prowess. The managing elders also look at your brains. As long as you can fight a good battle, you will be noticed by the managing elders. At that time, you will also be promoted to outer sect disciple. Duan Lingmei cast a disdainful glance at Duan Ingjun and sneered. Oh, then if we uproot one of those 10 people, we'll be able to advance steadily, right? Ning Qi smiled. Yeah. Duan Ingjun slapped his thigh. If that's the case, the elders will definitely look up to us. However, Duan Tianning and the other 2 looked at them as if they were looking at fools. Although I, Duan Tianning, have always thought highly of myself, it is unexpected that you, a peak Do Ling from the White Tiger Empire, actually have the delusion of challenging a peak Do Wang? Duan Tianning smiled and shook his head. Our target is those who have a similar cultivation as us. We will set up a trap and lure them in before killing them all in one go. If we can eliminate around 100 people in one go, our chances of advancing will increase by around 70 to 80%. Duan Lingmei said. Oh, does Lingmei have a plan? Duan Ingjun asked with a thick face. Humph. Duan Lingmei glanced at him before shifting his gaze away. He had no intention of bothering with him. Duan Ingjun smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Fei Fei opened her mouth. There are many demonic beasts in the vast forest. There are also a few dangerous places. If we can find one of them first and set up a trap, we might be able to give it a try. Yes, Fei Fei is right. How about this? I remember there is a place called Demon Dragon Valley, and there's a rank 6 white bone dragon there. I heard that the entire Demon Dragon Valley is filled with miasma, but when we go out, we bring the poison-dispelling pill from the Marquis's mansion, which can ignore the miasma. Using this, we can create some strange phenomenon of treasures being unearthed and lure the white bone dragons out to fight, while we sit back and reap the benefits. Duan Tianning said. That's feasible. Let's go now in case others take the lead. Duan Lingmei stood up and said. Duan Tianning had a prepared map in his hand. He found the location of the Demon Dragon Valley on it and carefully walked towards the Demon Dragon Valley. After walking for more than a day, Ning Qi found that the nearby trees were a little withered. There was not a single blade of grass growing on the ground, and there was a chill in the air. At this moment, Duan Tianning and the other 2 stopped and threw an elixir into their mouths. Duan Ingjun laughed dryly. Tianning, I came out in a hurry this time and forgot to bring the poison-dispelling pill. I wonder if you have 2 extra pills. I can buy them from you for 3 lower spiritual crystals. I'm sorry, we have just enough poison-dispelling pills. We don't have any extra. Duan Tianning refused. Duan Fei Fei's eyes flashed with sympathy. Although she wanted to help Duan Ingjun, she was powerless. Brother Duan, I happen to have a few poison-dispelling pills here. Ning Qi smiled and threw an elixir to Duan Ingjun. Duan Tianning took a look. It was indeed a poison-dispelling pill, and the quality was not low. He swallowed it happily and said to Ning Qi, Brother Ning, you are indeed an alchemist. Duan Tianning was surprised to see that the poison-dispelling pill that Ning Qi threw out was of a higher grade than the one he had taken. After hearing Duan Ingjun say that Ning Qi was an alchemist, he suddenly understood. So you are an alchemist. No wonder you can take out so many spirit cultivation pills. Duan Linmei's expression changed, and he looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. In that case, the two of you will explore the way in front. The three of us will cover the back in case of a sneak attack. Duan Tianning said, We explore the way. Duan Ingjun frowned. Brother Duan, let's go. We're just exploring the way. We are not going to die. Ning Qi smiled and said, All right then. Don't go too far ahead. Just follow behind me. Duan Ingjun nodded and walked straight ahead. However, not long after, they bumped into two guys. Coincidentally, they knew these two people. It's you guys. A gloating smile suddenly appeared on Duan Ingjun's face. The newcomers were none other than the two brothers from the Heaven Sword Marquis Mansion. However, compared to their previous arrogance, they were in an extremely sorry state. Their bodies were covered with wounds. So, it's the Heaven Sword Marquis Mansion's Shimin brothers. Who did you meet? Why do you look like this? Duan Tianning walked forward and said with a mocking smile. Shimin Jing and Shimin, he were startled and immediately stopped in their tracks. As the younger brother, Shimin He's face was pale and weak. There was a wound on his belly that kept bleeding. Chapter 270. Divine Son of the Five Poison Sect. Why didn't you think of this when you were robbing my yard? You said you were going to teach us a lesson at the selection, and this is the result? You're covered in red and green like a flower. You look good, Duan Ingjun mocked. Shimin Jing's face turned cold and said, If that's the case, get out of the way and let us go. Duan Tianning laughed. You said you were ambushed in the Demon Dragon Valley? What happened? Brother, don't talk to them. Find a place with no one around to heal. Shimin, he said weakly. If you don't tell me, don't blame me for being merciless. Duan Tianning sneered. Shimin Jing gritted his teeth. If they weren't injured, they wouldn't be afraid of Duan Tianning at all. Even if they couldn't beat them, they could run away. But it was different now. Shimin He's injuries had made him lose the ability to move. He couldn't even run away, let alone fight. The divine child of the Five Venoms sect has used some unknown method to control the giant white bone dragon in the Demon Dragon Valley. He created a vision of the birth of a rare treasure and is massacring those who enter the Demon Dragon Valley. We were hit by the tail of the giant white bone dragon and got seriously injured. You guys are also heading in that direction, right? No matter what, I helped you escape. Can you get out of the way now? Shimin Jing said coldly. Someone beat us to it. Duan Ingjun looked disappointed. The divine son of the Five Poison Sect? Is it Hua Wushang? Duan Tianning's expression changed, and he said in shock. Yes, it's him. Shimin Jing nodded. Duan Tianning and Duan Lingmei's expressions turned ugly. The Five Poison Sect itself was a first-rate sect. The sect leader, Hua Yeu, was a Dozun, and Hua Wushang was her only son. Because the Five Poison Sect believed in gods, Hua Wushang was called the son of God. Hua Yeu had carefully taught him since he was young. At the young age of 22, he was already a peak Dowang. Moreover, he had an uncle who was one of the 10 deacon elders. Therefore, before the selection began, everyone knew that Hua Wushang would definitely be promoted to an outer disciple. Most importantly, the Five Poison Sect was listed as one of the evil sects by the 9 States Empire. So if they met, they would fight to the death. Go. Duan Tianning turned around and left. With Hua Wushang overseeing the Demon Dragon Valley, it was meaningless for them to go. However, at this moment, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking the sunlight. Everyone subconsciously looked up and instantly froze on the spot. In the sky, there was a gigantic dragon that was dozens of feet long. It was flapping its wings as it stood in the sky, staring coldly at them. This dragon was different from ordinary dragons. It had no flesh and blood, only bones. In its skull, there was a faint black light flickering. White bone dragon, Duan, Tianyin cried out. Apart from Ning Qi, everyone's faces were filled with fear. On the back of the white bone dragon, there was an extremely handsome young man who looked very much like a girl. His head was lowered, and his eyes, which were hidden under his bangs, were looking at Duan Tianyin and the others with a faint smile. Apart from that, Ning Qi discovered that more than 10 Dowangs had surrounded them. Heaven Sword Marquis Mansion, Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, the enmity between my 5 poison sect, and you should be settled today. Hua Wushang laughed coldly. Wait, Divine Son, this is the Cloud Rising sect's outer sect disciple selection. You and I should put aside our previous prejudice. We are willing to submit to you. Duan Tianyin knelt on the ground and raised his head. Submit to me? I am a person of the demon Tao in the eyes of the kingdom of the 9 states. Hua Wushang smiled faintly. So what? Since we are here to participate in the selection, we naturally do not see ourselves as people of the kingdom of the 9 states. Duan Tianyin said, and if I accept you all, I will be able to spread the fame of my 5 poison sect. Very well. Hua Wushang thought for a while, then revealed an extremely bewitching smile. Thank you, Divine Son. Duan Tianyin let out a sigh of relief. He immediately glanced at Duan Lingmei and the others and said, Hurry up and kneel to greet the Divine Son. Duan Lingmei knelt on the ground decisively. Duan Feifei hesitated for a moment, then knelt down as well. As for Shimin Jing and Shimin He, they had already knelt down. Only Duan Yingjun was left. When Hua Wushang glanced at him, his legs gave way. The others knelt on the ground, but he knelt on both knees. Oh, Peak Do Ling? You don't have to kneel. I don't have the habit of accepting trash. Since you have already submitted to me, you may as well kill this person. Hua Wushang looked at Ning Qi and laughed mockingly. What? He wants to kill Brother Ning? Duan Yingjuan's expression changed drastically. He looked at Ning Qi with a slightly pale expression. Duan Tianyin stood up and walked directly towards Ning Qi. At this moment, at a higher place, 3 warships slowly stopped. The 3 elder deacons stood together and stared at the situation below. Hua Shiri, your nephew is quite something. He can even control the white bone dragon. Could it be the 5 poison sect's demon spirit Gu? Wu Hu, the demon spirit Gu, has been lost for thousands of years. Have you even forgotten this? See, Malin, lost doesn't mean that it has disappeared. I don't need to teach you this common knowledge, right? Hua Shiri is here. Can't you just ask him? Hua Shiri's appearance was similar to Hua Wushang. They were both handsome, but he appeared to be slightly older. As for Wu Hu, he was like his name. He was dark and muscular. He looked like the reincarnation of a tiger demon. Si Malin was as skinny as a stick. His eyes were deep and his nose was like an eagle's hook. From his appearance, one could tell that he was not a good person. Hua Shiri glanced at the 2 of them and said, It is indeed the demon Spirit Gu. What? Si Malin's face was filled with shock. The demon Spirit Gu that has been lost for thousands of years has reappeared. Like I said, only the demonic spirit insect can make this stupid dragon so obedient. However, this is overdrafting its life force. It won't be long before it dies. I can only hope that no other high-level dragon clan will pass by during this period of time. Otherwise, if they see the dragon clan being enslaved by us humans, they won't be able to survive in a fit of anger. Wu, who laughed coldly. This time, your nephew will definitely be promoted to outer disciple. Hua Shiri, remember to set up a few tables and treat us old friends to a drink. TSK, I have not drunk the bejeweled nectar for a long time. I am dying of craving. Wu, who continued to laugh. Sure. Hua Shiri laughed and continued to pay attention to the movements below. Ningqi looked at Duan Tianyin, who was walking towards him. He did not move at all. In the eyes of the crowd, It was as if he was scared silly. Duan Yingjuan's expression was incomparably complicated. After a few breaths, he suddenly stood up from the ground. In a flash, he appeared between Ning Qi and Duan Tianning. "Tianning, give me some face." Duan Yingjun laughed bitterly. "Move aside. It is not that I am not giving you face. It is that the god's son does not keep trash." Chapter 271. Repeat 10 times, Brother Ning is not trash. He is an alchemist. Even Elder Feng Liking of the Dan King Hall personally came to recruit him. Duan Yingjun said loudly. "Oh, the Dan King Hall wants to recruit him?" Duan Tianning was slightly startled. Duan Lingmei and the others were also shocked. Although they knew from Duan Yingjun that Ning Qi was an alchemist, they thought he was just an ordinary alchemist master. However, even the Dan King Hall came to recruit him. Ning Qi's alchemy skills were not as simple as they thought. On the warship, Hua Shiri and the other two also showed expressions of interest. Hua Wushang's expression changed slightly. He was suddenly interested in Ning Qi. Under his control, the white bone dragon landed steadily on the ground. Its huge body gave off a pressure like Mount Tai. Hua Wushang slowly walked down from its tail and arrived in front of Ning Qi. Is what he said true? Even the Dan King Hall wants to recruit you? Hua Wushang smiled lightly. Ning Qi glanced at his attributes and smiled. Yes. This kid has maintained an indifferent attitude from beginning to end. It is as if he is not afraid of your nephew. Even a king, Do, cannot compare to such an attitude. Looks like he has some trump cards. On the warship, Wu, who laughed softly. If even the Dan King Hall is interested in his alchemy skills, then it is indeed a trump card. But if it is an ordinary alchemist, our Cloud Rising sect does not lack him. Hua, Shiri sneered. Do you think we don't lack him? I do lack a few alchemists. Why don't you give him to me? Si Marin smiled. The outer disciple quota is very precious. Whether we can be promoted or not depends on the 10 of us. Even if Wu Hu and I agree, the others may not be interested in a peak Do Ling. Hua, Shiri sneered. After Hua Wushang received Ning Qi's confirmation, he nodded and said, "Show me your alchemy skills. If you are not trash, I will promote you to an outer disciple." Duan Yingjuan's face revealed an ecstatic expression. "Thank you, Divine Son." Then he immediately grabbed Ning Qi's arm and said, "Brother Ning, show me your alchemy skills. Don't you know how to refine top-grade, yellow-class spirit-raising pills?" A top-grade, yellow-level spirit-raising pill? No wonder Dan King Hall wanted to recruit him. This time, not only were Duan Tianning and the others shocked. Even Hua Shiri had a look of surprise on her face. This boy is so young, yet his alchemy attainments are so profound. One had to know that even in the Cloud Rising sect, the number of alchemy grandmasters who could refine yellow-grade spirit cultivation pills could be counted on 2 hands. Among these alchemy grandmasters, some are even elders in green robes, and their positions were even higher than theirs. Could it be that those pills were all refined by him? The shock on Duan Tianning's face deepened as he recalled the yellow-grade, spirit-nourishing pill that Ning Qi had taken out to pay for in the Immortal Pavilion. Duan Lingmei never thought that Ning Qi, whom she had always looked down on, would have such an ability. A trace of regret flashed in her eyes. Duan Feifei, on the other hand, looked at Ning Qi with interest. "Oh, you actually know how to refine yellow-level, top-grade spirit-raising pills? If you're not lying to me, I guarantee that you'll be promoted to an outer disciple." Hua Wushang smiled in surprise. Guarantee that I'll be promoted to an outer disciple? Everyone knew that with Hua Wushang's strength and background, he indeed had the right to say such a thing. Even the Dowangs who followed Hua Wushang around looked at Ning Qi with envy. A faint smile appeared on Ning Qi's face. He looked at Hua Wushang and said sincerely, "It's true that I'm an alchemy grandmaster, but I'm not a monkey. Young Master Hua, you don't have to mention anything about showing off your alchemy skills. As for your guarantee that I'll be promoted to an outer disciple, haha, you don't have to worry about that. The moment these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Only a trace of cold-killing intent was emitted from the expressionless Hua Wushang's body. Is he crazy? Duan Tianying stared blankly at Ningqi. Was he not afraid that Hua Wushang would kill him with one palm? Duan Lingmei and Duan Feifei were shocked. They looked at each other and saw a trace of doubt and shock in each other's eyes. Brother Ning, were you just joking with the Divine Sun? Quickly admit your mistake. Duan Yingjun laughed dryly and pushed Ningqi's arm. On the warship, a glint flashed in Wu, whose eyes after Ningqi rejected Hua Wushang. This person is strange. Ha ha ha! It is unexpected that a peak Doling has hidden himself so deeply. Hua Shiri. See, Malin, do you want to make a bet? I bet that he will definitely become an outer disciple of our cloud rising sect. See, Malin frowned and did not say anything. Hua Shiri immediately took out a book from his body and flipped it open. After finding the information that Ningqi had left behind when he registered, he let out a cold laugh. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he looked at Ningqi and said, "Woohoo! I'm afraid that you have made a mistake. This is only a country bumpkin from the White Tiger Empire. Do you really think that a mere peak Doling like him can defeat my nephew and that white bone dragon that is controlled by the demon spirit goo? White Tiger Empire. Ha 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 ha. Hua Shiri, you only see the surface but not the inside. The emperor of the White Tiger Empire is only a one-star Dozun. Putting him aside, do you know the background of his concubine? Wu, who laughed out loud. Hua Shiri frowned slightly and looked at Wu Hu. What background? She is the daughter of the Fong clan's third elder. Although these clan leaders and elders do not have any real power in the Fong sacred palace, the Fong clan is after all the Fong clan. Even our cloud rising sect has to look up to the Fong clan. Perhaps this brat has some relationship with the Fong clan. Wu Hu laughed. Fong clan? A trace of shock flashed across Hua Shiri's eyes, after which he snorted coldly. So what? This is merely your guess. Won't you know if you continue watching? See, Malin, who had not spoken all this while, slowly opened his mouth. I, Hua Wushang, the divine son of the 5 poison sect, will give you another chance. Repeat what you have just said. Hua Wushang took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Ningqi as he spoke coldly. At this moment, the distance between him and Ningqi was merely the distance of 3 to 4 fists. I will repeat it 10 times. Ningqi smiled and nodded, after which he immediately repeated what he had said 10 times. It was really 10 times, and he did not miss a single word. Crazy, crazy, Shimin, he looked at Ningqi in horror. Only now did he realize how terrifying a madman could be. He could fearlessly provoke an expert who was more than 10 times stronger than him. Ha ha ha! You are the first person who has dared to trick me. Don't worry, I will not let you die so easily. I will use the great 5 poison technique to refine you into a poisonous person. Hua Wushang laughed loudly and directly sent a palm toward Ningqi. Black dough qi instantly seeped out of his body and condensed into a palm print that emitted black light in front of him. Chapter 272. Chapter 272. Dragon-slaying saber, dragon-slaying saber. Ningqi didn't even use the 18 dragon subduing palms. He just raised his blade and slashed at Hua Wushang. There was a dragon's roar, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped more than 10 degrees. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. Ice dragon roar. An ancient ice dragon struggled out of the saber and pounced towards Hua Wushang with an incomparably cold aura. What kind of technique is this? No, there's something strange about that weapon. It can actually summon a dragon. So powerful. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Even the white bone dragon, whose consciousness was being controlled, moved its body a little uneasily after smelling the ancient ice dragon's aura. At this moment, a trace of horror flashed in Hua Wushang's eyes. The attack of a peak Douling actually gave him a premonition of extreme danger. He immediately roared and unleashed his full cultivation. 5 poison great technique. Body protection art. Wisps of black gas seeped out from every pore of his body and surrounded him, making him look like a black cocoon. He gave up on attacking and chose to defend. At this critical moment, he made the right choice. At that moment, the ice dragon roar had already struck Hua Wushang's body. Hua Wushang's entire body was sent flying, smashing through countless trees. After crashing on the ground for some distance, he slowly got up from the ground in a sorry state. There was a deep ravine in front of him, proving how terrifying the attack he had just received was. Just one attack, and I'm seriously injured? Blarg. There was still a trace of shock in Hua Wushang's eyes. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was also some black flesh mixed in the blood. What's going on? How can he be so strong? No, he's just a peak Douling, Duan Tianying said in shock. Even the divine sun is no match for him. It's too scary. Duan Lingmei looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear in his eyes. So he's so strong. No wonder he was so indifferent from the beginning. Duan Feifei muttered to himself. Brother Ning, you won? Duan Ingjun stared at Ning Qi in disbelief, then glanced at Hua Wushang, who was clutching his chest and couldn't even straighten his back. Only then did he confirm that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Ning Qi had indeed won. Divine Sun, are you all right? Hua Wushang's subordinate looked at Ning Qi vigilantly as he retreated to Hua Wushang's side and asked with concern, It's nothing. It's just a minor injury. Hua Wushang waved his hand and walked towards Ning Qi. When he appeared in front of Ning Qi once again, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. I've underestimated you, so I've lost. But he then changed the topic and a bone-chilling look appeared on his face. Next time, you won't be so lucky. I hope you can successfully become an outer court disciple of the Rising Cloud sect. I'll be waiting for you. With that, he leaped up and landed on the back of the white-boned dragon. The white-boned dragon flapped its wings and flew into the sky. The group of Douangs under Hua Wushang also retreated like the tide. Not long later, only Ning Qi and a few others were left on the battlefield. Brother Ning, the 2 of us were blind and robbed your courtyard. Please don't take it to heart. Shimin Jing laughed dryly at Ning Qi. Now that you know you're wrong, what were you doing earlier? Duan Ingjun rolled his eyes at him and then hurriedly asked Ning Qi, What kind of knife skill did you use just now? It actually seriously injured Hua Wushang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to retreat. Actually, the corner of Ning Qi's mouth suddenly curled into a cold smile. He suddenly turned around and slashed with his knife, only to see Hua Wushang riding the white-boned dragon diving towards him. Everyone was shocked by this turn of events. After a while, they came to their senses and sighed in their hearts. As expected of the divine son of the 5 poison sect, he was shameless to such an extent. A peak Douang had even used a sneak attack against a peak Douling. Go and die. Hua Wushang's face revealed a sinister smile. The white-boned dragon's strength was similar to that of a 1-star Douhuang. Furthermore, it was born without a sense of pain. At such a close distance, he did not believe that Ning Qi still had any tricks up his sleeves. Boom! Ning Qi was swept away by the white-boned dragon's tail and miserably rolled a few times on the ground. This attack had taken away more than 10,000 of his HP. However, the white-boned dragon was not unharmed. A large portion of its tail had been cut off by Ning Qi's dragon blade. At this moment, it had fallen to the ground and was gradually turning into sand. Ha ha ha! Hua Wushang stood on the back of the white bone dragon and laughed complacently. The other party was only a peak Doling. After being hit by the white bone dragon just now, it was impossible for him to survive. He's still dead. The corner of Duan Tianying's mouth curled into a mocking smile. He then quickly walked to Hua Wushang and half knelt in front of him. God's son is mighty. This country bumpkin is completely not a match for God's son. God's son is mighty. Duan Lingmei also congratulated. The Dowang S, who had already left earlier, all returned to their original positions and half knelt in front of Hua Wushang as if they were on a pilgrimage. At this time, Shimin Jing saw this and pulled Shimin he to kneel down. In his heart, he hoped that Ning Qi would win. After all, Hua Wushang was the god's son of the five poison sect. Although he and Shimin he were not valued highly by the Heaven Sword Marquis Palace. If the family knew that they had followed Hua Wushang, they would not even have the qualifications to return home. On the warship, Hua, Shiri laughed out loud and looked at Wu Hu mockingly. How is it? Although that brat has some ability, his brain is not good. If this kind of person were to enter the sect, he would not be able to live for long. Wu Hu's expression was a little ugly as he laughed dryly. Your nephew is too cunning. Even I did not expect him to come back. It's a pity that he wasted his alchemy talent. However, the dough weapon of his is quite strange. Shall we take it back and take a look later? Sima Lin laughed softly. We are not allowed to interfere in the selection. This is the sect's rule. Wu Hu said coldly. Anyway, there are only the three of us here. The others are not here. If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, how would the green-robed elders know? Sima Lin frowned. What a joke! Hua, Shiri looked at Sima Lin mockingly. You old thief, you have a good plan. Do you think my nephew did not notice? Sure enough. After Hua Wushang laughed wildly, he walked towards Ning Qi expectantly. That blade just now, 90% of its power was in the blade. This kind of power is very likely to be a heaven-rank dough weapon. Ha ha ha! With it, I can become an inner disciple in half a year. At that time, it is not impossible for me to become a true disciple. Brother Ning died, just like that. Duan Ningjuan's face revealed a sorrowful expression. Although he had only known Ning Qi for a few days, he had treated Ning Qi as a good friend. After all, Ning Qi was the first person who could listen to him so patiently. Thinking of this, he looked at Hua Wushang's back with eyes full of resentment. Chapter 273. Little purple battle, white bone Hua Wushang's footsteps suddenly stopped when he was a few meters away from Ning Qi. A look of shock appeared on his face. Ning Qi slowly stood up and patted the dust off his body. He smiled at Hua Wushang and said, Hua Wushang, you really are sinister and vicious. How can you not die? Hua Wushang frowned slightly. In the next moment, under his control, the white bone dragon flew towards Ning Qi again. His subordinates also surrounded Ning Qi, cutting off his path of retreat. Brother Ning is not dead. Duan Ningjun looked at Ning Qi in ecstasy. How can it be? He was clearly hit by the white bone dragon. Even if we don't die, we would be seriously injured. He is merely at the peak of the Douling realm, but he seems to be fine. Duan Tianying was extremely shocked. It is very likely that he has a protective dough weapon, Duan Lingmei said in a low voice. There seemed to be no other explanation other than her. On the warship. This kid is not dead? Wu, who was shocked at first, then joy appeared on his face. He glanced at Hua Shiri, and she was just as shocked as he was. Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. White bone dragon. Ning Qi chuckled. A purple light flashed, and little purple appeared beside Ning Qi in an instant. Everyone was stunned by its majestic figure and the purple lightning flashing on its body. This is purple lightning bird, but its aura is far beyond rank 5, rank 6 purple lightning bird. How many spirit cultivating pills did this kid feed it? Little purple, I'll leave this white bone dragon to you. Ningqi smiled. Little Purple flapped its wings and flew towards the white bone dragon. On the warship, Hua Shiri's expression was extremely ugly. Wu Hu laughed. This brat is a bit interesting. So it turns out that he has a rank 6 demon pet. Right now, the white bone dragon is unable to cause any harm to him. If he were to use the blade technique just now again, I'm afraid your nephew will be in danger. Interesting. Si Malin's face revealed a dry smile. Great 5 poison skill, baleful Een Palm. Hua Wushang's reaction was extremely fast. When Little Violet was fighting with the white bone dragon, he knew that he could not use the white bone dragon to suppress Ningqi. He could only use his ultimate technique, the middle grade earth ranked martial technique, baleful Een Palm, in order to kill Ningqi in one strike. As soon as the palm technique was executed, a strong gust of wind rose. The wind carried a rotten smell, gently brushing past everyone's faces. Even Duan Yingjun and the others, who were standing in another direction, could not help but cover their noses. It could be seen what kind of stench Ningqi, who was the target, was enduring. What a vicious palm technique! If Ningqi was hit by the baleful Een Palm, wouldn't he turn into a puddle of blood? Duan Yingjun was nervous. 18 dragon subduing palms. Roar! With a dragon's roar, the 5 silver dragons, bringing with them an extremely masculine aura, instantly dispelled the stench and charged directly at Hua Wushang. Such strong yang qi. What kind of palm technique is this? Just what is the background of this person? Although he has yet to reach the Do Wang class, the tier of the martial techniques he possesses is not low. Duan Tianning looked at Duan Yingjun and said. Duan Yingjun's attention was currently on Ningqi and Hua Wushang, so he did not answer Duan Tianning's question. This caused his expression to change slightly, and he felt a little unhappy. Boom! A peak Do Ling and a peak Do Wang. After the 2 palm techniques collided, they both took over 10 steps back. How is this possible? He actually tied with the Divine Sun? What a terrifying palm technique! You, which sect are you from? Hua Wushang looked coldly at Ningqi, his eyes finally carrying a trace of seriousness. His hands, which were placed behind his back, were trembling slightly and imperceptibly. If you want to fight, just fight. What's with all the nonsense? Are you still thinking of sneaking an attack on me? Ha ha ha. Ningqi laughed and directly went forward, actually taking the initiative to attack. Both parties fought, during which Ningqi was hit by Hua Wushang a few times. Just when everyone thought that Ningqi was going to die, they found that he was still full of energy, as if the few palms had not hit him at all. At this moment in the air, because the demon spirit Gu had controlled the white bone dragon, it had lost most of its intelligence, leaving only a few instincts. Therefore, it was crazily suppressed by Little Purple, and its bones had already lost 2/3 of its bones. It looked incomparably miserable, and the flames in its eyes and skull had already dimmed a little. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little Purple seized the opportunity. With its steel-like sharp claws, it directly hooked onto the bone of the white bone dragon's spine. With the speed of lightning, it crashed into a small mountain not far away. Boom! The white bone dragon was directly hit into the mountain by this huge force, and a few more bones fell to the ground, eroding at a speed visible to the naked eye. After doing all this, Little Purple flew back proudly. Its mind was connected to Ningqi's, so its sharp eyes looked directly at the group of King of Do who were surrounding them. It's looking at us. Let's run. Are you crazy? How are we going to explain to the Divine Sun if we run? If we become an outer disciple, it's fine. He won't dare to openly kill us. But what if we fail? With his vengeful character, he will definitely make the 5 poisons divine sect kill us all. When that time comes, do you want to provoke this sect full of lunatics for your families? Then what should we do? Go. Let's work together to finish off this purple lightning bird. The Do Wangs looked at each other, and all made up their minds. With a loud roar, they rushed towards the purple lightning bird. In an instant, countless dochi emerged, and all kinds of martial arts and fighting weapons were directly smashed towards Little Purple. Purple lightning bird, let me help you. When Duan Ingjun saw a Do Wang walking in front of him, he hesitated for a moment, and directly took out his own fighting weapon, a double-headed mace with 2 sharp ends, and knocked the Do Wang to the ground. He had never thought that this fat pig Duan Ingjun would dare to attack him. After a successful move, he called out to little Z as if he was very familiar with her, and then joined the battle. After a few breaths, dozens of Hua Wushang's men all knelt down, injured, dead. Damn it! Hua Wushang noticed this, and a trace of anxiety flashed across his face. Ning Qi had clearly been hit by his baleful Yin palm a few times, but nothing had happened to him. On the contrary, he had been hit once, and his qi and blood were in turmoil. In addition to the internal injuries caused by Ning Qi, the meridians in Hua Wushang's body were already somewhat stagnant. I can't delay any longer. The purple lightning bird's gaze stopped on him, and Hua Wushang gritted his teeth, and a trace of reluctance appeared in his eyes. After exchanging blows with Ning Qi, he took out a bomb-like thing and smashed it on the ground. Immediately, a stinky black smoke rose. Ning Qi hurriedly covered his nose and retreated. Duan Ingjun and the others retreated more than 100 feet. As for those Do Wangs who had been seriously injured by Little Purple and Duan Ingjun because they could not escape in time, they were swept by the black smoke, and blister-like abscesses appeared all over their bodies. Hey, where are they? Chapter 274. Bronze Lottery Ticket. Hua Wushang ran away. Ning Qi frowned slightly. This kind of running was a bit similar to an escape technique, but it was much stronger than the escape techniques he had seen before. He didn't even leave behind a trace, so he had no idea which direction he had run in. The Son of God ran away. The injured fighting Wangs all had confused expressions on their faces. They did not expect that Hua Wushang would give up on them so easily and slip away by himself. Brother Ning, did you really win this time? Will Hua Wushang launch another sneak attack? Duan Ingjun looked around and walked to Ning Qi's side with vigilance. He probably won't dare to come. Ning Qi smiled. Little Z moved closer and rubbed against Ning Qi's body intimately. Where is the white bone dragon? Ning Qi asked. Little Purple waved its wings and pointed at the mountain in the distance. It then opened its mouth and chirped expectantly. Glutton. Ning Qi smiled and took out about 100 top-grade, yellow-level spirit-nurturing pills and threw them into Little Purple's mouth. Little Purple raised its head and swallowed them all. Everyone gasped when they saw this. No wonder his purple lightning bird was only at the 6th grade. According to this feeding method, it was not impossible for it to advance to the 7th grade in the future. A single spiritual enhancing pill of the yellow level was equivalent to 10 lower spiritual crystals. There should be at least 100 spiritual enhancing pills, right? That was 1,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. Duan Ingjun finally knew why Ning Qi was so generous. Brother Duan, wait for me here. I'll be right back. After saying that, Ning Qi jumped onto Little Purple and flew towards the direction where the white-boned dragon had fainted. Duan Tianing looked at Ning Qi's back and said to Duan Lingmei in a low voice, Let's go! Yes, Duan Lingmei nodded. Duan Tianing was obviously afraid that Ning Qi would settle the score with him later, so he took advantage of Ning Qi's departure to flee. Duan Feifei hesitated for a moment, then turned and left with Duan Tianing. Seeing this, Duan Ingjun opened his mouth, but in the end he did not have the courage to say anything to persuade him to stay. At this time, Hua Wushang's men got up from the ground one by one. They supported each other and quickly fled. Duan Ingjun did not stop them. Although they were injured, a thin camel was still bigger than a horse. If they besieged him together, he would not be able to handle it. On the battleship, a trace of anger appeared on Hua Shiri's face, but he immediately hid it He sneered and said, "This kid has some skills." Wu Hu chuckled. "Hua Shiri, he's more than just a little bit of skill. With this kind of aptitude, compared to the inner disciples of our Rising Cloud sect, there's not much difference. I want this kid." What a joke. What he relies on is merely martial techniques, dough weapons, and demon pets. These three things are all external strength. If he really had outstanding talent, how could he still be a peak doeling? Even if you and I were at his age, the weakest cultivation would be a 1-star Dowang, right? Even now, he's only a deacon elder. I don't agree with him being promoted to an outer sect disciple. Hua, she re-sneered. You saw him beat up your nephew until he ran away, and now you're using your power to avenge a personal grudge? So what if it's an external force? Didn't Hua Wushang also use the demon spirit Gu to control the white bone dragon? Unfortunately, he wasn't a match for the other party's demon pet Telmi, who refined the demon spirit Gu. I'm afraid it's your sister, Hua Yu. Wu, who sneered. You. Hua, Shiri was furious. The two of you, stop arguing. Let's observe for a while. After all, there will be a cyan-robed elder coming down to test you. This is not a child's play. Sima Lin smiled sinisterly. Pausing for a moment, he continued. All right, we've stayed here long enough. There are thousands of people in this selection. Let's disperse. Finished speaking. He steered his battleship and left this place. Hua, Shiri, and Wu, who looked at each other and let out a sneer before leaving in two different directions. Ning Qi jumped into the cave and saw the white bone dragon curled up into a ball. Its bones were about to fall apart, and the flames in its skull were flickering. He glanced at the other party's attributes. White bone dragon, low-rank demon beast, HP 260000. But now it only had 7,000 to 8,000 HP left, and it was still decreasing. Ning Qi concluded that its injuries were not only caused by Little Purple, but also other injuries. Walking in front of the white bone dragon, Ning Qi smiled. The devouring dragon karmic fire in his hand instantly appeared, as if he could feel the terrifying aura of the devouring dragon karmic fire. The white bone dragon's body moved, as if it was about to wake up. Ning Qi gently flicked his finger. The moment the devouring dragon karmic fire came into contact with the white bone dragon, the flames instantly increased by 1,000 times. The white bone dragon was swallowed by the sea of fire, and in a few breaths of time, it turned into a pile of ashes. This power is not right. Ning Qi was shocked. He didn't expect the devouring dragon karmic fire to be so terrifying. But after thinking about it, he suddenly realized. The devouring dragon karmic fire was born in the burial ground of the dragon clan. If it was the nemesis of the dragon clan, then this bone dragon was probably completely restrained by the devouring dragon karmic fire from head to toe. The devouring dragon karmic fire was the nemesis of its nemesis, which was why it was so powerful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the white bone dragon. As the host's damage is less than 10%, the experience points have been reduced by 20 times. You have obtained 80,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gambling gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Ning Qi didn't care too much about the decrease in experience points. What he didn't lack the least was experience points. Now his storage was almost 6 million. Once he broke through to the King Realm, even if 1 star required 1 million experience points, he could still level up 6 times in a row. This time he unexpectedly obtained 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins. It was not bad. He had to thank Hua Wushang for delivering the goods directly to his door. Open the gambling gift pack. A turntable appeared in front of Ning Qi. There were a total of 7 options on it. When Ning Qi saw the last option, his eyes lit up. Dragon Slayer Mall Lottery Ticket, Bronze Rank. Good stuff. Through the system, Ning Qi had already understood the functions of the lottery tickets of the various grades. The bronze lottery ticket would randomly select a small category in the Dragon Slayer shopping center during the lottery draw. This small category was not to be underestimated. For example, there were a total of 5 types of pills: yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank, heaven rank, and divine rank. Within each of the major categories, there were also various effects and medicinal effects of the pills, which were divided into small categories. If Ning Qi drew the small category of yellow rank high-grade pills, increased cultivation, then he would have the chance to obtain any of the pills in the small category, ignoring the Dragon Slayer coins. And this small category selection was random. This was very important. It might be able to draw a small category from the main category of God's tribulation pills. It might be able to draw a small category from the main category of yellow rank pills. It was hard to say. Everything depended on the probability. The bronze level lottery ticket had a very, very low chance of drawing something good, so low that it made one's hair stand on end. However, no matter how low it was still a rare opportunity. Begin the gambling. Chapter 275. Bronze Summoning Voucher. The roulette began to spin slowly. Other than the bronze lottery voucher and a thank you for participating, the other 5 options were also pretty good. In the eyes of others, they would definitely be top-notch items, but to Ning Qi, they were of little value. He still hoped to get a lottery voucher, even if the probability of drawing trash items was a little high. The needle spun rapidly. After a few breaths, the needle gradually slowed down and finally stopped on an option. Ning Qi sighed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining bronze summoning voucher. Yes, not a lottery voucher, but a summoning voucher. Is my good luck about to leave me? Ning Qi thought as he looked at the introduction of the bronze summoning voucher. His face was unhappy, but gradually revealed a hint of joy. Bronze summoning voucher, Dragon Slayer Mall, priced at 5,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Can randomly summon an expert from a small category to help the host in battle. The bronze lottery voucher was to draw a small category from all the major categories, but this summoning voucher directly summoned an expert from a small category. Although the value was not as high as the former, there were fewer uncertainties. If he encountered danger, it might be of great use. Moreover, it was priced at 5,000 Dragon Slayer Mall. Ning Qi felt that he had made a profit. Putting away the summoning voucher, Ning Qi sat on Little Purple and returned to Duan Ingjuan's side. They're all gone. Yes, if they didn't run. Would they wait for you to settle the score? Duan Ingjun nodded. Then he immediately smiled and said, Brother Ning, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I was planning to cover for you, but it turns out that you are covering for me. What should we do next? Go find the others and beat them up? Then we can be promoted to outer disciples together. No hurry, there are still many people now. When the time is almost up, we will eliminate more than half of them. Then we will make our move. Ning Qi smiled. Oh, yes, that's it. Duan Ingjun instantly understood Ning Qi's meaning. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Ning Qi was going to explode at the last moment, catching them off guard. There are less than 10 days left. Are they still not moving? In the sky, on the warship, Si Malin and Wu, who stood together, frowning as they looked at Ning Qi and Duan Ingjun below. At this moment, the 2 of them were happily eating barbecued meat. Yes, he has been eating. Even if he meets someone, he will try to avoid them if he can. He will only attack if he really cannot avoid them. Until now, there are a total of 17 Dowangs, ranging from 1 to 3 stars, who have been defeated by his hands. Wu Hu said, however, if that's the case, as long as Hua Shi says a few bad things about him in the future, the others won't agree to let him be promoted to an outer disciple. Si Malin chuckled and said, Flower Creek Day? That nephew of his has been in the limelight recently. Quite a few fellows that I thought highly of have been seriously injured by him and eliminated. Wu Hu sneered. Although the deacon elders couldn't participate in the selection, there were some talented people with good cultivation who were eliminated one by Hua Wushang. This was a loss for the sect, but it was beneficial for Hua Wushang. Every year, the Cloud Rising sect would have a competition among the outer disciples to choose the most outstanding person to be promoted to an inner disciple. At this time, Hua Wushang would undoubtedly benefit him the most by eliminating his competitors. His actions were probably taught to him by Hua Shiri. However, we don't have any evidence, and the elder in green will not care. Si Malin said, "Let's wait. I believe that he won't be able to survive until the last day so easily." Wu, who stared deeply at Ning Qi. As time passed, Duan Yingjun, who had always been relaxed and fat, couldn't take it anymore. He said anxiously, "Brother Ning, if we don't act now, I think we will be eliminated." Ning Qi smiled, and a layer of flame appeared on his flowing flame, mysterious robe, burning some of the fallen leaves and dust on his body. He felt much more refreshed. "Let's go. Look at how anxious you are." This time, the Cloud Rising sect will be accepting more than 300 outer disciples. It's only a 10-1 ratio. Don't worry. In the center of the area divided by the deacon elders, there was a valley called Linglong Valley. This valley was connected by many rings, and the scenery was beautiful. Most importantly, there was a water source, and there weren't many monsters around. Even if there were, they would have been killed. At the beginning, 7 peak Dowongs chose to build their camps here. Now there were only 3 left. One of them was Hua Wushang, who had been defeated by Ning Qi. The rest were either killed or seriously injured by Hua Wushang and were eliminated. Even so, there were more than 700 people from the 3 big factions, not including the lone warriors in the outer circle. More than half of them would be eliminated. Therefore, as the time approached, there would be a battle every day. A group died, and another group was eliminated. "Brother Situ, Hua Wushang is here." A 4-star Dowong ran to one of the camps and shouted to a young man sitting in the middle. The young man looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, but his body emitted the aura of a peak Dowong. He was the eldest son of the Situ clan, the #1 clan in Dongxian, Situ-yi. Because of his good temper, righteousness, and enthusiasm, he had the most followers among the 3 big factions in Linglong Valley. There were more than 380 people following him. In addition, he had brought more than 10 7-star and 8-star Dowongs from his clan. Together, their strength was very strong. That was why they could last until now, during the days when Hua Wushang was attacking crazily. Situ-yi suddenly stood up and looked to the front. He saw Hua Wushang slowly walking over with 40 to 50 people. Although there were only a few of them, the smell of blood on each of them was very strong. They were all elites who had experienced many bloody battles. On the contrary, Situ-yi's people were much weaker than them. Many people looked at Hua Wushang with eyes full of fear. In terms of aura, more than 300 people were suppressed by 40 to 50 people. "Hua Wushang, what are you doing here?" Situ-yi said coldly. He had fought with Hua Wushang a few times. The first time they were evenly matched. At that time, Hua Wushang's body still had some injuries left by Ning Qi. The second time, he was no longer Hua Wushang's opponent. If it wasn't for the people below desperately protecting him, Situ-yi would have been eliminated. There was no other way. Although the Situ clan was the #1 clan in Southern Wilderness, it was weaker than the 5-poison divine sect. The strongest ancestor in the clan was only a Dozong. The rank of his martial technique was not high either, barely reaching the earth lower grade. Hua Wushang, on the other hand, was trained by a Dozun since he was young. It was very normal for there to be some gap between the two. "Situ-yi, I will give you a chance. Come with me to destroy the nest of the Miaoli people, and I will not kill you." Chapter 276. Poison Join Forces? Situ-yi's face was calm, but his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Seeing that Hua Wushang was not here to fight, but to seek an alliance, the people below were relieved. "What, you don't agree?" Hua Wushang looked at Situ, mockingly. Big brother, joining forces with him is not a bad choice. An 8-star Do Wang beside Situ, said in a low voice. He was Situ Yi's younger brother, and he was second only to Situ Yi among the experts from his clan, Situ Ren. Hearing this, Situ Yi let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to agree, the other 7-star Do Wang said in a low voice, Big brother, second brother, Hua Wushang's methods are vicious and vicious. What should we do if he stabs us in the back after we join hands? I heard that his goal isn't just to become an outer court disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. He wants to become an inner court disciple or even an elite disciple. According to the rules of the Cloud Rising sect, you're his strongest competitor. Based on his actions during this period of time, he's undoubtedly preparing to become an inner court disciple. What? We're still struggling to become an outer disciple, but he is preparing to become an inner disciple. Third brother, could it be that you are thinking too much? Situ Rin was a little surprised. I believe in third brother. Situ, said lightly. Situ Mingdang had always been the smartest person in his generation. He had the demeanor of a military advisor, so Situ trusted him a lot. What are you guys whispering about? Do you want to agree? If not, I will make my move. My blade has not drunk blood for a few days. It is thirsty. Behind Hua Wushang, a young man with a gloomy face let out a ferocious laugh. He conveniently used his tongue to lick the edge of his blade. He did not care that the blade had opened a wound on his tongue, leaving behind a long trail of blood. Many Do Wangs felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the scene. How could they be a match for such a lunatic? His name was Li Dongshui, and he was a well-known fellow among the Do Wangs. He had been with wolves since he was young, until he caught the eye of an elder of the 5 Poison sect and was accepted into the sect. Only then did he gradually learn a little about human nature. However, even after he had become a 9-star Do Wang, his wolf nature still suppressed his human nature. His actions were incomparably vicious. If there was even the slightest disagreement, he would draw his blade and fight. His white bone blade technique was incomparably swift and fierce. Shut up! You have no right to speak here, Situ Rin bellowed. Ha ha ha, I'll remember you. Your name is Situ Rin, right? Come on, let's fight to the death. Li Dongshui grinned hideously and took a step forward. Everyone's expression turned solemn, and they got into a defensive stance, afraid that Hua Wushang and the others would suddenly attack. Sky Eagle, shall we leave first? In the corner of Situ Yi's team, Duan Lingmei said in a low voice. After Duan Tunying and the other 2 had left that day, they had mixed into Situ Yi's team and were prepared to ride on his coattails. They did not expect that in just a few days Hua Wushang, whom they thought had been eliminated by Ning Qi, would appear again and reorganize the forces of Linglong Valley with lightning speed. At this moment, they did not dare to show themselves. Firstly, they did not want to be associated with Hua Wushang. After all, the other party had a bad reputation. Secondly, they were afraid that Hua Wushang would vent his anger on them. After all, Ning Qi, who had injured him, had previously been with Duan Tianning. No rush. Let's see how it goes. If both sides are injured, we will have a better chance of advancing, Duan Tianning said in a low voice. In the sky, the 10 acting elders had gathered together and stood on their respective worships, watching the situation below. Hua Shiri, your nephew's methods are too vicious. A few people who could have been promoted to outer disciples have their cultivations crippled by him. Yes, although our Cloud Rising sect has always been neutral, if we accept such a vicious person, I'm afraid it will not be good for our sect's reputation. Ha ha ha! Hua Shiri laughed loudly. He coldly swept his gaze over the few elders and said, Not good for the rest? Have you forgotten that I am also from the 5 Poison Divine sect? In our Cloud Rising sect, there has never been such a saying. As for using vicious methods, what's wrong with that? Shouldn't people climb up the ranks? Don't you want to become a green-robed elder? What a joke! That may be true, but no buts. Just follow the rules and do it impartially. One of the elders said indifferently. When everyone heard this, they did not say anything. This person was ranked in the top 10 of the acting elders and had a high chance of being promoted to a green-robed elder. He was a 6-star dozong and was many times stronger than them. It could be said that even if the 9 of them joined hands, they would not be a match for him. Therefore, when he spoke, even Hua Shiri did not say anything. Oh, it's so lively here. Seeing that a big battle was about to break out, a frivolous voice was suddenly heard. A young man, leading hundreds of people, slowly walked towards Hua Wushang and Situ-yi. Miaoli people. The corner of Hua Wushang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Hua Wushang, I heard that you want to join hands with Brother Situ to deal with me? The Miaoli people laughed. So what if I am? Hua Wushang sneered. You are the divine son of the 5 Poisons divine sect. How would I dare to do anything to you? But, Brother Situ. Miaoli smiled and looked at Situ-yi. You won't cooperate with such a cunning villain, right? He might stab you in the back. Why don't we join hands and deal with him together? The moment this was said, the atmosphere became more and more serious. Join hands with you? The corner of Situ-yi's mouth curled into a smile. That is possible. Hua Wushang's aura changed, and he laughed sinisterly. Situ-yi, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Even if you and the Miaoli people join hands, you will be a match for me. You think too highly of yourself. Divine Son, kill them all. These ants do not have the right to be the outer disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. Li Dongshui laughed wildly. Arrogant. We have nearly 700 people, and you only have a few people. Situ Rin shouted. He did not know why, but he did not like Li Dongshui. Perhaps it was because he had heard of some of Li Dongshui's shocking achievements. For example, he had slaughtered thousands of people in a small town. Although there was no concrete evidence, the rumors pointed to Li Dongshui as the murderer. The reason he killed was because a child from the small town had spat at him. Whether I am arrogant or not, we will know after we try. Hua Wushang laughed softly. Suddenly, a 1-star king of Do, who was standing not far from Situ-yi, collapsed. His mouth was foaming, and he was about to lose consciousness. He is poisoned. Situ Ming stepped forward to check and said with a serious expression. Then, one after another king of Do collapsed. The symptoms were exactly the same as the first one. Chapter 277. Mysterious rain, no matter what, as long as we can win. Isn't that enough? Why care about this? My intoxicated wind is colorless and tasteless. It is made from hundreds of spiritual herbs. 1 drop is worth 10 lower spiritual crystals. Today, I will use it all on you. I will get my money back from you. Hua Wushang laughed. Even the subordinates of the Miao Li people began to fall to the ground. Those who were still standing were all Dowongs of 3 stars and above. In a short while, the number of people on both sides was almost the same. After all, most of the people who participated in the selection meet were Dowongs below 3 stars. Tianying, I have no strength. Duan Lingmei was a 2-star king fighter, so she was also poisoned. White foam appeared at the corner of her mouth. Duan Tianying and Duan Feifei were 4-star king fighters, so they were fine for now. Quick, take this poison dispelling pill. Duan Tianying quickly stuffed a pill into her mouth, but it was useless. Duan Lingmei gradually entered a state of dizziness. On the warship, other than Hua Shiri, the other 9 deacon elders' expressions changed. Hua Shiri, is your nephew planning to catch all of us at once? If this goes on, we can only get a few dozen people in this selection. Wu Hu said coldly, What's the hurry? There are still many people outside the Linglong Valley. 300 people are more than enough. Hua Shiri sneered. Elder Shintu, what do you say? Si Malin looked at the 6-star Dozong. Shintu Yuanba said calmly, No matter what, We cannot interfere with the selection. The sect rules did not say that we cannot use poison. So let him be. As he said this, he glanced at Hua Shiri. Everyone could see the dissatisfaction in his eyes. But Hua Shiri pretended not to see it. He smiled and focused his attention on Hua Wushang. So it is intoxicated wind. No wonder even I did not notice it. You are really generous. Situ Yi sneered. To be able to poison so many people, Hua Wushang's intoxicated wind must be with thousands of lower spiritual crystals. Look at how shameless this guy is. The Miao Li people gritted their teeth. Even so, my side still holds the advantage. Hua Wushang, do you really want to be so ruthless? Can't we all become outer sect disciples together? Situ Yi said coldly. You're thinking too much. I won't allow anyone to compete with me for the position of an inner sanctum disciple. If you agreed to help me deal with the Miao Li people today, I might be happy and let you go. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong side. You can't blame anyone for this. Li Dongshui. Here, go, kill them all. Hua Wushang laughed maniacally. Just as the two sides were about to engage in a huge battle, the sky suddenly started to rain. This is... Hua Wushang frowned slightly and looked up, but all he saw was the sun shining brightly in the sky. There wasn't even a single cloud, so where did the rain come from? He couldn't help but stretch out his hand and take a drop. He put it in his mouth and licked it. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The antidote for drunken Qing Feng? How could this be? Who is it? Get out here. Hua Wushang roared furiously. His eyes scanned the surroundings, trying to find the person who had done this. Situ Yi and the Miaoli people also noticed that something was wrong with the rain. When a poison one, Star Doang unconsciously swallowed a few drops of rainwater and woke up, the two of them immediately knew that this rainwater could detoxify the poison. Quick, let the poisoned person open their mouth. This is the antidote. Ha ha ha. The Miaoli people laughed loudly. Antidote? Help me open Ling Mei's mouth. Duan Tianing hurriedly said. Duan Feifei quickly went forward and not only opened Ling Mei's mouth, but also poured some rainwater into it. After a few breaths, Ling Mei woke up with a blank look on his face. One by one, the Dowangs stood up. Other than feeling a little weak, they were fine. After checking their bodies, they all stared at Hua Wushang angrily. If looks could kill, Hua Wushang would have died thousands of times. Who are you? Get out here right now. Hua Wushang saw that his trick had been easily dispelled, and he was furious. He clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he really wanted to kill someone. Divine Son, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you're still as elegant as ever. Ha ha ha. Ningqi laughed and walked out together with Duan Yingjun. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of eyes fell on the two of them at the same time. Duan Yingjun nervously shrunk his neck. His walking posture was almost one hand and one foot. If it wasn't for the inexplicable sense of security with Ningqi beside him, it was likely that his legs would have turned to jelly. This rain is from him? What kind of martial technique is it? Why does it contain the drunken Qing Feng antidote? Situi frowned and looked at Ningqi. When he found out that Ningqi was only at the peak of the Douling level, the suspicion in his eyes became even more intense. Who is this person? He seems to be someone Hua Wushang knows. However, he is only at the peak of the Douling level, yet he dares to face us so calmly. I wonder if he is too arrogant or stupid. If he is Hua Wushang's man, we can kill him together. That damn Hua Wushang almost caused me to be poisoned to death. It's them. Duan Tianing's eyes revealed a trace of shock. Could it be that this rain is caused by young Master Ning? Duan Feifei asked doubtfully. Impossible. If a Dozong possesses a martial technique that allows one to call the wind and summon the rain, I would still believe it. However, how could a peak Douling have such a technique? Moreover, he is from the White Tiger Empire. How could he have the drunken Qingfeng antidote? This is the treasure of the 5-poison divine sect, Duan Tianying said decisively. Whether it is true or not, we will know in a while. Duan Feifei said, on the warship. It's him. A trace of surprise flashed across Wu Hu's eyes. Just now, did you see what technique was used to create this rain? Si Melon frowned. I couldn't see it. I also couldn't see it. Who is this person? Shintu Yuanba's eyes brightened. Elder Shintu, speaking of this person, there is a story. Moreover, it is related to Hua Wushang. Wu Hu smiled as he recounted the matter of Ning Qi defeating Hua Wushang. The more Hua Shiri heard, the uglier his expression became. What? If I am not wrong, he is a peak doling, right? He defeated Hua Wushang. This is not simply a battle of a higher level. It is a battle of a higher level. Someone said in shock. I have also seen this matter with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can ask Hua Shiri. Si Melon said with a smile. At the same time, he looked at Ning Qi with an incomparably fiery gaze. Shintu Yuanba glanced at Hua Shiri's expression and knew that Wu Hu was right. His face revealed an extremely interested expression as he looked at Ning Qi. It's you again. Hua Wushang's expression was ugly as he looked at Ning Qi. A trace of pain was emitted from his chest. Yes, it's me. Chapter 278. He is really strong. Look, Hua Shiri really knows him. Wait, something is not right. Did you guys notice that Hua Shiri's expression is not right? He really is. Senior, it's him. A few women in the Miaoli group looked at Ning Qi in shock. They were the ones who had met Ning Qi at the gates of Cloud Rising City. The woman who had spoken had even mocked Ning Qi as a sex fiend who did not even wear pants. Yes, it's him. Looks like he is not as simple as he looks. A purple-clothed woman said indifferently, Divine Son, is this the person you mentioned before? Li Dongshui's face revealed a sinister smile. He glanced at Ning Qi and asked Hua Shiri. Hua Shiri nodded slowly. The next moment, Li Dongshui had already charged at Ning Qi. Give me your life. Let me see how strong a peak doling can be. His blade was covered with do qi. With a violent gust of wind, he slashed at Ning Qi's neck. A 9-star dowang and a peak doling. Everyone seemed to have seen Ning Qi's ending. His head and body would be separated. Hua Shiri could not stop it in time. His expression changed slightly, but an evil smile hung on his lips. It was good that Li Dongshui attacked first. He had always been brooding over the battle with Ning Qi. He wanted to watch from the side and see where Ning Qi's strength lay. There is indeed something wrong with this person. Situ Yi frowned. Although he wanted to help, Li Dongshui had moved too much and was far away from them. Situ Yi could not help in time. The hundreds of dowangs present were puzzled. Why would Li Dongshui attack a peak doling with all his might? Shouldn't a 1-star do wang be able to deal with such a person? What Li Dongshui did was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. On the warship, many deacons and elders felt that Ning Qi was dead. Woo-hoo! Did you see wrongly just now? Li Dongshui is less than 10 feet away from this person. He has yet to attack. It looks like he is scared stiff. Scared stiff? Wu-hoo smiled. Just watch. The Divine Son actually lost to this trash? Ha ha ha, as long as I kill him today, I can prove that I'm stronger than the Divine Son. Li Dongshui's eyes shone with a wolf-like glow as the corners of his mouth curled into a complacent smile. Go. Die. All right. At this time, his saber was less than a foot away from Ning Qi's neck. Ning Qi could feel the sharp aura coming from the blade. Just when everyone thought that Ning Qi would definitely die, Ning Qi drew his saber. It was so fast that it was hard for anyone to catch a glimpse of it. 5 tigers, breaking the gate. Ice dragon roar. Roar. A frightening aura was emitted from the dragon slayer's saber. and the snow dragon pearl on the hilt emitted a faint white light. At the same time, everyone instantly felt the surrounding temperature drop by a lot, and a bone-chilling cold suddenly arose. A trace of shock flashed in Li Dongshui's eyes. He clearly discovered that his movements had been restricted by this chill. His originally extremely smooth slash was now stuck halfway. Then a huge, terrifying ice dragon appeared in front of him with its claws and fangs bared. What kind of saber technique is this? A bad premonition rose in Li Dongshui's heart. However, he was still extremely confident in himself. Even if he could not kill Ningqi in one move, at the very most, both parties would end up in a draw. Thoughts were beautiful, but unfortunately, reality was very cruel. Boom! Li Dongshui let out a miserable howl as he flew backwards. The D-level low-grade Dou weapon in his hand was directly shattered into pieces, after which it was frozen into ice shards by the chill and fell to the ground. As for Li Dongshui himself, he was even more miserable. His hair, eyebrows, and lips were all covered with white frost, which landed heavily beside Hua Wushang's feet. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. The white frost on Li Dongshui's face was instantly dyed red by the fresh blood. He slowly opened his eyes and smiled bitterly at Hua Wushang. Divine Son, he is really very strong. After saying that, he fainted. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. What exactly had happened? A 9-star Do Wang was actually defeated by a peak Do Ling with one slash? Could it be that this person had hidden his cultivation? His true cultivation was the same as Hua Wushang and the others, a peak Do Wang? Most people only believed this explanation. They did not believe that Ning Qi had fought someone of a higher level. After all, in their many years, they had already formed a kind of common sense. It was possible to fight someone of a higher level, but at most it was 2, 3, or 5 levels. Forget about seeing someone of a higher level. They had never even heard of someone of a higher level. Only those Do Wangs who were born in the Zhou Empire or those who were knowledgeable would have heard of such terrifying geniuses. The 3 dragon tribes, 9 top clans, 36 top sects, and the Zhou Empire, which was similar to them, only had such terrifying geniuses. So strong, the purple-clothed lady muttered to herself in shock. Her juniors looked at Ning Qi with eyes filled with lingering fear. They had actually ridiculed such a strong expert on the warship. Other than Wu, Hu, and the others, the remaining deacon elders all revealed shocked expressions. Suddenly a deacon elder said, "I will accept this person." When the others heard this, they immediately reacted. "You? On what basis?" "I don't want anyone else. I only want this person." "That won't do. I also have my eyes on him. If I train him well, he will definitely become an inner sect disciple. Everyone, you guys at least have a first come, first served rule. I have my eyes on him for a long time and have been observing him in secret." Wu, who rolled his eyes. "Am I not?" Sima Lin laughed sinisterly. "Everyone, stop arguing. I don't have a disciple. I will accept him." Shinta Yuanba said lightly. Everyone instantly shut their mouths. They were somewhat unwilling, but their cultivation was indeed far from Shinta Yuanba's. Since he had spoken, they could not do anything. "Elder Shintu, you see, I have been observing him since a few days before the selection meet. Isn't it inappropriate for you to do this?" Wu, who mustered up his courage and laughed dryly. 100 middle spiritual crystals. Shinta Yuanba's tone was still calm. However, the price he offered was shocking. This was already equivalent to 10,000 lower spiritual crystals. It was more than a year's income for an ordinary deacon elder. This, all right. Wu, who sighed and nodded. Although he had lost the opportunity to accept Ning Qi, he had received 10,000 lower spiritual crystals. It was a consolation prize. "Elder Shintu, what about me?" Sima Lin smiled. "Also 100 middle spiritual crystals." Shinta Yuanba was overbearing. As expected of Elder Shintu, "I am impressed. Sima Lin laughed happily. Chapter 279. Do you give up? Li Dongshui lost. Situ Ren looked at Ning Qi in a daze. Even now, he could not believe that Li Dongshui was more than a level stronger than him. Yet he was defeated by a peak Douling. This meant that even if he attacked, he would not be Ning Qi's match. Big brother, second brother, he is very strong, Situ Mingdang said with a serious expression. Li Dongshui's crushing defeat did not make him happy. Instead, he was worried. If his opponent was someone stronger than Hua Wushang, then none of them would be able to become outer disciples. Even if they succeeded, the price they had to pay would be extremely painful. Hey, Situ, who is he? Do you know him? Miao Li walked to Situ Yi's side. The frivolous look on his face had disappeared, and he asked solemnly, I don't know him. Situ Yi shook his head. I think I know him, a 3-star Dowang said with a pale face. He had just been poisoned, and his body was not feeling well. Oh, Situ Yi and the others looked at this Dowang. You know him? What is his background? That I know the fatty beside him. The 3-star Dowang laughed dryly. He is the bastard son of the divine dragon marquis of the 9-state empire. Divine dragon marquis? Situ Yi looked at Ning Qi with a serious expression. If he is from the divine dragon marquis, then he must be the strongest genius. But why is such a genius not being nurtured by the 9-state empire and instead participating in the cloud, rising sects, outer disciple selection? With his talent, there will be many sects that will accept him wherever he goes. I am also very curious, but we will know in the future. It seems that he has some grudges with Hua Wushang. Let's just watch the show. Miao Li smiled and looked at Hua Wushang gloatingly. You, very good. Hua Wushang looked at Ning Qi coldly and clenched his fists. He had never been so angry. Divine Son, let's attack together. Kill him. His subordinates were like wolves and tigers. They had killed too many people these few days, and their bodies were stained with a strong killing intent. Even though Li Dongshui had been defeated by Ning Qi, they were not very afraid. Don't move. Watch out for Brother Ning to slap you to death, Duan Ingjun shouted. A mere 1-star Do Wang dares to threaten us. Arrogant. Ha ha ha. Brother Ning is merely at the peak of the Douling class, and he is able to beat all of you until all of you cry out. I am 1 level higher than Brother Ning. Don't tell me that all of you are not afraid. Duan Ingjun laughed maniacally. It was completely a fox borrowing the tiger's might. But when he said that, some people who didn't know the details really believed him. They thought that Duan Ingjun was a pervert like Ning Qi, so they all showed expressions of fear. Today either you die or I die. Hua Wushang coldly squeezed these words out of his mouth and shouted, Attack! Kill them! As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Wushang was wrapped in a thick layer of black battle qi and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was actually above Ning Qi's head. His 2 hands were like eagle claws, grabbing at Ning Qi's head. It really is an escape technique. What relationship does this 5 poisons divine sect have with the Red Sun Empire? Ning Qi frowned slightly. At the same time, the others had also arrived in front of him. Duan Ingjuan's face revealed a trace of fear. He hastily rolled on the ground and avoided everyone's attack. 18 dragon subduing palms. Roar. In everyone's eyes, Ning Qi had already been surrounded. The people surrounding him were like densely packed ants, surrounding Ning Qi in the middle. But suddenly, rays of golden light shot out from their bodies. With a bang, this group of people directly flew out. This group of experts between a 7-star Dowang and a 9-star Dowang were actually unable to block even one attack from Ning Qi. What a strong martial technique. This extreme yang aura. Even I can feel it from so far away. Situ Yi looked at Ning Qi in shock. Next, Ning Qi slightly turned his body and used his shoulder to receive this attack from Hua Wushang. Hit! Hua Wushang's face revealed a trace of joy. At this moment, his face was very close to Ning Qi's face. Both of them could see the hair on each other's face. When Hua Wushang saw Ning Qi's mouth curling into a trace of an evil smile, he immediately felt that something was wrong. When he was ready to immediately use the momentum to retreat into the air, Ning Qi had already heavily slapped Hua Wushang's stomach, directly covering the ground. Hua Wushang only felt an intense pain from his stomach to his limbs. His entire body had already been slapped by Ning Qi to the ground, smashing a huge pit. I told you to use an escape technique. Ning Qi crazily attacked Hua Wushang. Every palm caused Hua Wushang to let out a howl, his body twitching. Boom! 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 A sound like thunder lingered in the ears. Don't hit me anymore. If you hit me again, I will die. Hua Wushang suddenly extended a hand and gently held Ning Qi's wrist. His hand did not have any strength at all. His strength was not even comparable to a child's. It could be seen that he was currently seriously injured. When everyone heard Hua Wushang's words, the shock in their hearts could not be any greater. The dignified divine son of the 5 poisons divine sect had just been high-spirited and high-spirited. He had poisoned everyone and wanted to capture everyone in one fell swoop. In the blink of an eye, he had been defeated by the hands of a peak doling. He had even begged the other party to spare his life. This was really like a tiger being bullied by dogs. No, a dragon swimming in shallow waters would be toyed with by prawns. No, shaking their heads, everyone did not care what kind of feeling this was. In short, as fellow Dowongs, they were a little interdependent. Brother, Hua Wushang is a vicious person. If you do not kill him today, I'm afraid there will be big trouble in the future. When the Miaoli people saw that Ning Qi had stopped, a strange look flashed in their eyes. They stepped forward and smiled. Don't kill the divine son. Hua Wushang's subordinates climbed up from the ground with difficulty. They continuously vomited blood and looked at Ning Qi pleadingly. They were not that loyal. It was completely because the 5 poisons divine sect's way of doing things was too vicious. If Hua Wushang died in Ning Qi's hands today, not only would Ning Qi be avenged, even their lives would not be spared. On the battleship, when Hua Shiri saw that Hua Wushang was almost beaten to death by Ning Qi, she moved and was about to make a move. In the end, she was stopped by Shinta Yuanba. Shinta Yuanba looked coldly at Hua Shiri. We cannot interfere. This is not the first time you have done this mission. Don't you even know this? Even if the one below is your son, you can't do anything about it. Hua Shiri felt the oppressive aura from the other party. She snorted and gave up on the idea of making a move. Instead, she looked at Ning Qi with incomparable hatred. Hua Wushang, do you surrender? Ning Qi really stopped and asked with a smile. I surrender. I surrender, Hua Wushang said weakly. Then I will spare your dog life. Ning Qi smiled and stood up. He waved his hand at Hua Wushang's subordinates. Take your master and scram. Chapter 280. A transcendent existence. You're not going to kill him? Aren't you afraid of the 5 poisons divine religion's revenge? The Miaoli man was surprised. If I kill him, the 5 poisons divine religion won't take revenge on me? Ning Qi sneered. How could he not know what this person was thinking? He just wanted to use him to get rid of Hua Wushang. How could Ning Qi let him do that? When the Miaoli man heard this, his face turned ugly, but he did not dare to show it on his face. He could only laugh dryly and say no more. Brother, I am Situ Yi. How should I address you? Situ Yi walked in front of Ning Qi with a smile and cupped his hands. Brother Situ, just call me Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and said, So it's Brother Ning. Brother Ning, you're good. Even Hua Wushang is not your opponent. I really admire you. Situ Yi praised. You flatter me. Ning Qi smiled modestly. After a few words, Situ Yi finally asked what he had been wondering. I wonder if the rain just now was caused by Brother Ning. When this was said, everyone's eyes were on Ning Qi, waiting for his answer. Rain? What rain? The sun was shining just now. I didn't see any rain when I came. Ning Qi was puzzled. Only Duan Ingjuan's face changed slightly. He secretly glanced at Ning Qi before his face returned to normal. Brother Ning, you don't know? Situ, Yi was slightly startled. He then glanced at the sky and could see the small black dots on the 10 warships. Was it done by the elders? Is it because they are afraid that Hua Wushang will kill us all and not be able to recruit outer sect disciples? This was Situ, Yi thinking too much. Even if they all died, Shinta Yuanba and the others would not do anything. Rules were rules. If they violated the rules, they would also be severely punished. Brother Ning, what should we do now? Defeat them one by one? Duan Ingjun asked Ning Qi. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked at the two vigilantly. Just now, Hua Wushang and the others were scared to death. Now it was a monster that was even stronger than Hua Wushang. How could they not be shocked? If Ning Qi really intended to do the same thing as Hua Wushang, out of the 700 to 800 people present, no more than 10 would be able to stand. Situ Yi and the Miaoli people looked at each other. Then they looked at Ning Qi with vigilance. If you want to fight, go fight. Ning Qi rolled his eyes at Duan Ingjun and turned to leave. He had defeated Hua Wushang twice. As long as the managing elder wasn't blind, becoming an outer sect disciple of the Cloud Rising sect was already a done deal. Why should he cause more trouble? Haha, I was just joking, please don't mind me. Brother Ning, wait for me. Duan Ingjun laughed dryly at everyone and hurriedly followed Ning Qi's footsteps. It was not until Ning Qi disappeared into the depths of the Linglong Valley that everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that he will not participate in this matter. Now that Hua Wushang has also failed, there are only you and me left, and we have so many subordinates, there are not enough outer sect disciples. How about it, Situi, do you have any good suggestions? The Miaoli man smiled at Situi. Situ-Yi slightly smiled. How about this? I will give you 200. What do you think? 200? Are you kidding me? The Miaoli man sneered. Then there's no other way. We can only fight. Situ-Yi did not back down. Let's fight then. I'm not afraid of you. The Miaoli man roared and decisively attacked. The two of them instantly fought, and then Siturin immediately let out an angry roar. Go! For the quota, kill them. When both sides heard the two words quota, their eyes instantly became extremely red. At this time, Ning Qi and Duan Ingjun found a high place where they could see the battle, and there was a big tree behind them to enjoy the shade. Brother Ning, are you that confident? What if the managing elder doesn't see our heroic performance? Duan Ingjun casually picked 2 wild fruits and gave one to Ning Qi. Then he took a bite and found that it tasted quite sweet. Only then did he slowly speak. They must have seen my heroic performance. As for you, Brother Duan, Ning Qi looked at him with a faint smile. Duan Ingjuan's face turned red. Didn't you think that the scene of me shouting at Li Dongshui was very cool and domineering? If the managing elder saw it, he would at least take me in for your sake. Don't worry, he will. Ning Qi comforted him. On the warship, this person is not bad. Although he has such strength, he did not wantonly kill. Shinta Yuanba looked at Ning Qi and Duan Ingjun and said plainly, although Hua Shiri felt that it was very harsh, he was still relieved that Ning Qi did not kill Hua Wushang. If Hua Wushang died here, he really did not know how to explain to his sister. Elder Shintu, my judgment is definitely not wrong. Otherwise, I would not have noticed him from the start. Compared to Hua Shiri's nephew, Ning Qi is more suitable for our Cloud Rising sect. At least people will not point out that he is a demon, which will embarrass our Cloud Rising sect. Wu Hu smiled. Wu Hu, when we return to the sect, we will definitely fight. Hua Shiri said coldly, let's fight, I'm not afraid of you. Wu, who laughed sinisterly, not showing any weakness. Si Malin looked at the two of them and laughed sinisterly. No one knew what he was laughing about. Elder Shinto, you should not be interested in the fatty beside him, right? The one who spoke was a female elder who looked to be in her 40s. That fellow. Shinto Yuanba glanced at Duan Ingjun and nodded. He said straightforwardly, I do not like him. Then I will accept him. The female elder smiled. No, this person is not talented and is only a one-star doang. I do not agree. Hua, Shiri said coldly. Haha, he is not talented. But why is he able to follow beside Ningqi? And your nephew, the pride of the 5 poison divine sect, became Ningqi's enemy and was even defeated by him? An expert should know how to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Only by living for a long time will he have the chance to become a peerless Dodi. The female elder laughed coldly. Elder Xiaobing is right, I agree. I also agree. I agree. Wu Hu and Si Malin both agreed. Adding the other elders, there were 7 votes in favor of Duan Ingjun being promoted to an outer disciple. Finally, everyone looked at Shinto Yuanba. Shinto Yuanba said indifferently, I also agree. Haha. Xia Bing looked at Hua, Shiri mockingly. Hua, Shiri's expression was incomparably gloomy. He snorted coldly and did not speak any more. In the next few days, a large-scale battle occurred in the Linglong Valley. You kill me, I kill you, just to eliminate the number of people to a safe range where they could be promoted. The air was filled with the smell of blood. However, there was a place that no one dared to step into. That was the stone pavilion that Ningqi and Duan Ingjun had temporarily built. The two of them would occasionally roast meat here, occasionally drink tea and chat. When people passed by, they would cast envious gazes at them before hurriedly leaving. There was even a 3-star doang who was being chased and accidentally barged into this place and ate a mouthful of roast meat. When the person chasing him saw this, he resentfully left. It's over. Chapter 281. The selection meeting has ended. It's over. Miao Li smiled sadly. He stood not far from Situ Yi and the others. There were hundreds of people who followed him, but now there were only a few dozen left. As for him, there were hundreds of wounds on his body. At this point, both sides had gone through the last few days of battle. Some were heavily injured, while others were dead. Almost 8 out of 10 people had been eliminated. Coupled with the stragglers outside the Linglong Valley, Cloud Rising sect might not even be able to take in 300 outer sect disciples. Wow, you guys are working too hard. Duan Ingjun walked over with Ningqi. Seeing that everyone was injured, he could not help but sigh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many cold gazes swept over him. Duan Ingjun had unintentionally attracted a lot of hatred for himself. Brother Ning, I'm afraid that you too are the most comfortable these days. Situ, he nodded at Ningqi and smiled bitterly. Brother Situ, if you don't care about them and only care about yourself, who would dare to provoke you? Ningqi smiled, although he knew that Ningqi's words were very reasonable. But in the pugilistic world, there was no free will Situ-yi sighed in his heart. At this time, with a few swooshes, 10 warships appeared above everyone's heads. Everyone immediately showed an expression of anticipation. Next, when I call out your name, come to me. Wu, who stood at the top of the deck of the warship and looked down at everyone. Li Yi, here. A 4-star king of Do Wang rushed to the sky and landed behind Wu Hu. Wang Sheng, here. As the names came out one after another, there were already more than 30 people standing behind Wu Hu. Their faces were all filled with joyful smiles. Even though they were enemies who had fought to the death previously, they were now enthusiastically conversing with each other in low voices, unable to conceal the excitement in their hearts. Duan Tianying, Wu Hu said in a deep voice. Here. Duan Tianying was ecstatic. As he flew toward the warship, he shouted in his heart, I did it! I have become an outer disciple of the cloud rising sect. Ha ha ha, just you wait. The next time I return to the family, I will definitely defeat you all. Seeing that Duan Tianning had successfully advanced, Duan Lingmei and Duan Feifei also showed an expression of anticipation. As names were called one by one, Situ Yi, Miaoli, and the others soon boarded the warships. At this moment, there were about 70 to 80 people on the ground, and their faces were filled with confusion. Why? Why were there only 100 or 200 people left? Why hadn't their names been called? It shouldn't be. Thinking of this, their faces were filled with anticipation. The deacon elder would definitely continue to call out their names. Definitely. Hua Wushang, Hua, Shiri stood on the warship and shouted. A figure suddenly flew out from the forest. It was Hua Wushang, who had disappeared from the Linglong Valley. He stood beside Hua Shiri and looked coldly at Ning Qi. Aya, he dares to look at you like that. Brother Ning, if I had known earlier, I would have killed him at that time. Duan Yingjun was furious. Ning Qi and Hua Wushang's gazes met in midair. Hua Wushang's lips curled into a cold smile as he silently said a few words. From the shape of his mouth, Ning Qi could tell that he was saying, "You will regret this." At this moment, Xia Bing shouted, "Duan Yingjun! You called me? Why haven't you called Brother Ning yet?" When Duan Yingjun heard his name, he was ecstatic. Then he felt a little strange. "Brother Duan, I'm calling you. Hurry up and go up." Ning Qi smiled. "All right, I'll go up first and wait for you." Duan Yingjun nodded and flew up to Xia Bing's warship. On this warship, the ratio of men and women was seriously unbalanced. There were more women, and Duan Feifei, whom he had a crush on, was also on this warship. After Duan Yingjun went up, the deacon elder did not call anyone for a long time. Gradually, a trace of despair rose on the faces of those who were not called. Why isn't he called Ning Qi? Did he fail to advance? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that. It seems that no matter how strong he is only at the peak of the battle spirit realm. The cloud rising sect doesn't care about him. I've been unhappy with him for a long time. During this period of time, he has been eating and drinking with that fatty, but we have been fighting to the death. Duan Tianning glanced at the group of elders. Seeing that Ning Qi was still standing there alone, he felt a little happy. That's what you get for acting, but now you can't be promoted to an outer sect disciple. How embarrassing! The corner of Miao Li's mouth curled into a mocking smile. He glanced at Situ, Yi beside him, and said softly, "Brother Situ, this kid probably thinks that he will definitely become an outer sect disciple. That's why he has been watching us fight these few days. He probably regrets it to death now." Situ Yi smiled slightly. Not necessarily. If the selection has already ended, the elders would have already brought us away. As expected, just as Situ Yi finished his sentence. On the empty warship, Shinta Yuanba slowly opened his mouth and said, "Ning Qi." What? It's actually Elder Shintu. Hua Wushang's expression changed slightly. The others were also very shocked. Although they were not Cloud Rising Sect's outer sect disciples, they knew that among the 10 elders, the strongest was Shinta Yuanba. Therefore, they did not find it strange that there was no one on his warship. An existence like him, who had the chance to be promoted to a green-robed elder, would not easily value someone. "Uncle, why?" Hua Wushang muttered to himself. Hua, she re-glanced at him coldly and said, "If it wasn't for you losing to this kid twice, why would Elder Shinta take a fancy to him? I will definitely kill him." Hua Wushang's expression changed as he stared at Ning Qi with a murderous look. "Once you enter the sect, if you want to make a move, you have to be more discreet. If you are discovered, I can't protect you. Do you understand?" Hua, she re-said softly. "Yes." Hua Wushang nodded his head heavily. Ning Qi activated the gale boots under his feet and flew directly to Shintu Yuanba's warship. "My name is Ning Qi. Greetings, Elder." Ning Qi bowed and said, "Yes, stand behind me." Shintayuanba looked at Ning Qi from head to toe and nodded with satisfaction. Yes. Subsequently, the 10 warships directly broke through the sky and left. The remaining group of people were dumbfounded as they watched the warships disappear into the sky. Their faces were either filled with despair, sadness, or anger. After flying for about half a day, Ning Qi finally saw a huge mountain range in front of him. This mountain range was probably as big as the entire Qintang Empire. At the top of the mountain range, there was a group of buildings that were distributed in various branches and finally gathered together. The building in the center was extremely majestic. Even though Ning Qi had already seen them, the warships still flew for a long time before they arrived at the Cloud Rising sect. The warships landed on a huge square. When everyone got off the warships turned into small boats and flew into the sleeves of the various elders. This is the Cloud Rising sect. Those who I call, follow me. The rest of you, wait where you are. Later, there will be a deacon elder in charge of your outer sect, disciples coming over to bring you. Chapter 282. Advancement Mission completed. After that, Wu Hu called out the names of a few people. They were all the most talented people in the group. Before leaving, Wu Hu looked at Ning Qi reluctantly. The other elders were like Wu Hu, calling out a few people to take them away. The remaining people stood there with blank faces. They knew that they would probably become ordinary outer sect disciples. In the Cloud Rising sect, outer sect disciples were also divided into a few levels. The most ordinary ones could only spend spirit crystals to learn martial skills and techniques from the elders. The better ones would be taken in as disciples by the lowest level elders, such as Emperor Do, and taught them some low-level martial skills. However, they could still keep a sum of spirit crystals. However, if one became the disciple of these elders, their future would be the same as them. They would become the lowest level elders. There were very few who could become inner sect disciples in the later stages. Then the better ones would be favored by the managing elders. Compared to other outer sect disciples, their chances of becoming inner sect disciples were more than 10 times higher, even though it was still very low. Other than these 3 levels, there was another level, which was to be chosen by the green-robed elder. Basically, 9 out of 10 could be promoted to inner sect disciples. However, there were very few of them. Duan Tianying left with Si Malin. Duan Lingmei, Duan Feifei, and Duan Yingjun left with Xiaobing. As for Situ Yi and Miao Liren, they were divided by the deacon elders. Situ Yi was taken away by Wu Hu, while Situ Ren and Situ Mingdang were taken away by another deacon elder. Everyone looked at the only deacon elder who had not left, Shintayuanba. They were secretly hoping that they would be chosen by him. Ning Qi, are you willing to be my disciple? Shintayuanba looked at Ning Qi. This disciple is willing. Ning Qi nodded. It didn't matter who he took as his master. He was only here to advance to the kingdom. Seeing that the gate of the Cloud Rising sect was not far from him, Ning Qi was looking forward to it. Shintayuanba let out a sigh of relief. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Follow me. He turned around and left. Ning Qi quickly followed. The others were disappointed and stood where they were, waiting for the elders to make arrangements for them. We're close. We're almost there. Ning Qi looked at the incomparably huge mountain gate, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Shintayuanba could feel the joy in his heart, and thought that Ning Qi was so happy because he had become an outer disciple, and was even taken in as a disciple by him. Who knew that Ning Qi was about to undergo a huge transformation? Finally, Ning Qi stepped through the door. The sound of the system notification rang out immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the advancement quest. Become an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Host, please choose to advance within 24 hours. Ding! In view of the host's special circumstances, the system has rewarded the host with a long-term quest. become the Lord of the Clouds. There is no time limit for completing the quest, and the reward is random. Would the host accept? While Ning-Chi was still immersed in the joy of completing the promotion quest, another notification popped up. Become the Lord of Cloud Rising? No time limit? Random rewards? Of course, he would accept it. He would be a fool if he didn't. Accept. Then Ning-Chi discovered that there was an additional small line of text on his attribute panel. It was the detailed information of his current mission. The missions he had accepted before did not appear on the attribute panel. From this, it could be seen that only long-term missions with no time limit would have this effect. Let's go. I'll bring you to register. Seeing Ning-Chi standing there in a daze, Shinta Yuanba thought that Ning-Chi was shocked by the incomparably imposing buildings of the Cloud Rising sect. Yes, master. Ning-Chi regained his senses. Hearing the word master, Shinta Yuanba felt extremely carefree. To be able to accept a disciple with Ning-Chi's talent was like hitting the jackpot. Shinta Yuanba knew that even if it was a true disciple, he had never heard of anyone at the peak of the Do Ling realm being able to fight against a peak Do Wang and even win. Even though he knew that this was probably related to the Do weapon in Ning-Chi's hands, wasn't a Do weapon also a type of strength? Shinta Yuanba already had a plan. He was prepared to first nurture Ning-Chi into an inner disciple. This way, he would be able to become a green-clothed elder easily. Shinta Yuanba brought Ning-Chi through many corridors. From time to time, other managing elders would warmly greet him before looking at Ning-Chi with curious eyes. Shinta Yuanba responded to them one by one. From this, Ning-Chi could tell that Shinta Yuanba's position amongst the managing elders was very high. Looking at Shinta Yuanba's back, a few of the managing elders exchanged a few strange words. The mission for this outer disciple selection meet should be led by Elder Shintu, right? Indeed. If that's the case, the peak Do Ling following behind him was found by him during this selection meet? That's strange. Why would he accept a peak Do Ling? He could easily pick an 8 or 9 star Do Wang. Perhaps Elder Shinta feels that the chi methods of those Do Wangs have already been fixed and are not easy to nurture. Moreover, each of those Do Wangs have their own background. In terms of loyalty, I'm afraid that they are not as strong as those from those small clans. This brat was able to last until the end with the cultivation of a peak Do Ling. He should not be weak. In addition, his clan is not strong. Thus, he was chosen by Elder Shintu. What you say makes sense. Haha. However, I'm afraid that Elder Shintu will have to wait 7 or 8 years to groom him into an inner disciple. That's true. After walking for around an hour, Ning-Chi and Shinta Yuanba arrived at an incomparably huge hall. Everyone was at least a Do Wang, and their age was about the same as Ning-Chi's. In such a huge hall, only Ning-Chi was a Do Ling. Therefore, everyone looked at him curiously the moment he arrived. Xiao Luo's eyes were filled with excitement. This is the mission hall. In the future, if you want to earn spirit crystals, you will have to come here to accept missions, Shinta Yuanba explained, after which he brought Ning-Chi in front of an old man dressed in green. This old man's eyes were half closed. It was unknown whether he was asleep or not. At this moment, Wu Hu and the rest were talking in front of him. Brother Ning, you are here too. Duan Ningjun waved at Ning-Chi excitedly. Don't be noisy, Xia Bing bellowed. Duan Ningjun was so scared that he shrunk his head. A dry smile appeared on his face. Ning-Chi smiled at him and nodded his head. Come, everyone is here. Be more aware and drip your blood on this. The old man dressed in green slowly opened his eyes and threw out a pile of jade tablets. Ning-Chi was able to sense a kind of bottomless aura from his body. It was just like a bottomless pit. Seeing the respectful expression on Shinta Yuanba's face, Ning-Chi knew that this person was definitely the so-called green-clothed elder, an existence of the Do Zun class. This blood is your life tablet. If you die in the future, the life tablet will shatter. Only the top sects and above have the method to refine life tablets. Shinta Yuanba saw a trace of doubt in Ning Chi's eyes and explained. Oh, I see. Ning Chi nodded his head and dripped a drop of blood on the life tablet. The life tablet instantly absorbed the drop of blood, after which a red light flashed and it returned to its original state. The old man, dressed in green, kept the life tablet and waved his hand. Go, go! Don't disturb my sleep. Then we will take our leave, Elder Ding. Chapter 283. Redbud Dragon Race. After leaving the mission hall, Duan Ingjun told Ning Chi to walk around the outer sect of the Cloud Rising sect to familiarize himself with the place. After Ning Chi agreed, he was taken away by Xia Bing. Duan Tianying and the rest looked deeply at Ning Chi before leaving with their master. The Cloud Rising sect had a total of 4 forbidden areas: the outer sect, the inner sect, the central sect, and the 4 great forbidden areas. They could only move around in the outer sect, and the deacon elders could only move around in the inner sect. As for the central area, only the green-robed elders could enter. The deacon elders had to receive orders before they could enter. As for the 4 great forbidden areas, only the lampholder elder and the Cloud Rising sect leader had the right to enter. However, because it was abnormally dangerous inside, it was closed all year round if there was nothing important. It would only be opened when the direct disciples needed to train. Ning Chi originally thought that everyone would be separated from each other. He didn't expect that when Shinta Yuanba brought him back to his own courtyard, he realized that there were at least 500 to 600 of them. This meant that there were at least 500 to 600 deacon elders in the Cloud Rising sect. Elder Xiaobing lived next to Shinta Yuanba. Master, how many deacon elders are there in the Cloud Rising sect? Ning Chi asked curiously. Today, I will give you a simple explanation of the outer and inner sect. As for the central and forbidden areas, even I know very little about them. When you are qualified enough in the future, you can go and find out for yourself. Shinta Yuanba pointed to a stone bench in the courtyard, indicating for Ning Chi to sit down. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Shinta Yuanba from the Azure Dragon Empire. I can see that you are from the White Tiger Empire, so we actually have some history. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the outer sect. There are a total of 18 mountain ranges, 108 dangerous areas, and thousands of buildings, including the Mission Hall, Technique Hall, Treasure Pavilion, Elixir Pavilion, Alchemy Room, Weapon Workshop, etc. You won't go to the other places often, but the Mission Hall will be one of them. After a pause, Shinta Yuanba continued. In the Mission Hall, there is a green-robed elder in charge. He is the Elder Ding you just met. Don't provoke him for no reason. He is only responsible for the blood tablet of the new disciples. If you want to accept a mission, you have to accept it from the elder on duty in the Mission Hall. The elder of the Mission Hall, Jieshouwu, is the strongest among the deacon elders. I heard that he will be promoted to green-robed elder next year. At this point, Ning Chi clearly saw a flash of envy in Shinta Yuanba's eyes. Other than that, the Cloud Rising sect has a total of 600 deacon elders. Only 200 of them are in the sect, and the rest are in the various branches of the Cloud Rising sect. They are in charge of all kinds of resources, such as mines, businesses, and markets. Because we have to hand over 30% of our income to the strongest dragon clan, the Redbud Dragon Clan. Every year, our Cloud Rising sect can only desperately open businesses and markets to maintain the outer sect's turnover. The Cloud Rising sect still has to hand over income to the Dragon Clan. It seems that the higher we go, the more pressure we have to endure from the Dragon Clan. For example, the Qin Tang Empire only had to pay tribute to the 100 Herb sect. He had never seen them pay tribute to the Dragon Clan. However, the 100 Herb sect might also have to pay tribute to the higher-ups. This way, it would eventually fall into the Dragon Clan's pocket. Exploitation, hee hee. Luckily, I exist in this world. The Dragon Clan exploits them, and I exploit the dragon clan. Ning Qi was secretly pleased. You must be curious. There are more than 600 deacon elders, but you only have 1,000 outer sect disciples. Shintu Yuanba smiled faintly. Master, you are right. This disciple has the same question. Ning Qi nodded. Everything is because of resources. Without enough resources, there is no way to support a large number of disciples. 70 to 80% of the Cloud Rising sect's resources are used on the inner sect disciples and true disciples. Some of the resources that are left behind fall on you and us. What should we do if we don't have enough resources? Snatch. With enough strength and enough resources, you will have a chance to become an inner sect disciple and become the true target of the Cloud Rising sect. However, other than you, the Cloud Rising sect also has a group of servant disciples. There are about 10,000 of them who do the work of servants. They're both men and women. Because I like peace, I don't have any here. If you need servants, you can find some and provide them with some spirit crystals every month. Shintu Yuanba continued. It seems that the Cloud Rising sect is not as grand as it looks on the outside. We still have to snatch resources. However, it is much better than snatching without an organization. Moreover, the resources we snatch can be exchanged for elixirs, cultivation methods, martial techniques, and fighting weapons. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. As for the servant disciples that Shintu Yuanba mentioned, he was not interested. Perhaps he would take on a mission today and take the opportunity to go back to the Qin Tang Empire. After all, the system only gave him 24 hours. If he did not level up within the time limit, it would be equivalent to giving up. However, if he were to level up a few times in the Cloud Rising sect, it would be too high profile. It would be detrimental to Ning Qi's strategy of keeping a low profile. He could only find an excuse to leave and come back every 1 or 2 years. Although your current cultivation base is a little low, your battle power is extremely strong. I can rest assured about this and let you walk in the outer sect. Otherwise, if there is no deacon elder to look after you, the outer sect is very deep. At any moment, there will be people who will stab you in the back for resources. You have to pay more attention to Hua Shiri and Hua Wushang. Shintu Yuanba was overbearing. Thank you for your teachings, Master. I will bear it in mind. Feeling that Shintu Yuanba was sincerely teaching him, Ning Qi was a little touched. All right, the Qi method and martial technique that you practice are not weak. I am unable to teach you these things, but I can teach you a couple more martial techniques to use to protect your life. If you have any questions regarding your training, you can ask me anytime. Being a 6-star dozome, I should be able to answer. We will stop here today. Someone has come to look for you. Shintu Yuanba smiled and turned to leave. As expected, there was a knock on the door. Ning Qi opened the door and saw Duan Yingjun standing at the door, excitedly. Brother Ning, we have really become Cloud Rising sect's outer sect disciples. That's great. Do you know that those ordinary outer sect disciples are not accepted as disciples by the deacon elders? If they want to ask questions about cultivation, they have to spend spirit crystals to post a mission in the mission hall. Haha, we are so lucky. Brother Duan, you really can't rest for a moment. Ning Qi smiled bitterly. You can call me Yingjun. Don't call me Brother Duan. It sounds weird. I will call you by your name. Anyway, we will be brothers in the future. Duan Yingjun smiled. Yingjun? Forget it. I will call you Fatty. I really can't bring myself to call you Yingjun. Fatty, why are you not listening to your master's teachings and came to find me? Chapter 284. Pick a quarrel. Actually, it's nothing much. Didn't Master say that he wouldn't be free these few days and let us have our own free time? That's why I came to look for you. Duan Yingjun smiled. Then let's go. We'll make a trip to the quest hall. Ning Qi laughed. What? You're going to accept a quest so soon? Duan Yingjun was startled. Didn't your master say that the competition for resources among the outer sect disciples is very fierce? Right now, Our batch of outer sect disciples that have just arrived is close to 200 people, right? The earlier I take on a lucrative mission, the better my starting point will be. Ning Qi said. Yes, yes, yes. You are very thoughtful. Duan Yingjun quickly nodded. At this moment, Ning Qi saw Duan Lingmei and Duan Feifei walking out. Duan Feifei greeted Ning Qi and Duan Lingmei before she was pulled in another direction by Duan Lingmei. Duan Fanning had been waiting there for a long time. Stop looking. He's already gone. Ning Qi mocked. What am I looking at? What nonsense are you spouting? Duan Yingjun said guiltily. After that, the two of them strolled around the place. Other than being surrounded by mountains, this place could be considered a small city with all sorts of shops. There were people selling fighting weapons, and there were also people selling medicinal pills. Of course, the grade of the pills was not very high. Ning Qi found that the price of medicinal pills here was also several times more expensive than that in the Qintang Empire. It could be seen that the competition for resources here had reached an extremely terrible level. At this moment, a group of people walked over from the opposite side. They looked very unfamiliar, and their cultivations were all at least 5-star dowangs. They should be the outer disciples of the older generation. They brushed past Ning Qi and the other man. Suddenly, one of them turned around and grabbed Ning Qi's arm, saying coldly, "Hey, are you blind? How dare you step on my foot?" Stepped on your foot? Ning Qi frowned. He was very sure that he didn't step on anyone's foot, so the other party must be deliberately looking for trouble. Yes. Are you one of the newly promoted outer sect disciples? TSK, Hiske, a peak do ling is really rare. How about this? Compensate me 20 lower spiritual crystals, and I will treat it as if I was stepped on by a dog and not pursue your responsibility. The other party sneered. 20 lower spiritual crystals were equivalent to 2 yellow-level spirit cultivation elixirs. Ning Qi sneered and shook his arm off. He then said slowly, "If you want spiritual crystals, you have to call me Father. Otherwise, I'm not obliged to give you spiritual crystals. If you call me nice, I'll give you 10 more. 30 lower spiritual crystals. How about that?" Ha ha ha, this newcomer is interesting. He is merely a peak do ling, yet he actually dares to mock a 5-star dowang. Ha, it's not like you guys don't know. Every time a newcomer comes, they think that they are a genius and are extremely arrogant. Weren't you and I the same back then? Only when we truly understand how dangerous the outer sect is would we be able to be careful. If this brat doesn't satisfy Lei Yong today, he will at least break one of his legs. The people around looked at Ning Qi with schadenfreude. What happened over there? Let's go and take a look. Duan Tianying and the other two walked over. There were more and more people surrounding them. There were many familiar faces among them. They were all new outer sect disciples. After Situ Yi and the other brothers gathered, they found a restaurant to eat and drink in. Since they were all top-notch among the outer sect disciples, no one dared to provoke them. At this moment, they noticed Ning Qi through the window. "Hey, don't be unreasonable. So what if Ning Qi stepped on your foot? At most, I'll let you step back. If 1 foot isn't enough, then 2. Duan Yingjun said to Lei Yong. "Fat pig, get lost. This has nothing to do with you." Lei Yong sneered. After that, the group of dowangs behind him took a step forward and released their aura towards Duan Yingjun. Duan Yingjun suddenly felt breathless. "Damn it, you dare to call me fat pig. You're asking for it." Duan Yingjun was furious. Ha ha ha, a 1-star dowang dares to be so arrogant. Originally, I only wanted him to pay up. Now you can join in as well. Just now you scolded me a few times. How about it? A fair price, right? Lei Yong looked at Duan Yingjun and sneered. "Is your cultivation very high?" Ning Qi laughed softly. "What? My cultivation is only average among the outer sect disciples. Are you, a peak doling, going to mock me? Quickly hand over the spiritual crystals. I don't have time to waste with you." Lei Yong sneered. If my cultivation is higher than yours, will you give me the spiritual crystals? Ning Qi continued to laugh. Ha ha ha. Did you hear him say that his cultivation is higher than mine? Why did the outer sect disciple selection meet except a madman? Lei Yong laughed while holding his stomach. At the same time, all the new disciples who knew about Ning Qi looked at Lei Yong with a good luck expression. They were afraid that Lei Yong would be the next Hua Wushang. Answer me. If my cultivation is higher than yours, will you give me the spiritual crystals? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Lei Yong stopped laughing, and a cold expression appeared on his face. He looked at Ning Qi and said, Your cultivation is higher than mine? Fine. If you break through to the Qingdou realm, I will kneel before you. What do you think? If you can't, you can King hand over the spiritual crystals. However, since you have wasted too much of my time, I want double. A total of 60 lower spiritual crystals. He paused and looked at Duan Yingjun, and you, fat pig. 60 lower spiritual crystals too. If you are one less, I will break your legs today. Then open your eyes wide and watch. Ning Qi laughed wildly and said in his heart, System, activate the advancement. Then he took a step forward. An explosive silver Do Qi instantly erupted from Ning Qi's body. His aura increased by more than 10 times, and his hair moved without any wind. His body emitted a faint silver light. Ning Qi bathed in the silver light, and his whole body seemed to be floating. It was as if he was an immortal who was about to fly with the wind. King Do? Did he really break through? And it's a silver Do Qi. Everyone was dumbfounded. Duan Tuning said in disbelief, How is this possible? How could he break through at this time? Shouldn't he be looking for a place to train in seclusion? Duan Lingmei and Duan Feifei were also surprised. They looked at Ning Qi in confusion. He broke through? Lei Yong's face turned green. He was about to find an excuse when he saw Ning Qi take another step toward him. The second step. With this step, Ning Qi's aura increased again. He broke through again. 2-star King Do Qi. Am I blind? Or am I dreaming? This time, even Situ Yi and the others in the restaurant stood up. Chapter 285. 6-star Doang. No, it's not over yet. Situ Mingdang looked at Ning Qi with a serious expression. As expected, Ning Qi took his third step, and his aura rose again. 3-star Doang. Duan Yingjun looked at Ning Qi with his mouth agape. Even he had not expected this. In the corner, Hua Wushang, Li Dongshui, and the others stood together and looked at the scene coldly. Li Dongshui whispered, Divine Son, could he have hidden his cultivation? It's possible. Hua Wushang nodded slightly. For some reason, he felt better. Maybe it was easier to accept losing to a Doang. Senior, he's so strong. He broke through consecutively. The girls who had mocked Ning Qi at the city gate said to the oldest lady in purple, I'm afraid this has something to do with his Qi method. Good preparation. The lady in purple said with a serious expression. If that's the case, it can explain why he has such a strong fighting ability. A peak Doling is just a cover. The girls nodded. So this is where his confidence comes from. The Miaoli people looked at Ning Qi with a cold smile. At the same time, a few elder deacon happened to pass by. They stopped and looked at Ning Qi curiously. This boy is breaking through? Oh, that should be the case. He looks a little unfamiliar. I think he is a new disciple that Elder Shinto and the others brought back this time around. Every year, the new disciples have to fight with the older disciples. Only then will they understand what it means by there is always someone better out there. Even if he is a 3-star Doang, he is no match for Lei Yong. That's true. If Lei Yong goes to some remote areas, he can fight 2 or 3 levels above him. The elder deacon did not think Ning Qi would win. At this moment, Ning Qi took another step forward. His aura rose again. Another level. A 4-star doang. The faces of the older disciples were filled with shock. A 4-star doang was neither high nor low, but because he had surpassed 3 stars, he could be considered to have crossed a small threshold and become an average existence among the outer disciples. Most of the outer disciples were only 1 or 2 stars. How is this possible? Lei Yong stared at Ning Qi with a steely expression. He knew that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. Fortunately, he's just a 4-star cultivator. Even if he's a 5-star cultivator, I don't have to be afraid of him. At most, I won't have to pay the spiritual crystals. He thought to himself. Is it over? It's impossible to level up again, right? I've already leveled up 4 times in a row. There's no way I can level up any further. Just as everyone was secretly guessing, they saw Ning Qi take another step forward. The silver do qi on his body surged once again. That aura even formed a whirlwind that whistled around Ning Qi, causing everyone to involuntarily take a step back. 5-star doang? What kind of background does this freak have? Who knows? You senior disciples don't put the new disciples in your eyes, and now you're afraid? Too late. Let me tell you, he is Elder Shintu's disciple. The person who spoke was none other than one of the 2 brothers of the Heaven Sword Marquis Mansion, Shimin He. Elder Shintu's disciple. No wonder. A flash of understanding flashed in the eyes of the senior disciples who heard this. Subsequently, their gazes toward Ning Qi were no longer gloating, but rather fearful. Instead, their gazes toward Lei Yong were filled with amusement. Senior, let's go first. A 4-star doang beside Lei Yong stepped forward and whispered. Why are you leaving? If you're afraid, then scram. Lei Yong turned around and roared angrily. The doang was so frightened that he shrunk his neck. His face turned red, and he did not speak any more. Damn it, asking me to scram in front of so many people. I've gone on a few missions with you after all. If you embarrass yourself today, I won't care about you. The 4-star doang thought hatefully. To reach the first level of the doang requires 1,200,000 experience points. That's too scary. Luckily, I have enough experience points. I can still go up to the last level. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled into an evil smile as he looked at Lei Yong and took another step forward. 6-star doang. The soaring aura caused everyone to be unable to open their eyes. The silver light flashed as if a god of war had descended. 6-star doang. Situ Yi and the others muttered to themselves. I've never seen anyone advance to the 6th level in one go. Is this some kind of special cultivation method? Situ Ren said in a daze. I know of a few such cultivation methods, but all of them are above the heavenly level. If he is practicing such a cultivation method, I'm afraid his origin is not simple. Situ Mingdang said in a deep voice. In the future, when the Situ clan sees him in the outer sect, we must not offend him. Do you understand? Situ Yi suddenly turned his head and said. This time, the Situ clan had a total of 7 people who had successfully advanced. Big brother Situ, we know. After seeing Ning Qi's abnormal strength, who would dare to offend him? The few managing elders were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and saw the shock and doubt in each other's eyes. I think he's still hiding his cultivation. What about you guys? I agree. But if he can really hide his cultivation to the point where even we can't see through it, this technique is definitely worth a lot of spiritual crystals. We'll know when we ask him later. Okay. Ning Qi looked at Lei Yong indifferently and said with a smile, Now, I'm a 6-star doang, and you're a 5-star doang. My cultivation is higher than yours. You just said that if I become a doang, you'll call me daddy. You can do it now. Haha, that's right. I almost forgot about this. Let's see how Lei Yong will deal with it. Will he really call me daddy? Can he still hold his head high in the outer sect if he does that? Don't worry, he won't. If he does, he'll be a disgrace to us old disciples. Let's see if he dares to do that. At most, he'll just apologize. Everyone looked at Lei Yong with a gloating expression. Lei Yong's face turned pale as he suddenly became the weaker party. He said without much confidence, "I was just joking. Since it's a misunderstanding, I won't hold it against you for stepping on my foot. I'll take my leave now." After saying that, he cupped his hands together and prepared to leave. "Nonsense. You want to leave just like that? Do you think I don't exist? Do you want me to make a breakthrough as well?" Duan Ingjun shouted majestically. He also made a breakthrough? Did he make a breakthrough as well? The way everyone looked at Duan Ingjun instantly changed. Duan Ingjun enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He pointed at Lei Yong and said, "Kneel down and call me daddy. Otherwise, I'll break one of your legs. You have to keep your word. Everyone heard it just now. Don't tell me the old disciples like to go back on their words. This is a disgrace to the outer sect disciples. If the servant disciples know about this, I wonder if they'll laugh behind our backs. Hurry up and call me daddy. What are you waiting for?" Duan Ingjun laughed coldly. "You want me to call you daddy? In your dreams." Chapter 286. Stepping on your feet, the outer court disciples that were originally surrounding the area made way for a tall woman in green clothes to walk in. When Lei Yong saw her, he hurriedly went forward and said, "Eldest senior sister, this newcomer is humiliating us senior disciples. Are you new?" The lady in green was half a head taller than Ning Chi. Thus, when she looked at Ning Chi, her gaze carried a hint of condescension. In addition, she was a peak Do Wang, while Ning Chi was only a 6-star Do Wang. "Hey, senior brother, who is this first senior sister?" Duan Tianning asked a person beside him. That person smiled and revealed a trace of worship on his face. Tai Bing Shiji is a legendary person. You might not believe it, but 5 years ago, during the outer disciple selection meeting, she was chosen to enter the sect with the qualifications of a 1-star Doang. In the beginning, not a single deacon elder was willing to accept her as a disciple. Thus, Tai Bing Shiji was reduced to the most ordinary outer disciple, only slightly better than a servant disciple. However, because of this, she relied on unceasingly accepting tasks to exchange for spirit crystals, purchasing medicinal pills, chi methods, martial techniques, and hiring others to guide her in training. In 5 years, she advanced from a 1-star Do Wang to the peak of the Do Wang class. She is the existence who has the highest chance of advancing to the inner sect among all the outer sect disciples. From a 1-star Do Wang to a peak Do Wang in 5 years, Duan Tianning was stunned. He was somewhat shocked in his heart. This kind of talent was extremely rare even in the divine Dragon Marquis Mansion. Yet, she was still an outer sect disciple in the Cloud Rising sect. All of this was probably because the competition was too intense. However, on the other hand, it also displayed the charm of the Cloud Rising sect. A 1-star Do Wang without any background relied on herself to grow to a peak Do Wang. This was many times better than the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion's distribution based on need and background. "Yes, I'm new. What's the matter, senior?" Ning Chi smiled. Tai Bing coldly looked at Ning Chi. "You want to humiliate us old disciples? Apologize to him and we'll forget about this." "Apologize? What a joke." Ning Chi sneered. "He used his cultivation to humiliate me. I gave him a taste of his own medicine. What's wrong with that?" "Humiliated you with his cultivation. If I'm not wrong, you are a 6-star Doang and he is a 5-star Doang." Tai Bing sneered. "You didn't see the whole picture before stepping forward. Are all the outer disciples of the Cloud Rising sect like you?" Ning Chi smiled faintly. Even a deaf person could hear the sarcasm in his words. Immediately, all the senior disciples present were enraged. Because Tai Bing was also present, they were extremely confident, so they loudly berated Ning Chi. "Arrogant! You even dare to humiliate senior sister Tai Bing. Kneel down and apologize. What are you doing? Are you bullying me with numbers?" Duan Ingjun pointed at the other party and cursed. "Eldest senior sister, Teach these two a lesson. They are too arrogant. They don't know what a new disciple should do." Lei Yong cried out loudly. A secret joy flashed across his eyes. The gaze that he used to look at Ning Qi was filled with ridicule. So what if Ning Qi was a 6-star Dowang? He was still helpless against a peak Dowang. Hee, young lady, you only know one part of this matter and not the other. Why don't I tell you about it? A group of people walked in and stood beside Ning Qi. The leader smiled at Tai Bing. The new outer sect disciples all recognized him. It's Senior Situ Yi. We have a peak Dowang among the new disciples. Since Senior Situ Yi is here, this matter will be easily resolved. Actually, so what if the other party is a peak Dowang? It's not like Senior Ning Qi has never defeated a peak Dowang before. Didn't Hua Wushang lose to him? Shil, lower your voice. It's not like you don't know Hua Wushang's background. Deacon Elder Hua Shiri is his uncle. It's better not to mention this matter. If he hears it, he will definitely take revenge. Oh, thank you for the reminder. In the corner, Hua Wushang's expression was extremely ugly. Li Dong Shui said in a low voice, "Do you want me to kill this guy?" Not for now. He has just become an outer disciple, and there are many people watching him. Let's talk about it later. Hua Wushang said coldly. Tai Bing looked at Situ Yi and frowned. I only know one part. Situ Yi smiled and nodded. Yes. Then tell me, what is the second part? Tai Bing said lightly. Big senior sister, don't believe what they say. These guys are all new disciples. They are all in cahoots. Lei Yong was startled and quickly said, he did not expect that a peak Dowang among the new disciples would stand up for Ning Qi. Situ Yi told her the whole story. Tai Bing's face became colder and colder. Finally, she glanced at Lei Yong coldly and turned to leave. From Lei Yong's expression, she could see that what Situ Yi said was most likely true. After Tai Bing left, all the outer disciples stopped talking. This was because among the older disciples present, the highest cultivation was only a 6-star Dowang. Lei Yong absent-mindedly watched Tai Bing's back disappear from his sight. Suddenly, he saw Ning Qi looking at him with a faint smile. He immediately said, I am willing to compensate you with 30 lower spiritual crystals. How about we let this matter go? 30 lower spiritual crystals? I'm too cheap to be a father. You'd better accept your loss and call me father. Otherwise, you'll have to scam others to earn back the 30 lower spiritual crystals. Ning Qi smiled. One should forgive and forget whenever possible. Don't you understand this? Otherwise, when my brother returns from his task, even a peak Dowang cannot protect you. Lei Yong said and glanced at Situ Yi. In his opinion, Situ Yi was the main reason why Ning Qi was so confident. Threaten me? I hate it when people threaten me. Even if you call me father, I will still beat you up. Ning Qi sneered. Then he appeared in front of Lei Yong. How dare you? Lei Yong was shocked and angry. The next moment he was sent flying by Ning Qi's 18 dragon, subduing palms. His followers stood aside and did not seem to have any intention of helping. What are you waiting for? Let's go together and take him down. Lei Yong held his chest and said angrily, Together? You may be stupid, but we are not. They looked at Situ Yi and then looked away. They did not want to look at Lei Yong. Seeing this, Lei Yong spat out a mouthful of blood. Crack! Ah! Lei Yong let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ning Qi stood beside him and stepped on his instep. Everyone was horrified to see that Lei Yong's instep had been flattened and was now parallel to the ground. Needless to say, the bones inside had probably been crushed. It would take at least 3 to 4 months for him to recover. Didn't you say that I stepped on your foot? Ah, sorry, I really stepped on it. Do you have a problem with that? Ning Qi said as he looked at Lei Yong's other foot. Chapter 287. Flower Creek Day's Privilege. It's good that you have no objections. Ning Qi smiled lightly. He then walked to Situ-E and smiled. Brother Situ, thank you for speaking up for justice just now. Not at all. We are all new disciples and should be of one mind. Situ-E smiled. That's right. But if Big Brother does not take action, Brother Ning will not be afraid of that senior. Situ-Rin smiled. This sentence made the three elder deacon, who had been paying attention to this matter, curious. One of them saw an unfamiliar disciple nearby and immediately grabbed him and asked, What is that kid's background? Why is he not afraid of Tai Bing? Ah, you are. Shimin, he looked at the three of them in fear. He felt a familiar aura from them. Elder Deacon. He immediately reacted and replied respectfully, I don't know where he came from, but he defeated the divine child of the 5 Poisons divine sect in the selection. Hua Yiyu's son and Hua Shiri's nephew? The elder deacon was stunned. Another person said, He was still at the peak of Do Ling then. Yes. Shimin, he replied respectfully. He was looking forward to whether an elder would accept him as a disciple because he and his brother Shimin Jing had fallen to the most ordinary outer sect disciple. All right, I understand. You can leave. The elder deacon waved his hand and said, Shimin, he returned to Shimin Jing's side with a disappointed face. Looks like this guy's talent is extraordinary. Ha ha ha. I want to accept him as a disciple. Stop dreaming. Have you forgotten who is leading the mission this time? Shinto Yuanba. That old fellow has never accepted a disciple before. How could he let go of such a good jade? Oh, that's true. What a pity. Good boy, I did not misjudge him. Wu, who stood on the roof and praised. Beside him stood Xiaobing, Si Malin, Shinto Yuanba, and the other elder deacon. Other than Hua Shiri and 1 or 2 elders, the rest were all present. He broke through from the peak of Doling to a 6-star Dowang in one go. This kind of accumulation is too terrifying. What kind of qi method is he practicing? Xiaobing was shocked. Si Malin's face was gloomy. If he had known that Ning Qi had accumulated so much, he would not have given such a genius away just for 100 middle spiritual crystals. At least 150 yuan. Si Malin sighed in his heart. Elder Shinto, congratulations. Wu, who cupped his hands in jealousy. The others also congratulated him. Shinto Yuanba smiled and looked at Ning Qi with a complacent expression. After exchanging a few words with Situ-E and the others, Ning Qi followed Duan Ainjun to the mission hall. They seemed to be heading towards the mission hall. Situ, Mingdeng frowned. You're going to accept a mission so soon? Situ-Ren was surprised. Master just said that the competition in the outer sect is very fierce. I was going to tell you all tomorrow to accept missions together, but it seems that tomorrow is too late. Let's do it today, Situ Mingdeng said. And after saying that, Situ-E and the others followed closely behind Ning Qi. At this time, many new disciples who were paying attention to them also understood and quickly followed. Mission Hall. There were a total of hundreds of counters. Every counter was equipped with an ordinary elder. These elders' cultivation were between a 1-star Do Huang to the peak of the Do Huang stage. As for those who had entered the 9th life and death gate, they would not waste time here to earn spiritual crystals. Instead, they would look for opportunities to break through to the Do Zong stage. Only then would they be able to advance to the next level and become a deacon elder. Beside these ordinary elders, there were some disciples below the Do Wang stage who were busy working as assistants. These disciples must be the servant disciples that Shinto Yuanba mentioned. Wow, there are so many missions. Seeing that there were hundreds of missions for people to choose from at a counter, Duaning Jun could not help but sigh. Master said that the resources are too little. Isn't that a lie? Any random mission can be exchanged for dozens of lower spiritual crystals. Ning Qi carefully looked at the description of the missions, and a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. He laughed softly and said, Although there are hundreds of missions, but look, there are more than 80 of them. Can you do it? For example, There is one that can be exchanged for 50 lower spiritual crystals by killing a rank 6 fire attribute monster. A rank 6 fire attribute monster would require at least dozens of people to work together, right? How many spiritual crystals would each person get after this distribution? As for those simple missions that can be completed by a single person, they would only be rewarded with 3 or 4 lower spiritual crystals. The more Duan Ingjun heard, the uglier his face became. Then he did not know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "There are only 2 of us. What kind of missions can we take? Should we find a team to join?" "There is no need for a team. Let's take some simple missions first. The mission location is in the nearby mountains to practice." Ningqi laughed. Then he brought Duan Ingjun to one of the counters and pointed at a mission. "Elder, we want to take this mission. Kill a rank 5 monster, poison fongbat. The mission reward is 5 lower spiritual crystals. You can take the mission after you pay a deposit of 1 lower spiritual crystal." The elder glanced at the 2 of them and realized that one of them was a 6-star Dowang and the other was a 1-star Dowang. "There is a deposit?" Duan Ingjun was stunned. "What else?" "If you complete the mission, the deposit can be refunded. However, if you fail, the deposit will be confiscated. This is to prevent some people from taking advantage of the situation. Remember, the mission has a time limit. This time limit is 1 month. If you fail, I will automatically issue another mission." The elder sneered and looked at Duan Ingjun with disdain. Other than an extremely small portion of these outer sect disciples who could become inner sect disciples, most of them would either die in the hands of demonic beasts, the dragon race, or their own people. Only a small portion of them would have the opportunity to break through to the Do Huang class in their middle ages and become ordinary elders like them. "Okay, we will take it." Ningqi nodded and was about to take out the spiritual crystals to hand over. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. "The 2 of you come here." "Greetings, Elder Hua Shiri." The ordinary elder hurriedly bowed. Hua Shiri nodded, slightly as a greeting. Then he looked at Ningqi and Duan Ingjun. "I have a mission for you to do now. Wait here. When I recruit enough people, I will tell you the details of the mission." "What? We can do that. Can't we not do it?" Duan Ingjun said warily. "I am a deacon elder. Every year, I have a special opportunity to ask outer sect disciples to help me do a mission. I have not used my privilege this year, so you must do it." Chapter 288. Dansha Mountain Range must do it? Ningqi frowned slightly. He had an impression that Hua Wushang had boarded his battleship previously. Furthermore, the elders had called him Hua Shiri. Needless to say, he was Hua Wushang's backer in Cloud Rising Sect. Hua Wushang glanced coldly at Ningqi and Duan Ingjun. Then he found a few others, including Ningqi and Duan Ingjun. There were a total of 10 people. These people's cultivation ranged from 1 star to 5 stars. Half of them were male, and half were male, and half were male, and half were female. After being stopped by Hua Wushang, their faces did not look too good. Hua Wushang said coldly, "Listen up. The mission this time is in the Dansha mountain range in the vast forest. There is a 6th grade demon dragon there. Kill it and bring back its essence blood. The mission reward is 300 inferior spiritual crystals." "What? Rank 6 demon dragon? Elder Hua, we are all Wangs. How can we defeat a rank 6 demon dragon?" Duan Ingjun immediately shouted when he heard this. The other people's faces were pale. They did not know why they were suddenly called in. Even if Hua Shiri wanted to exercise his authority, he should not have asked rookies like them. Getting 10 Dowangs to kill a rank 6 demon dragon was akin to throwing their lives away. As outer sect, disciples of Cloud Rising Sect, you are afraid of a mere rank 6 demon dragon? What a joke. Remember, the time limit for this mission is 1 month. If you fail, give me the 300 inferior spiritual crystals yourselves. Hua, Shiri laughed coldly and turned to leave. Unreasonable. If the mission fails, we have to pay 300 inferior spiritual crystals. If we succeed, we will only be rewarded 300. Duan Yingjun was furious. One of us must have offended Elder Hua, Shiri. You two are new outer sect disciples, right? Tell me, is it because of you? A young man looked angrily at Ning Qi and Duan Yingjun. What do you mean? I can say that you offended Elder Hua. Don't slander me, Duan Yingjun immediately retorted. Although he was sure that the other party was in cahoots with Hua Wushang and had issued this mission to take revenge on Ning Qi smiled faintly. Everyone, I'm afraid you have all been implicated by me. Ning Qi, you. Duan Yingjun looked at Ning Qi in surprise. In his opinion, there was no need for Ning Qi to expose himself. As expected, Sai, of all the people you could have offended, you had to offend Elder Hua. He is from the Five Poisons divine sect and has many tricks up his sleeves. Now, we can only accept our bad luck with 300 lower spiritual crystals. However, next year, you will still have your privileges exercised by him. Take care. The young man sighed. I really didn't check the almanac when I went out today. I'm so King unlucky. I originally accepted the mission to kill the fire robbers in the forest. After completing this mission, I don't even have 30 lower spiritual crystals. A woman said in distress. You don't have to worry. The two of us can take care of this. Just pretend that you never accepted the mission. Ning Qi laughed. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Then, a look of joy appeared on their faces. The young man looked at Ning Qi suspiciously and said, Is what you said true? If you can't complete the task, you'll pay 300 lower spiritual crystals yourself. Of course it's true. Ning Qi is a dignified alchemist. Even the Dan King Hall wants to recruit him. I'm not afraid that he won't be able to pay 300 lower spiritual crystals. Let me tell you, Flower Creek Ri has miscalculated this time. Duan Yingjun laughed proudly. So you are an alchemist. Sorry for not recognizing you. I am Wang Tian. The young man's face was filled with respect. He wanted to make friends with Ning Qi. The competition for resources in the Rising Cloud sect was intense. Among the outer sect disciples, there were many alchemists. They usually had the least amount of resources and were even supported by others. Therefore, when they heard that Ning Qi was an alchemist, two words immediately appeared in their minds. Not lacking in money. I am Ning Qi. His name is Duan Yingjun. We have just been promoted to outer sect disciples. Seniors, please take care of us in the future. Ning Qi smiled. Sure. I don't think that Junior Brother Ning and Junior Brother Duan should pay for this mission alone. I'll pay 30 lower spiritual crystals. Wang Tian laughed. Ning Qi gave him a deep look. His lips curled into a smile as he said, There's no need. Every debt has a debtor. This happened because of me, so I will naturally take responsibility for it. Senior brothers and sisters, I presume you all have your own tasks, so we won't disturb you any further. Hearing Ning Qi say this, Wang Tian's eyes flashed with disappointment. He had wanted to use 30 lower spiritual crystals to get closer to Ning Qi. After they left, Duan Yingjun said, Are you really going to give that old man 300 lower spiritual crystals for nothing? That's disgusting. Of course not. Let's go and find that demon dragon. Ning Qi smiled and walked towards the door. Duan Yingjun was slightly stunned and hurriedly followed. However, he was still not confident. Ning Qi, although you are very strong and have the purple lightning bird, that old guy definitely knows about this. He still arranged for us to find trouble with that demonic dragon, which means that the demonic dragon is at least a rank 7 existence. We really have to fall into his trap. If you trust me, follow me. Ning Qi did not explain and said plainly, Of course I trust you. Let's go. We'll die with our eggs in the sky. Duan Yingjun gritted his teeth and said, Dansha mountain range. The two of them sat on Little Purple and reached their destination in just a day. Where is that demon dragon? That old man did not give us any hints. Duan Ingjun looked around but could not find any trace of the demon dragon. Don't worry. Ning Chi faintly smiled and released Little Gold. As soon as Little Gold appeared, it first called out to Ning Chi in a fawning manner, and only after receiving a top-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pill as a reward did it happily point to a location. Aya, a rank 6 dragon-seeking mouse. Duan Ingjun looked at Little Gold in shock. There were many dragon-seeking mice in the Jojo Empire. However, almost no one would raise them because their fighting ability was slightly lacking. It was expensive to raise them from young to adulthood. The only useful thing about them was that they were especially sensitive to the aura of the dragon tribe. But what was the use of that? Who would be so bored as to cause trouble for the dragon clan? Unless there was something special. Little Gold glanced at Duan Ingjun and curled its lips in disdain. It jumped onto Ning Chi's shoulder and played by itself. Ning Chi, I really envy you for raising 2 beasts. This dragon-seeking mouse is almost an adult. TSK. Duan Ingjun's face was full of envy. With a little calculation, he knew how many spiritual cultivation pills it would cost to raise 2 such beasts. The number was beyond his imagination. Ning Chi smiled. When you finish this task, you will have 150 crystals. You can raise a 5th-rank demonic beast. Then he directed Little Purple to fly in the direction that Little Gold pointed. A rank 5 demon beast is useless. Chapter 289. Instant kill Magma Dragon after flying for a short while. The two of them saw a red mountain peak somewhere in the Dansha mountain range. With this mountain as the center, there was not a single blade of grass growing within 100 miles. In the mountain, there was a pitch-black hole with sparks flying out from it. It should be here. Ning Chi told Little Purple to land on a giant rock 10 miles away from the mountain. Should we come up with a plan? Duan Ingjun asked. No need. You stay here and watch. Ning Chi smiled, then put away Little Z and walked towards the peak alone. Ning Chi is so confident. Does he have a backup plan? Duan Ingjun revealed a curious expression. Ning Chi came to the foot of the mountain and ran here and there with his back facing Duan Ingjun. He seemed to be setting something up. Ning Chi is setting up a trap to deal with a level 6 dragon? Is he out of his mind? Duan Ingjun frowned. Then he saw Ning Chi stand with his hands on his waist and yell, Magma Dragon, come out and die! Even Duan Ingjun, who was 10 miles away, could hear the sound clearly under the surging Dochi. One could only imagine how loud this sound was. Roar! Who dares to disturb my sleep? In an instant, a giant dragon covered in flames rushed out of the hole, sparks flying from time to time. It looked at Ning Chi coldly, and a trace of doubt flashed in its eyes. This ant-like thing actually dared to take the initiative to provoke it? This was intolerable. Level 6 boss dragon, Magma Dragon, health 450000. Flower Creekery is indeed planning to kill me with a borrowed knife. Ning Chi's lips curled into a cold smile, and he hooked his finger at the Magma Dragon. Ant, I'm going to eat you. Damn it. The Magma Dragon let out an angry roar. Its pronunciation in the human language was not accurate, and it sounded a little strange. However, it was enough to express its anger towards Ning Chi. The Magma Dragon's gigantic body shot up into the sky and pounced towards Ning Chi. Even though the two of them were hundreds of feet apart, Ning Chi could still feel the scorching heat coming from the Magma Dragon. Ning Chi is in danger. Duan Ingjun was startled and quickly ran towards Ning Chi. However, he had only run a few steps when he was stunned. This was because he saw an extremely familiar scene. The iron dragon cannon that Ning Chi had set up was instantly fired. Dozens of cannonballs gathered together and bombarded the Magma Dragon. This attack directly smashed the magma dragon from the sky to the ground, severely injuring it. Dragon slaying cannon. Damn ant. Have you forgotten the agreement between your 9-states empire and the 3 great dragon clans? The magma dragon was both shocked and furious. Its health points had dropped from 450,000 to just over 30,000. Iron dragon cannon? Why does Qi have such a powerful weapon? Duan Yingjun stood there in shock, muttering to himself. He was born in the divine dragon mansion of the 9 regions empire, so he knew the dragon-slaying cannon the best. It could be said that he grew up listening to the legend of how the dragon-slaying cannon killed the dragon race. Furthermore, the Divine Dragon Manor had 10 silver dragon cannons. The Divine Dragon Marquis had once made a great contribution and was personally rewarded by the 9 regions emperor. This was because the dragon slaughtering cannon was extremely special. When the quantity reached a certain level, it could display a very terrifying power. Other countries or sects wanted to buy from the 9-states empire, but there was a limit. They could only buy as much as the 9-states empire sold. It was almost impossible for an individual to obtain a dragon-slaying cannon. Therefore, he was so surprised when he saw Ning Qi had dozens of iron dragon cannons. The magma dragon misunderstood that Ning Qi was the descendant of a high-ranking member of the Jiuzhou Empire. At this time it was shocked and angry. The 3 major dragon clans had an agreement with the Jiuzhou Empire. The dragon-slaying cannon could only be used to defend the city. It was not allowed to be used to attack the dragon race. If such a thing was discovered, then that person's family would be uprooted. Ning Qi carried the dragon-slaying cannon and walked toward the magma dragon with a smile on his face. What agreement? I don't know. As he spoke, he slashed with his saber. The magma dragon screamed in pain as its head was directly separated from its body. Its eyes were still filled with shock before it died. How could this saber be so strong? Now that I have advanced to the king realm, the dragon-slaying Do Qi's damage to the dragon race has increased by 10%, reaching 50%. Adding the bonus of the dragon-slaying saber, TSK, it is simply a divine weapon for killing dragons. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing a rank 6 boss dragon, Magma Dragon. As the damage was less than 10%, 250,000 experience points have been obtained. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 dragon-slaying coins. Well, later. Why didn't the gambling gift bag drop? Ning Qi waited for a long time, but the system did not sound again. He immediately felt a little disappointed. He checked his attributes and found that he was not far from a 7-star king of fighters. Host, Ning Qi level, 6-star king of fighters experience points, 480000/12000000. Cultivation method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art level 4, 16500/10000000 martial skill. 18 Dragons Subduing Palms level 5, 250/10000000 high grade. 5 Tiger Blade Breaking Gate level 4, 380/10000000 health points. 113450 Alchemy. 4th tier alchemist, proficiency 70,000/10000000. Dragon Slayer coins. 34460 inch Ning Qi. You killed the magma dragon just like that? Duan Yingjun ran to Ning Qi's side and looked at the magma dragon's corpse in shock. He then looked around. Where's the iron dragon cannon? I just saw the iron dragon cannon. I have never touched it in my life. What iron dragon cannon? You must be seeing things. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. When Duan Yingjun was about to speak again, Ning Qi pointed at the cave. Aren't you going to go in and see if there's anything good? At this time, Xiao Jin had already run into the cave. Hearing this, Duan Yingjun's face was filled with ecstasy. He immediately forgot about the iron dragon cannon. After killing the dragon, The first thing he had to do was to loot its nest and obtain the spoils of war. Thinking of this, Duan Ingjun disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of the cave. His speed was even faster than Xiao Jin's. Rushing into the cave, Duan Ingjun was instantly blinded by the golden light in front of him. Ha ha ha! I'm rich, I'm rich! The wealth of a rank 6 dragon is worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 lower spiritual crystals. He jumped into the golden sea that was made up of all kinds of fighting weapons, spiritual herbs, and gems. He was so excited that he was dancing. At this time, he suddenly saw Xiao Jin run towards a pile of dark brown objects. When it was halfway there, it suddenly jumped up and drew a beautiful arc. Its 2 claws were together, and its legs were together. Like a diving champion, it plunged into the pile of dark brown objects. Chapter 290. Extremely shameless. When Duan Ingjun and Little Gold appeared in front of Ning Qi, satisfied, Ning Qi had already collected the essence, blood of the magma dragon. Ning Qi, it has a lot of treasures in my interspatial ring. They're probably worth 3,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. Duan Ingjun said excitedly, That's 300 yellow-level supreme-grade spirit cultivation pills. Ning Qi calculated and said nonchalantly, We'll split it in half. We'll sell it when we get back to the faction. What? Half each? Really? Duan Ingjun was overjoyed. He thought that Ning Qi would only give him 10% because of their friendship. But Ning Qi wanted to give him half, 1,500 low-grade spiritual crystals. If he was still in the Divine Dragon Marquis residence, he would have to save them for more than 20 years. It's fine if you don't want it. Ning Qi smiled. Yes, of course. Duan Ingjun smiled fawningly. What should we do with the dragon carcass? Duan Ingjun looked at the carcass of the magma dragon. It was about 16 feet long. Although its head was broken, it was still 14 feet long. Bring it back and sell it to whoever wants it. It's probably worth some spiritual crystals, Ning Qi said. Then he released Little Purple. Little Purple's legs were like hooks, piercing into the magma dragon's back. With a few flaps of its wings, it carried Ning Qi and the magma dragon's corpse into the air. The magma dragon weighed at least dozens of tons, which slowed down Little Purple's flying speed. 3 or 4 days later, in the mountains outside the Cloud Rising faction, suddenly someone looked up at the sky and said in surprise, Look, what's that? Dragon? I think so. Why did the dragon come to the Cloud Rising faction? Be on guard. Just as everyone was preparing for battle, they suddenly realized that there was a large purple bird on top of the dragon. Purple lightning bird. There's someone on its back. Phew, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had already discovered that this huge dragon did not have a dragon head. It was just a dragon corpse. Coupled with the purple lightning bird and the 2 figures on its back, they knew that someone in the sect had killed this huge dragon and was preparing to sell it for spirit crystals. This dragon seems to be the magma demon dragon from the Danxia mountain range. I've seen it from afar. An outer sect disciple said with a frown. In that case, those 2 must be senior brothers of the inner sanctum. Wait, something's not right. They are only Dowongs. He looks unfamiliar. Could he be a new outer disciple? How could they kill the magma dragon? Even with the help of the violet lightning bird, it still won't be enough. The magma dragon is an existence that's extremely close to Tier 7. It's Ning Qi and Duan Ingjun. Duan Tianying and his 2 companions had just accepted a simple mission with a group of outer disciples. They had just completed the mission and returned to the Cloud Rising sect when they witnessed this scene. The carcass of a magma dragon can be sold for 3,000 lower spiritual crystals. They're rich now. Duan Tianying, do you know them? The leader of the group, a 9-star Dowong, raised his head in envy. Yes, Duan Tuning was stunned for a moment before he nodded his head unwillingly. Duan Ingjuan's status in the divine Dragon Marquis mansion was lower than his, and his cultivation was lower. Now that he had entered the Cloud Rising sect, he had Ning Qi support. 10% of the 3,000 lower spiritual crystals would be 300 lower spiritual crystals. This made Duan Tianning feel extremely unbalanced. Looks like they're new outer disciples. Duan Tianning, introduce us if there's a chance. The 9-star Do Wang smiled. I'll introduce you if there's a chance. Duan Tianning laughed dryly. On Little Purple's back, Duan Ingjun felt the envious and jealous gazes from below and was in a good mood. Ningqi, did you see that? They're just short of drooling. Among the outer disciples, we're probably the only ones who can hunt a magma dragon, right? Duan Ingjun laughed. The 2 dragon hunters? Are you talking about us? Ningqi asked doubtfully. Of course, who else can it be? I've already thought about it. If we kill 3 a month, we'll get 9,000 lower spiritual crystals. After a year, we'll be rich. In the future, we'll be able to stay in the Immortals' Pavilion as we please. Duan Ingjun calculated as he looked forward to it. You're such a big target. Don't tell anyone that we're the 2 dragon hunters. If a dragon comes looking for us, I won't know you. Ningqi rolled his eyes. Duan Ingjun laughed dryly. That's true, let's keep a low profile. It was okay to kill a few dragons occasionally, but if the 3 major dragon tribes knew the humans were so arrogant and said that they were the 2 dragon hunters, they would probably kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. By then, even the Cloud Rising sect would not be able to save them. Little Purple directly grabbed the magma dragon and flew to the entrance of the mission hall. Along the way, a few deacon elders appeared to stop them. This was because even in the outer sect, flying was not allowed. After knowing that Ning Qi was Shintu Yuanba's disciple, they glanced at the gigantic dragon corpse and let the 2 of them pass. Boom! The dragon corpse smashed heavily onto the ground. The people in the mission hall were instantly attracted over. Elder Ding was originally pretending to be asleep. Hearing the commotion, he opened his eyes slightly and glanced at the corpse of the magma dragon. Then he looked at Ning Qi and Duan Ingjun and frowned. How did these 2 kids kill the magma dragon? Thinking of this, he shook his head and continued to close his eyes. Forget it, I'll continue to sleep. It's none of my business. It's junior brother Ning and junior brother Duan. Wang Tian looked at the 2 of them in shock. He then looked at the carcass of the magma dragon, and a look of regret appeared on his face. They actually completed the task that Elder Hua had given them. Oh my God, if I had been with them. Even without the 300 lower spiritual crystals, the value of this carcass would have been the same as completing 10 tasks. Ningqi saw Hua Shiri at the back of the crowd, and his face turned green. Behind him stood Hua Wushang, who was looking at him in shock. Elder Hua, I have completed your mission. This is its blood essence. Ningqi casually threw a crystal bottle over. It contained the blood essence of the magma dragon. After Hua Shiri took it, he opened the bottle cap and sniffed. He scoffed. Did I say that I wanted you to kill the magma dragon? I wanted you to kill the Great Day Demon Dragon of the Danxia Mountain Range. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Some of the ordinary elders were shocked, some are angry, and some are gloating as they looked at Ning Qi. This was because the Great Day Demon Dragon was a rank 7 dragon. Elder Hua, you said it was a rank 6 dragon. Duan Ingjun said angrily. That's right. Wang Tian chimed in as well. Rank 6 dragon? Hee, I clearly said it was a Great Day Demon Dragon. Since you can't complete the mission, you have to pay me 300 lower spiritual crystals. Chapter 291. Crestfallen, shameless. Too shameless. Duan Ingjun was furious. He never expected Hua Shiri to lie through his teeth. If you're talking about the Great Day Demon Dragon, forget 300 lower spiritual crystals, even if it's 3,000 lower spiritual crystals. Only a fool would accept this mission. Do you think we're stupid? We agreed that it's a rank 6 demon dragon, and you still want us to compensate? Just because you're a deacon elder, you can bully us like this? Duan Ingjun said angrily. There's no point in talking anymore. Either you compensate me with 300 lower spiritual crystals, or you compensate me with this dragon corpse. It's up to you. Hua, she sneered. Yes, he wanted to make Ning Qi unhappy. What could Ning Qi do to him? Even if Ning Qi was Shinta Yuanba's disciple, so what? Shinta Yuanba would not fight him over such a small matter. Hua Shiri, you want my disciple to kill the great day demon dragon? I remember that 5 years ago. You were chased all over the mountain by it? Shinta Yuanba walked out from the crowd and came to Ning Qi's side. He looked at Hua Shiri coldly. It's Elder Shintu. This person is his disciple. There's going to be a show. Everyone's eyes revealed a tinge of anticipation. Elder Shintu, although he is your disciple, I treat everyone equally. The mission I issued previously was to kill the great day demon dragon. Now that he can't complete it, he has to compensate me 300 lower spiritual crystals. Hua Shiri's expression changed slightly, but he did not back down. How about this? I haven't used my privilege this year. I'll also issue a task. Since my disciple can't kill the great sun devil dragon, your nephew can go and kill it. I'll give him 30,000 lower spiritual crystals. Shinta Yuanba sneered. Hua Wushang's expression changed as he looked at Hua Shiri for help. The more spiritual crystals Shinta Yuanba gave, the higher the compensation for not completing the mission. Moreover, it was a compulsory mission. He had to accept it. Humph, you win. Hua Shiri sneered and turned to leave. Wait, 300 lower spiritual crystals. Shinta Yuanba growled. Hua Shiri revealed an embarrassed expression. After hesitating for a moment, a bag appeared in his hand and he threw it toward Shinta Yuanba. Shinta Yuanba caught it and weighed it for a moment before throwing it into Ning Qi's hands. He said, How much do you intend to sell this magma dragon's corpse for? 3,000 lower spiritual crystals. Ning Qi said, Here are 30 middle spiritual crystals. Take them. I'll be taking the dragon corpse. Shinta Yuanba once again handed Ning Qi 30 spirit crystals. It was different from the low-grade spirit crystals. The mid-grade spirit crystals contain more than 100 times more spiritual energy. After that, Shinta Yuanba did not say much to Ning Qi. He carried the dragon corpse and flew away. Medium spiritual crystals. I've never touched it in my entire life. Duan Ingjun looked at the spirit crystal in Ning Qi's hand and almost drooled. Take it. Touch it when you get back. Ning Qi gave half to him. The surrounding people looked at the spirit crystals with greed in their eyes. They were envious and jealous. At this moment, Wang Tian walked forward and said, Junior Ning, Junior Duan, you guys are really good at hiding your true colors. If I had known earlier, I would have followed you guys on this mission. Yeah. A few more men and women walked over, and their faces were filled with regret. There's still a chance next time. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Wang Tian revealed a look of surprise. All right, I'll go with you guys next time. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Duan Ingjun could not help but ask, Senior Wang, do you know where the treasure-keeping pavilion is? Oh, do you want exchange for elixirs or weapons? I'll bring you there. Wang Tian said passionately. Ning Qi, do you want to come along? Duan Ingjun smiled. Yeah, treasure-keeping pavilion. This was a building that was 10 stories high. Junior brothers, the treasure-keeping pavilion has everything. As long as you have enough spirit crystals, you can buy anything. Wang Tian led the two into the treasure-keeping pavilion and introduced. I can buy heaven-class elixirs too? Duan Ingjun asked in anticipation. At the same time, he looked around for elixirs that were suitable for him. Only direct disciples have the right to buy heaven-class elixirs. However, if junior brother Duan really wants to buy them and has enough spirit crystals, there's a Heavenly Wonders market near the Cloud Rising sect. There's an auction there every month, and heaven-class elixirs might appear there. Wang Tian smiled. What kind of elixirs can we outer sect disciples buy? Duan Ingjun asked unhappily. You can buy elixirs from the first to the third floor. However, the highest grade is only top-grade mystic class. However, it's enough for us. A low-grade mystic class chi-gathering elixir costs only 10 low-grade spirit crystals. It's 20% cheaper than the price outside. Wang Tian said. That's great. I heard about this, and that's why I want to enter the Cloud Rising sect. With that said, Duan Ingjun couldn't contain his excitement. Under Wang Tian's lead, he went to the second floor to buy low-grade mystic class chi-gathering elixirs. As for Ning Qi, he walked around the first floor. He realized that the Cloud Rising sect's treasure keeping pavilion not only had a wide variety of elixirs, but also a wide variety of weapons. I wonder if there's any rank 7 dragon blood essence here. He had already gathered 6 bottles and was just short of 4 bottles to hatch the ancient sky dragon egg. With that thought, Ning Qi walked towards an elder. The person's demeanor and attire were similar to Elder Ding's from the mission hall. He was likely the azure-clothed elder who guarded the place. Elder, I wonder if there's any rank 7 dragon blood essence for sale in the treasure-keeping pavilion. Ning Qi asked respectfully. However, the azure-clothed elder's eyes remained shut, and he had no intention of answering Ning Qi. After asking a few more questions, Ning Qi smiled and turned to leave. He walked to an ordinary elder and asked, Elder, is there any rank 7 dragon blood essence for sale in the treasure-keeping pavilion? He glanced at Ning Qi and said in a low voice, Rank 7 dragon blood essence is on the 6th floor. However, outer sect disciples aren't qualified to buy it. You can ask again when you become an inner sect disciple. Oh, got it. Thank you, Elder. May I know the price of a bottle of blood essence? Ning Qi asked. Why are you asking about the price? Can you afford it? The cheapest bottle of rank 7 dragon blood essence is sold for 2,000 medium spiritual crystals. The most expensive ones are sold for 10,000 medium spiritual crystals. I guess you're an outer sect disciple who just joined the sect, right? Even if you take everything you have, you won't even be able to gather a fraction of that. The elder smiled in disdain. Although his attitude was bad, he had answered Ning Qi's question after all. Hence, Ning Qi wasn't angry and continued asking, Do you have spiritual herbs for refining spiritual cultivation elixirs? You have to go to the elixir refining room. I only sell finished elixirs and weapons here. Thank you, Elder. Chapter 292. Buying spiritual herbs in the alchemy room. Most of the people coming in and out were alchemists. A few outer sect disciples came to ask alchemists to make elixirs for them. In the hall of the alchemy room, there were countless spiritual herbs with prices on them. There weren't many alchemists in the Cloud Rising sect, but they weren't few either. There were about 1,000 of them, and most of them were consecrated. They weren't disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. A small portion of them were outer sect disciples, ordinary elders, deacon elders, and even inner sect disciples who were also alchemists. Hey, you're new here, right? Seeing Ning Qi looking around, a young man behind the counter waved at him with a smile. Come, let me introduce myself. I'm Feng Qinyang, an outer sect disciple and an alchemist grandmaster. What about you? Feng Qinyang smiled as if he knew him. I'm Ning Qi, a new outer sect disciple. Ning Qi smiled. Since you're here, you must be an alchemist, right? Ask me if you don't understand anything. Don't worry, my fees are cheap. It's definitely worth it. Feng Qinyang smiled. So you're here to earn spiritual crystals. No wonder you're so enthusiastic. Ning Qi thought in his heart, then he smiled and said, I know what I should know, but I don't think Senior Marshal Brother knows. I came here to buy spirit herbs to refine the spirit-raising pill. Do you sell them here? Spiritual herbs for spiritual pills? Yes, I have them here. 10 for 8 low-grade spiritual crystals. How many do you want? If you want to practice making spiritual pills, I suggest you buy at least 100. Maybe you can succeed 5 or 6. It's not that bad, Fong Qinyang said. It's indeed 20% cheaper than outside. This is the benefit the cloud rising sect gives to its own people. I still have more than 700 spiritual pills in my bag, plus the spiritual crystals. Ning Qi smiled. Give me 10,000. Oh, wait a moment. Fong Qinyang turned around and squatted on the ground. After rummaging through a few cabinets, he suddenly stopped and stood up to face Ning Qi. How many did you say? 10,000. Ning Qi smiled. Little junior brother, don't joke with me. I'm a serious person. I'll give you another chance. Do you want 100 or 200? Fong Qinyang said unhappily. 10,000 sets would cost 8,000 lower spiritual crystals. If an old fox that had been in the Cloud Rising sect for more than 10 years took out such a sum, it might be possible. How could a guy who had just become an outer court disciple have so many spirit crystals? Senior brother, I really want to buy 10,000. As Ning Qi spoke, he took out all the spiritual cultivation pills, middle spiritual crystals and lower spiritual crystals, and placed them on the counter. Instantly, countless eyes were attracted to them. They were a little curious as to what kind of pills were in the porcelain bottles in front of Ning Qi. Seeing Ning Qi's serious expression, Fong Qinyang hesitantly took a bottle of pills. Opening it, his expression froze. After several breaths of time, he closed the stopper and said in a low voice, You really want to use these to exchange for spirit grasses? The rest will be my greeting gift to senior brother. Ning Qi laughed. He did not carefully count how many yellow-level spiritual cultivation pills there were, but he knew that with the middle spiritual crystals and lower spiritual crystals, the value was definitely more than 8,000 lower spiritual crystals. Fong Qinyang's face revealed a look of ecstasy. He did not decline and said directly, All right, junior brother, wait for me. I'll go get the spirit grasses you want right now. Perhaps it was because Ning Qi had tipped him. Fong Qinyang moved very quickly. Big and small bags of spirit grasses were packed and placed in front of Ning Qi. Who is this kid? Why did he buy so many spirit grasses? He looks unfamiliar. Is he a new outer court disciple? I think so. I just heard that he wants to buy spirit grasses to refine spiritual cultivation pills. 10,000 sets. TSK, that would be 8,000 lower spiritual crystals, right? There are 15 middle spiritual crystals and 150 lower spiritual crystals on the table. In total, that's only 1,650 lower spiritual crystals. Does that mean that the elixirs in his porcelain bottles are worth at least 6,350 lower spiritual crystals? Have you forgotten what kind of person Fong Qinyang is? If there were no profits, would he be so diligent? Indeed, the value is estimated to be more than 8,000 lower spiritual crystals. What elixir is it? It's so strange. Fong Qinyang glanced at them vigilantly. He then smiled at Ning Qi and said, Junior brother Ning, the spirit grasses are all here. Please take a look. No need. Ning Qi waved his hand and stored all the spirit grasses into his space bag. He then cupped his hands at Fong Qinyang and said, I'll take my leave first. All right. Fong Qinyang walked Ning Qi all the way to the door and said, Next time you come to the alchemy room, remember to look for me. Definitely. Ning Qi nodded and turned to leave. Fong Qinyang returned to the counter with a smile. He secretly calculated in his heart, I've earned at least a few hundred lower spiritual crystals. That's more than I earn in a month. I'm so happy. Fong Qinyang, show us what elixir is in the porcelain bottle. Everyone smiled and surrounded him. Fong Qinyang quickly kept the porcelain bottle and waved his hand. What's there to see? Go, don't disturb my business. TSK, I won't look. Everyone curled their lips in disdain. Fong Qinyang sneered in his heart. If you guys know that he can refine yellow-level spirit cultivation elixirs, you'll all steal my business. Of course, I'll be the only one enjoying this resource. A bunch of idiots. Duan Ingjun bought 100 lower mystic spirit gathering elixirs. As long as he consumed all of them, he would have a high chance of breaking through to the 2-star king realm. Therefore, he happily went downstairs with Wang Tian to look for Ning Qi. In the end, he did not see any trace of Ning Qi, so he bade farewell to Wang Tian and prepared to go back to cultivate. The moment Ning Qi stepped into courtyard, he could feel movement coming from Shintu Yuanba's room. He was probably fiddling with the magma demon dragon's corpse. Ning Qi returned to his room and bought a few days of low-level cultivation training grounds. A few days later, when he appeared in his room again, he already had tens of thousands of yellow-level spirit cultivation elixirs. That was 100,000 lower spiritual crystals. According to the elder, the cheapest rank 7 dragon blood essence was 2,000 middle spiritual crystals, which was equivalent to 200,000 lower spiritual crystals. Ning Qi's elixirs were far from enough. Moreover, the dragon blood essence in the outside world was estimated to be 20% more expensive. In addition, there was no such thing as a bargain. If he wanted a rank 7 dragon blood essence with a purity of more than 95%, he would need to prepare 1,200,000 lower spiritual crystals. It's not good to keep selling spirit cultivation elixirs. It's easy to attract attention, and it will affect the market price. Why don't I take out 2 beauty-calming elixirs to auction? Ning Qi frowned and pondered. Chapter 293. Lower Spiritual Stones Heavenly Wonders Market. After Ning Qi finished refining the spiritual cultivation pills, he realized that he had to sell 100,000 yellow-level spiritual cultivation pills to gather 1,000,000 lower spiritual crystals. He decisively chose to use the Dragon Slayer coins to sell some special pills to quickly accumulate his capital. If there was a rank 7 dragon blood essence being auctioned in the Heavenly Wonders Market and the purity was above 95%, it would be even better. Come on, take a look. A lower profound Qi gathering pill. Only 9 lower spiritual crystals. You won't get another chance like this. Selling exotic fighting pills. Are you still worried about your younger generation's Qi? Come take a look. The price is definitely cheap. I have 100 yellow-level cocoon-breaking pills. Is there a Do Huang who is stuck? It's the right choice. You're making a loss. Lower yellow-level spirit-enhancing pill. 2 lower spiritual crystals. Middle yellow-level spirit-enhancing pill. For lower spiritual crystals. Upper yellow class spiritual cultivation pill. 7 lower spiritual crystals. You can get a discount if you pack it up. Everyone, I have broken fighting weapons unearthed from the ancient forbidden area. They range from yellow level to heaven level. The price is low and I'm not lying. If you're lucky, you can hire an alchemist who can repair it. You'll definitely earn hundreds or even thousands of spiritual crystals. If you don't want to buy it, come take a look. I'll answer all your questions. The Heavenly Wonders Market was about the size of a small town. However, the streets were densely packed with stalls and vendors were shouting enthusiastically. They looked no different from the vendors in the secular world. They even had flattering smiles on their faces. However, the weakest among them was a 1-star Doang. There were even Do Huangs setting up stalls here. This would definitely not happen in the Qin Tang Empire. An expert should have the temperament of an expert. Ning Qi looked around and realized that no one was selling yellow-level spirit-enhancing pills. This made him happy. It seemed that even in this place, yellow-level spirit-enhancing pills had not reached the point where they were rampant. Ding! Discovered a lower spiritual crystal stone. The system can buy it for 10,000 Dragon Slayer coins. When Ning Qi passed by a vendor, the system prompt suddenly rang out. He immediately stopped in his tracks. Inferior grade, spirit godstone? What is this? It can be sold for 10,000 Dragon Slayer coins? This young master, which ancient dough weapon have you taken a fancy to? To tell you the truth, this batch of dough weapons has a history of at least 20,000 years. Their quality is definitely top-notch. As long as you can repair them, then you can earn 100 times or even 1,000 times the profit. An old man said to Ning Chi with a smile. His cultivation was around that of a 2-star Doang, and he looked to be about the same age as grandfather Ning. On the stall in front of him, there were 13 or 14 pieces of dough weapons that were either missing corners or broken. Furthermore, some of these dough weapons had already been through the passage of time, and the lines on them were so faint that they could no longer be seen. Other than being used as decorations, there was no other use for them. As for repairing them, a weapon refiner who could repair ancient dough weapons would definitely not be able to afford them. Whether or not it would be worth it was still a question. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that this pile of things was trash. Ning Chi squatted down and swept his gaze across these ancient dough weapons. When he discovered a piece of armor that had been split in half, there was a light green stone embedded in it. Without changing his expression, he pointed at the broken sword beside it and asked, "Elder, how much is this?" "Young master, you really have good taste. This sword is called the Dragon Slaying Sword. 20,000 years ago, it was one of the swords of a Dodi. It was stained with the blood of the dragon tribe. Even if the dragon tribe saw it now, they would feel fear." The old man went on and on with his introduction, touting the value of these pieces of trash. Ning Chi impatiently said, "How many spiritual crystals? 10 pieces? Young master, don't joke around. The price I paid for them has already far exceeded 5,000 lower spiritual crystals. How can I sell them for only 10 pieces each? How about this? If you really want to buy them, this old man will give you a discount. 800 lower spiritual crystals, non-negotiable. Take it." The old man smiled in a flattering manner. A Do Huang trying to please a Do Wang was something that everyone was used to. Instead, they threw a disdainful look at the old man, thinking that the old man was lying to the younger generation again. 800 is a little too expensive. Ning Chi shook his head, got up, and was about to leave. It was rare to see someone ask about it. The old man quickly went forward to pull Ning Chi and said, "Young master, take a look again. I can give you a cheaper price. To tell you the truth, my granddaughter is seriously ill and needs to buy the pulse cleansing pill to maintain her life. However, the lowest grade yellow level pulse cleansing pill costs 20 lower spiritual crystals." "Old son, didn't you say that your grandson was seriously ill last time? Is it your granddaughter this time?" Someone passed by and sneered at the old man. The old man glared at him, then smiled at Ning Chi and said, "Young master, don't listen to his nonsense. My granddaughter is really seriously ill. Your granddaughter's illness has nothing to do with me. If you are willing to give me a cheaper price, I can consider buying it. How about this sword, this armor, and that pair of boots? I like them very much. 1,500 lower spiritual crystals. Are you willing to sell them? If not, I'm leaving." Ning Chi said. The old man glanced at the 3 items that Ning Chi pointed out, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Then he said to Ning Chi, "Young master, 1,800 lower spiritual crystals. I will pack them up for you immediately." Just 1,500 lower spiritual crystals. 1,700 lower spiritual crystals. 1,500 lower spiritual crystals. If not, I'm leaving. All right, deal. The old man sighed and handed the 3 items to Ning Chi. Then he looked at Ning Chi eagerly. "Here are 150 yellow level spirit cultivation pills. If you sell them at retail, the price will be far more than 1,500. Ning Chi took out 15 porcelain bottles and handed them to the old man. Yellow level spirit cultivation pills? The old man's eyes flashed with surprise. After verifying the authenticity of the bottles, he immediately put them into his interspatial ring. After Ning Chi kept the 3 items, he continued to walk towards the center of the town. The old man looked at Ning Chi's back as he disappeared from his sight and began to pack up the items on the stall. "Old son, you're not selling? If not, give me your spot. You have to pay 50 lower spiritual crystals a day. Don't waste it." The stall owner next to him asked. Take it. I made a lot of money today. It's time to have some fun." Old son proudly put away the things and swaggered away. "Let's see what's worth so many Dragon Slayer coins." Walking to a corner, Ning Chi immediately asked the system. Ding! Lower Spiritual God Stone discovered. Does the host want to buy it back to the system? How many Dragon Slayer coins is it worth? Chapter 294. Heavenly Strange Auction House. I'll sell it for 20,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Do you want it? When Ning Chi searched the Dragon Slayer Mall and did not find any information about the spiritual Godstone, he knew that it must be something extraordinary. Otherwise, the system would not buy it back. Until now, he did not know how the system existed in his mind. But since it wanted to buy back the spiritual Godstone, it meant that She was not invincible. "Host, are you sure you want to sell the low-grade spiritual Godstone for 10,000 Dragon Slayer coins?" The system's cold voice sounded again. "I'll sell it." Ning Chi rolled his eyes. What a stingy person. After he made this decision, the light green stone on the broken armor in his inventory disappeared. Then Ning Chi found that the balance of his Dragon Slayer coins had changed to 43,460. Another way to earn Dragon Slayer coins. Ning Chi was slightly happy. "System, where can I find the spiritual Godstone? I'll sell it to you." After a long time, the system did not reply. When Ning Chi asked a few more questions, the voice sounded again. "Host does not have the right to obtain information about the spiritual Godstone." F***CKU. In front of a tall and imposing building. Heavenly Strange Auction House. Ning Chi looked at the signboard above his head and muttered softly. Then he walked in. Immediately, a middle-aged man with the cultivation of a 1-star king of fighters came forward and asked, "Mister, are you here to participate in the auction or to sell something?" "I'm here to participate in the auction as well, but I have some questions in my mind. I wonder if you can answer them?" Ning Chi smiled faintly. "Oh, if you want to auction something, there will be an elder to appraise it. If you want to participate in the auction, I have a list here. Please take a look." As he spoke, he took out a small book and handed it to Ning Chi. Ning Chi flipped it open. Every page described a fighting weapon, elixir, or spiritual grass, as well as various items needed for refining weapons and elixirs. However, there was no rank 7 dragon blood essence. Ning Chi was a little disappointed. He asked, "Don't you have dragon blood essence above rank 7 for auction?" The other party was shocked. The dragon clan's blood essence of the 7th rank and above cost at least 200,000 lower spiritual crystals. Could this 6-star Do Wong afford such a high price? "Young master, there are, but not often. Every time one of them appears, it will be bought by the various large sections. The price is very high," he said. "How about this? I'll auction a pill for now." Ning Chi said. "A pill? I don't know what kind of pill it is, but if it's just an ordinary pill, there's a hidden pill pavilion on the left side of the door. They buy pills there." The middle-aged man whispered. He now thought that Ning Chi was just a guy who had just come out to see the world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked about the Tier 7 Dragon Clan's blood essence and even brought out a pill to auction. Was the strange Heaven Auction House a street stall? "I think it's better to auction this pill. How about this? You let the elders here come forward and appraise it." Ning Chi laughed. "Sir, the lowest appraisal fee is 1,000 lower spiritual crystals. If the price of the item exceeds 50,000 spiritual crystals, we will charge a commission of 5%. Are you sure you want to auction it? The middle-aged man advised. I'm sure. A trace of impatience rose on Ning Chi's face. The way he looked at the middle-aged man gradually became cold. You don't have to worry about me. Just let the elders here come out and appraise it. Okay, please come with me. The middle-aged man nodded. The moment he turned around, a trace of ridicule flashed in his eyes. He wanted to see what kind of pill Ning Chi would auction. Following the middle-aged man to a room on the second floor, an old man was already sitting inside, appraising the item in front of him. Behind him stood two experts. Ning Chi looked at them and found that their aura was not weaker than Feng Qin and Feng Shu's. Obviously, they were at least 1-star dozong. Elder Ku, this young master, said that he has an elixir that needs to be appraised. The middle-aged man said respectfully, Well, I see. What elixir is it? Take it out and let me see. The old man raised his head and glanced at Ning Chi. Then he lowered his head to carefully examine the item in front of him. Apparently, he did not take Ning Chi, a mere 6-star doang, seriously. The middle-aged man looked at Ning Chi mockingly and said, Young master, you can take out your elixir now. Ning Chi smiled, and a jade box appeared in his hand. After he placed it in front of the old man, he did not speak again. This wait lasted for a full 2 hours. Upper Xian level ancient Dou weapon. It has historical value. I can set the price at 180,000 lower spiritual crystals. Top earth level elixir, life and death elixir. It is extremely helpful for the 9 trials of life and death. It is a rare elixir. I can set the price at 100,000 lower spiritual crystals. As the old man appraised the elixir, he handed the item to the Dou Zong behind him. Finally, after he had appraised everything, he glanced at Ning Chi and slowly opened the jade box in front of him. A fragrant smell instantly wafted out. Judging from the smell, the rank of the elixir would not be too low. However, lower Xian level elixir? A trace of doubt flashed in the old man's eyes as he muttered to himself. However, the 2 dozongs behind him and the middle-aged man heard it. The way they looked at Ning Chi was full of ridicule and disdain. Young master, I have already told you that if you take an ordinary elixir to the hidden pill pavilion, we will definitely give you a fair price. The middle-aged man faintly said. Ning Chi smiled without saying anything. The middle-aged man was about to continue mocking when he suddenly heard the old man stand up and speak to Ning Chi. Young master, please forgive this old man for his poor eyesight. May I know what elixir this is? What? Even Elder Ku can't tell what elixir this is? The middle-aged man was somewhat shocked. The expressions of the 2 dozongs changed slightly as they looked at the jade box with an additional trace of seriousness. Ku Changxing was the #1 appraiser in the Heavenly Wonders Market and the only dual refinement master. His alchemy skills had reached the level of an alchemy grandmaster. His refining skills were even better than his alchemy skills. He was a dignified king of weapons and was also a 7-star dozong. He had probably seen thousands of elixirs. If even he couldn't tell what elixir this was, there were only 2 possibilities. The first was a long-lost elixir, and the second was a new type of elixir. Ning Chi smiled slightly. This is a lower Xian level beauty pill. What is a lower Xian level beauty pill? Other than Ku Changxing, the other 3 had a trace of doubt on their faces. To them, this kind of elixir that had been lost for tens of thousands of years had never been heard of. Moreover, judging from the name, it had nothing to do with cultivation. Beauty pill? Ku Changxing's face revealed a trace of shock as he blankly stared at the elixir on the jade box. He then asked with a face full of doubt, Little brother, are you sure this is really an beauty pill? I am sure. Ning Chi nodded. How about this? This old man can't verify the authenticity of the elixir, and the people attending the auction will not completely believe that it is a lower Xian level beauty pill. If there is any mistake, it will be extremely detrimental to the reputation of the Heavenly Wonders auction house. After the auction, the auctioneer will consume the elixir on the spot. If it is effective, then this old man will pay you spirit crystals. If it is ineffective, then no matter what background you have, you'll have to compensate us with 100,000 lower spirit crystals and publicly apologize. What do you think? Chapter 295. A Gathering of Great Powers Deal. But I won't give you the beauty pill before the deal is completed. Ning-Chi nodded. Of course. The auction starts tomorrow. There's still one more day. Please rest here, young master, Ku Changxing said. Then he looked at the middle-aged man. Xiao Wu, take good care of young master. Yes, Elder Ku. The middle-aged man nodded respectfully and looked at Ning-Chi. Young master, please. He looked at Ning-Chi with a trace of shock and fear in his eyes. Okay. After Ning-Chi left, the two grandmasters behind Ku Changxing asked in unison, Elder, what is this beauty pill? Why do you value it so much? This is a pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years. I don't know if it's real, but if it's real, it will bring great prestige to the Heavenly Strange auction house and make friends with a few old monsters. Ku Changxing smiled. It's that powerful. The two looked at each other in shock. The next day, Ku Changxing used his own information channels to announce the auction of the beauty calming pill. Cloud rising sect. Dry bones, forbidden ground. Outside the forbidden area, there was a stone house with an old woman sitting cross-legged inside. Her long hair was already 30 feet long, extending from the ground to the door. Beside her, there was a flickering lamp with a golden lotus on its base. The light from the lamp shone on her face. It was an incomparably old face. Her eyes were turbid and black spots covered her entire face. Elder. A black shadow appeared outside the stone house and half knelt at the door. What is it? The old woman's throat moved slightly, and a hoarse voice came out. It was as piercing as fingernails rubbing on the wall. There's news from the Heavenly Strange Market. They want to auction a beauty pill. The black shadow said in a low voice with a hint of excitement. What? Beauty pill? The old woman stood up abruptly. Her body that looked like it was about to die exploded with an unparalleled aura. Her long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. It was an extremely eerie scene. But I don't know if it's real or not. We can't miss it. The old woman said coldly, Bring enough spirit crystals. We're going to the Heavenly Strange Market. Yes, similar scenes were taking place everywhere. In just a short period of time, at least 10 old demons had arrived at the Heavenly Wonders Market. It only took them a day to arrive at the Heavenly Wonders auction house and meet Ku Changxing. At this time, the auction was about to begin. Ku Changxing's body trembled a little. The 13 old men sitting on the chairs in front of him, who looked like they were about to be buried, gave him a great deal of pressure, so much so that he almost couldn't breathe. Ku Changxing, if you make me happy for nothing this time, then you can stop running your auction house. After a short while, an old man finally spoke first. The other 12 also nodded slowly. Ku Changxing's expression changed greatly, and he laughed bitterly in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have released the news so easily. But now it was hard to get off the tiger. He immediately said, Seniors, the auction is about to begin. If the pills are fake, I am willing to accept punishment. In the auction hall, Ning-Chi casually found a seat in a corner and sat down. He had seen the list of items, and there was nothing he needed in the auction. Therefore, he only wanted to see how much the beauty-calming pill would sell for. The auctioneer was very eloquent and auctioned off the items one by one. The crowd was also very excited, until the auctioneer was suddenly replaced. Everyone present was shocked, and at the same time they were very curious about the last item. At this time, Ku Changxing walked up the stage with a smile on his face. When he saw Ning-Chi, he smiled faintly, but in his heart he prayed, Kid, I hope you don't lie to me. Otherwise, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Why is Elder Ku here personally? It seems that the last item is not simple. I'm very curious what kind of treasure it is to make Elder Ku, who hasn't shown himself for many years, come personally. It's a pity that I didn't bring enough spiritual crystals this time, so I can only watch the show. The people of the superpowers looked curiously at Ku Changxing, and a trace of anticipation flashed in their eyes. Everyone, the last item for auction is an elixir that has been lost for tens of thousands of years. Ku Changxing's words caused an uproar among the crowd. An elixir that has been lost for tens of thousands of years? If I knew this would happen, I would have brought all my belongings this time. You don't have to be like this. Elixirs from tens of thousands of years ago are also rubbish elixirs. Elder Ku, what kind of elixir is it? Please don't keep us guessing. Yes, tell us quickly. This elixir is called the Beauty Elixir, lower mystic level. The starting price is 200,000 lower spiritual crystals. Each increase must be at least 10,000 lower spiritual crystals. Ku Changxing smiled faintly. What beauty elixir? What's its use? I once read an ancient book that described the beauty elixir. It was an extremely common elixir in the dragon's land tens of thousands of years ago. Regardless of the four mysterious lands, there were alchemists who could refine this elixir. The effect of this elixir is to maintain one's youth forever. Of course, it's also related to the grade of the elixir. Oh, so it's this kind of elixir. It can improve one's cultivation, so it's completely useless in my opinion. Why is there such a high starting price? If it's not sold, it'll be embarrassing. Yes, if it's a collection, it might have some value. But in terms of practicality, I'm afraid a lower mystic level chi gathering pill is better than it. Someone's face suddenly showed disdain. However, there were a few people who were extremely shocked. In their families, there were still old ancestors who were still alive. If they could offer the beauty elixir to them, they would be able to obtain great benefits. Thinking of this, a trace of greed flashed in their eyes. They immediately checked if they had enough spiritual crystals left to bid for the elixir. In their opinion, not many people would be willing to bid for such an elixir. All right, everyone, please make your bids. Ku Changxing said as he looked at the compartments on the second floor. I bid 210,000. Someone raised his paddle. Everyone looked at him and sneered. There's really a fool who wants to buy it. I bid 220,000. I bid 230,000. When 3 or 4 people started to bid, the mockery in the eyes of the others disappeared. They frowned and pondered. After a while, they suddenly realized the elixir itself was not worth much. However, the value behind it was extremely terrifying. As long as they took it and offered it to a battle saint or even a battle emperor, what kind of reward would they receive? Thinking of this, they all looked at their shriveled wallets with a trace of unwillingness and regret in their eyes. When the price was pushed to 300,000 lower spiritual crystals, the others finally stopped bidding. When the bidder revealed a proud smile on his face, he immediately stopped bidding. A hoarse voice came from the compartment. 1 million. Chapter 296. 5 million lower spiritual crystals. 1 million. Who made that bid? Isn't he just messing around? He sure has guts. Which clan does he belong to? Everyone looked around but could not find the person who had spoken. The middle-aged man who had originally bid 300,000 lower spiritual crystals and thought that the beauty-suppressing pill would be his. He said angrily, "Who dares to fool the Morong family?" The aura of a 9-star Do Zong exploded from his body and engulfed the entire auction hall. Ning Qi felt the chair he was sitting on start to sway, and he immediately lowered his center of gravity to prevent himself from falling to the ground. And, following the transmission of this hoarse voice, the expression of the 9-star Do Zong from the Morong clan suddenly changed drastically. He covered his chest with one hand and abruptly sat back in his seat. after which his face gradually turned bright red and an extreme fear appeared in his eyes. He struggled and said, "Say, Elder, please let me go." It was as if he had used all his strength to squeeze the words out of his throat. Only then did the crowd realize that the voice had come from above them. Their faces were filled with fear. The Heavenly Strange auction house's booths were usually only opened for those who were above the dozone rank. However, even a dozun would not be able to play with a 9-star dozone in the palm of his hand. Thus, they had a frightening guess in their hearts. "It's a dosheng. Senior, please let him go." Ku Changxing hurriedly cupped his hands in the direction of the booth. Just as he finished speaking, the 9-star dozong suddenly began to pant. His ferocious expression relaxed a little, but there was still a trace of fear on his face. He hurriedly bowed in the direction of the booth and hurriedly left. He did not dare to stay in the auction house any longer, because this was the closest he had been to death since he became a dozong. This feeling of not being able to control his own life and death scared him out of his wits. After he left, the auction house was completely silent. Ning Chi's face revealed a trace of joy. It seemed that the beauty-calming pill would fetch a good price this time. A moment later, another hoarse voice broke the silence. 1,500,000 lower spiritual crystals. Kakik, old man, you sure are generous. Same to you. 2 million. 3 million. The price rose rapidly. Within 10 breaths, it had changed 7 or 8 times. Only then did everyone realize that there were more than 2 or 3 old monsters in the compartment. The fear on their faces increased. They wanted to leave this place, but they were afraid that others would misunderstand. So they sat on the chairs, feeling extremely uncomfortable. "Oh my God, how many old monsters have come? It is likely that the number of doshengs gathered here far exceeds the entire Cloud Rising sect. This is too scary. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing while coming to an auction house. It's better if I don't come to Heavenly Wonders Market anymore." The price of this low-grade, profound-level beauty-suppressing pill had already been raised to 3 million. That was a total of 43,000 medium spiritual crystals. Even if a normal person ate low-grade, mystic chi gathering pills every day for the rest of their lives, they still wouldn't be able to finish it. Who put this beauty-suppressing pill up for auction? He's going to be rich this time. An ordinary pill can be sold at such a price. Only these old monsters who have lived for God knows how many years would be so generous. They must be very ugly. Everyone cursed in their hearts. They could only hope that the auction would end soon so that they could leave this place as soon as possible. A few doshengs gathered together and started fighting without even talking things out. If that happened, they could lose their lives. In the eyes of the doshengs, they were as weak as newborn babies. 5 million lower spiritual crystals. Don't fight with me for it. I will give each of you 10 places to enter the dried bones, forbidden ground in the future. The hoarse voice that made the first bid suddenly rang out. Dried bones, forbidden ground. It's her, the lampholder elder of the Cloud Rising sect. TSK, legend has it that there is an ancient existence buried in the dried bones, forbidden ground. Everyone who enters and comes out successfully will have their cultivation and potential increase by several folds. Although it cannot be compared to the forbidden grounds of the 9 great clans, it is still one of the strongest forbidden grounds among the 36 top sections. Even the Jojo Empire has to pay a huge price for the places to enter the dried bones forbidden ground every year. She is giving out at least 100 places at once. How generous! After hearing the words dried bones, forbidden ground, the group of old demons became silent. After which, someone opened his mouth and said, "Forget it. It's just a body. If it dies, it will be ashes to ashes. I won't fight with you for it. Remember, no one can be left out of the forbidden ground. I won't fight with you for it either. In that case, I will give it to you." One after another, the old demons gave up on the beauty-calming pill. This was because the value of the 10 places to enter the dried bones forbidden ground was estimated to be around 2 times more than one beauty calming pill. After all, in the eyes of those old demons who did not care about their appearance, the beauty calming pill was only worth a favor. Other than that, it was just a useless pill. However, the dried bones forbidden ground was different. If a disciple could comprehend the beauty calming pill, he or she would have the chance to become a sage in the future. For the 36 top sects, an additional dosheng would affect the ranking of the sects. The more doshengs they had, the higher the chances of a do appearing. By then, they would become an existence like the 9 great clans. Even the 3 dragon tribes would have to show some respect to them. 5 million once. 5 million twice. Deal. That was the final deal. Ku Changxing let out a sigh of relief in his heart. So did the other poor people. After the auction ended, they quickly left the place. They wished they could grow a few more pairs of wings on their backs. All right, let's see if this is the real beauty calming pill or a fake one, An eerie laughter was heard. Ku Changxing immediately said, "Seniors, the young master who auctioned the beauty calming pill is here." Then he pointed at Ning Qi. "If it's fake, please tear him apart. Don't drag me into this." Ku Changxing thought to himself. Ning Qi cursed in his heart, but he still put on a smile on his face. He walked to Ku Changxing's side and said loudly, "Senior, please show yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Qi felt his vision blur. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 13 demons appeared in front of him. Yes, in his eyes, these 13 people were no different from demons. Their skin was full of wrinkles. Some of their cheeks were drooping down to their chests, and their bodies were covered in black spots. If it weren't for the fact that there was no smell of decay, Ning Qi would have thought that they were rotting corpses that had just been dug out of a coffin. One of them was the most terrifying. Her hair was extremely long, and it was currently being carried by a mysterious force, fluttering behind her. She looked Ning Qi up and down, then extended her skinny arm and said, "Give me the beauty calming pill." Ning Qi respectfully took out the beauty calming pill and handed it to her. She immediately swallowed it. The rest of the old demons focused their attention on her. Chapter 297. Meng Qingling after 3 breaths. An aura full of vitality instantly enveloped the old woman. First, her skin became fair, then firmer, and the dark spots gradually disappeared. Finally, her withered flesh began to fill out. Before long, under everyone's shocked gazes, a beautiful middle-aged woman appeared. If Ning Qi were to rate her appearance, he would definitely say that she was one of the best. She had a pair of spirited eyes, a high nose bridge, an oval face, light red lips, and that impressive figure. Every man who saw her would be tempted. Even Ning Qi was no exception. However, when he thought of how she looked before, that trace of palpitation disappeared without a trace. It really is the beauty calming pill. The old monsters praised and congratulated the woman. A trace of regret flashed in their eyes. They were not sure if the beauty pill was real, so they gave up the opportunity to enter the forbidden, dry bone area. Now they were regretting it. Is this the cloud-rising fairy, Meng Qingling, whose name shook Dongxian? Ku Changxing's eyes were filled with adoration as he looked at the woman. Then he came to his senses and lowered his head in fear. Congratulations to Fairy Meng for staying young forever. Meng Qingling revealed a faint smile, and a light pink blush appeared on her cheeks. She nodded at Ku Changxing and then looked at Ning Qi. "You very good." "Thank you for your praise, Fairy." Ning Qi said respectfully. "There are 50,000 medium spiritual crystals in here. I'll give them to you along with the interspatial ring." Meng Qingling took out a ring and threw it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi took it and probed it with his battle qi. Sure enough, he found a large pile of medium spiritual crystals neatly arranged inside. He didn't count them in detail, but with the other party status, there would only be more spiritual crystals. "Brat, Where did you get the beauty-suppressing pill? An old monster walked in front of Ning Chi. He was more than 3 meters tall and was simply a small giant. He looked down at Ning Chi. Ning Chi hurriedly said, I obtained it after going through a narrow escape from an ancient forbidden land. However, that forbidden land was destroyed after I left. I got it from the ancient forbidden land, the old monsters pondered as they judged whether Ning Chi was telling the truth. After a while, someone said, Tell me the location of the forbidden area. I was still very young at that time, so I don't really remember. But Senior, please take a look. This is the map I drew. The forbidden area is in the vast forest. As he spoke, Ning Chi took out the map that he had prepared beforehand. This map had been personally drawn by the soul painter, Lu Yuanhao, with the map as proof, and the fact that it looked like Ning Chi had really drawn it himself and was not professional at all. The last shred of doubt in the hearts of these old monsters completely disappeared. After they memorized the map, they disappeared in front of Ning Chi with a whoosh. Meng Qingling was the last to leave. She said to Ku Changxing, This time I will give you 2 spots in the Withered Bones Forbidden Land. Thank you, Fairy. Ku Changxing was overjoyed and knelt down to thank him. As for you, do you want to come to my Cloud Rising sect? I'll give you a spot too. Meng Qingling said, Senior, I am the new outer disciple of the Rising Cloud sect. Ning Chi smiled awkwardly. He did not expect the other party to be an old monster of the Rising Cloud sect. She should be one of the 4 great lamp bearers that Master had mentioned. Shinta Yuanba only said that the Rising Cloud sect had 4 forbidden areas, but he did not say their names. Therefore, Ning Chi did not expect Meng Qingling to be from the Rising Cloud sect. Oh, Meng Qingling's eyes moved slightly. After sizing Ning Chi up, she said, Your bone age is only 18 years old, but you are a 6-star Dowang. The life aura in your body is very strong, and your Qi method seems to be extraordinary. Whose disciple are you? Her gaze caused Ning Chi to feel a chill all over his body. It was as if she had seen through him from the outside to the inside. Reporting to Senior, Junior's master is a managing elder, Shintu Yuanba. Ning Chi said, Just a managing elder? How about this? I'll ask a green-robed elder to accept you as a disciple. Consider it as repayment for helping me indirectly. Meng Qingling casually said. She thought that Ning Chi would happily agree and kneel down to thank her. However, a moment later, Meng Qingling noticed that Ning Chi's eyebrows were slightly furrowed and his face was hesitant. This caused her to be a little interested in Ning Chi. Do you have any concerns? Meng Qingling faintly said. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and agree. Ku Changxing roared in his heart. He could not wait to agree on behalf of Ning Chi. He did not want to anger an old demon like Meng Qingling. If she took back the 2 spots that she had just given him, he would be in trouble. Senior, there is no need. Master takes good care of Junior. Even if Junior becomes an inner disciple or a true disciple in the future, I'm afraid that I will not take another master. Ning Chi thought for a moment and sincerely said, Are you sure? The managing elder cannot teach you anything. The corner of Meng Qingling's mouth curled into a smile. Junior has made up his mind. Ning Chi said, That's fine. It is you who does not want it. It is not that I do not want to give it to you. Meng Qingling's voice was still ringing in their ears, but she had already disappeared in front of the 2. Young master, you are really muddle-headed. How can you miss such a great opportunity? Fairy Meng arranged a green-robed elder to be your master. He must be the strongest among all the green-robed elders. He is likely to be a peak Dozun or half-step Dosheng. Yet, you have missed such a heaven-sent opportunity. It is really unwise. After Meng Qingling left, Kachangxing said to Ning Chi with a face full of resentment. Because of Ning Chi's beauty-suppressing pill, his harvest this time was huge. 2 spots in the Withering Bones Forbidden Land could not be measured by spiritual crystals. Thus, he felt a sense of closeness to Ning Qi and treated him as a junior of his family. Elder Ke, let's not talk about this. Calculate how much is the handling fee for this auction. I will give it to you. Ning Qi smiled and changed the topic. Handling fee? No need. I have made a huge profit this time. If I still charge handling fee from young master, then is this old man still human? Ku Changxing generously waved his hand. If that is the case, many thanks. If there is nothing else, I will return to the sect first. With spiritual crystals, as long as he obtained the identity of an inner disciple, he could go to the 4th, 5th, and 6th floor of the treasury to buy rank 7 dragon essence blood. Ning Qi knew that if he had asked just now, the other party would definitely give him the identity of an inner disciple. However, this way, there would definitely be a connection between the two. Ning Qi's cultivation was too low, and he did not want to deal with a dosheng. If that is the case, this old man will see you off. Ku Changxing sighed. In his heart, he still felt that Ning Qi was wasting such a great opportunity. After leaving the Heavenly Wonders Market, Ning Qi did not fly far before he found a figure far behind him. Xiao Zi, stop for a moment. I want to see who is courting death. Ning Qi sneered. Chapter 298. Chapter 298. Dragon Graveyard. The person who came was none other than Old Sun, the one who peddled fake products. Apart from the armor that was embedded with the low-grade spiritual godstone, the rest of the damaged ancient weapons that he was selling were all identified as trash by the system. They were all fakes. They used modern weapons that were made old to counterfeit ancient weapons. It was similar to the methods used by antique peddlers on Earth. Yo, little brother, your bird is not bad. Old Sun flew in front of Jiang Tai and said with a smile, Senior, I don't know why you have been following this junior since we came out of Heavenly Wonders Market. Ning Qi smiled. Nothing. I just wanted to ask you, what are you going to do with my broken armor? Old Sun smiled. What for? Of course, to find someone to repair it or keep it. Senior, why are you asking? Ning Qi was puzzled. Stop pretending. If you say that you don't know what's good, then you should have bought some of my other items. Their quality is better than the 3 items you bought. Therefore, you know what's good and what's bad. Otherwise, why would you buy the only damaged ancient dough weapon in my stall? Old Sun smiled. Oh, so what if it is so? Ning Qi chuckled. To be honest, I still have a few of that kind of armor. If you tell me what you want to do with it, I will give you another one. It's a win-win situation. How about it? If you know someone who can repair them, tell me and I will also give you one. Old Sun went straight to the point. This old guy still has spirit godstones. Ning Qi was pleasantly surprised in his heart, but his expression did not change as he said, Actually, it is this junior who likes to study these ancient dough weapons. This is because their refining methods are very different from the current dough weapons. That is why, even though they are of the same grade, the ancient dough weapons are more powerful. That's why I only need one. Senior, you can keep the rest. Little guy, you are not being honest. You obviously paused in front of my stall before. This means that you found something good. It is just an ancient weapon. It shouldn't make you so surprised. Old Sun smiled and shook his head. If Senior doesn't believe me, then there is nothing I can do. Ning Qi was about to leave. A hint of hesitation flashed in Old Sun's eyes. Is what he said true? Wait. A smile appeared on Ning Qi's face. When he turned around, his face became expressionless again. Is there anything else, Senior? How about this? I trust you. If you manage to research something, come and find me. If you can repair the ancient dough weapon in my hands, I will reward you handsomely. Old Man Sun threw a jade token to Ning Qi. This is the way to contact me. You just need to come to Heavenly Wonders Market Square and crush it, and I will know. All right, it's settled then. After that, Ning Qi rode Little Purple away without hesitation. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the rest of the spiritual godstones from Old Sun, but he realized that Old Sun was a very suspicious person. If he acted too obviously, he would definitely be suspected. It was better to play hard to get, and when the time came, he would find a random reason to trick Old Sun into giving him the armor. If that doesn't work, I'll call Shin to Yuanba to rob him together. Old Man Sun looked at Ning Chi's departing figure and muttered, according to the ancient records, these armors are products from more than 1,000,000 years ago. At that time, it seemed to be worn by some divine general. Does this kid really know it? Whatever. I'll just try it as a last resort. If he really manages to research something, I'll be rich. Thinking of the dozens of armors in his inventory, Old Man Sun's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. After setting up a stall in Heavenly Wonders Market for so long, he wanted to find someone who could recognize the goods. Finally, his hard work paid off. Although Ning Chi seemed a bit young, he could still take a gamble. If he lost the gamble, at most, he would just lose an armor. He had so many, so he didn't feel the pinch. In the vast forest, more than a dozen old monsters came to the location marked on Lu Yuanhao's map. This place has a radius of more than 1,000 miles. It's impossible to search every inch of the place with just a dozen of us. If that kid is lying, then wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? From the looks of it, he seems to be telling the truth. He can't possibly be smart enough to prepare a map in advance to trick us, right? That beauty-suppressing pill is the prepared evidence. It must have been taken from the primordial land. Then let's do it this way. Let's split up and search. If it still doesn't work, I'll call my clan's disciples to come together. With more than 10,000 people, we should be able to clean this place in 3 days. All right. They shot out in all directions like lightning. Many monsters felt the aura of these battle sages and were so scared that they peed their pants. They hid in their nests and shivered. Suddenly, an old monster felt an indescribable palpitation when he passed by a small mound. He immediately stopped on the small mound and slapped it with his palm. With a boom, gravel flew everywhere. The next moment, he saw a layer of light blue barrier. This barrier had indescribable ancient characters floating on it. This is the word dragon. His ugly, wrinkled face revealed a trace of deep shock. The word dragon, the word of the Dragon Clan, had a kind of magical power. It was said that the inventor was the earliest ancestor of the Dragon Clan, the Divine Dragon. Other than the Dragon Clan, no one in the human clan understood the meaning behind it. However, many blacksmiths had carved the word dragon on weapons and found that the weapon's power had increased by 10 to 20%. This discovery shocked the human clan. To be able to raise the power of a dough weapon with just one word was simply a fantasy. Back then, the weapon refiners who recognized a few dragon characters but did not know the meaning behind them later became legendary existences. The dough weapons that they refined were something that even Doe D would fight over. One could imagine that there was probably an amazing place hidden under this barrier. He tried to extend his hand towards the barrier, but was repelled. Then he used a strand of Doe Chi and tried again, but the result was the same. When he used all his strength to punch the barrier, there was a deafening rumble. But only a ripple appeared on the barrier, and all his attacks were nullified. The commotion instantly attracted the other old monsters. They were also incomparably shocked when they saw the barrier and the word dragon on it. I heard that the Dragon Clan cemetery has a kind of barrier that prevents outsiders from entering. One of the old monsters pondered for a long time before voicing his conjecture. It is indeed possible. However, aren't all the Dragon Clan cemeteries in Dongxian personally guarded by the 3 great dragon clans? This should be the ancient Dragon Clan cemetery. That brat has most likely entered this place by mistake. Our cultivation is too high. It is impossible for us to enter if we attract the attention of the barrier. Perhaps it is possible for Tendo D to forcefully attack us. However, since that brat could enter, it means that this barrier completely ignores people with low cultivation. Why don't we do an experiment? What do we do? Wait, Chapter 299. Roll call. Why did you catch so many beasts? Did you forget that there is a demon emperor in the vast forest? He won't allow anyone above the Grandmaster level to harm the beasts here. An old demon frowned. Even if he didn't frown, it was hard to tell because there were too many wrinkles on his face. I didn't kill them. As he spoke, he threw the beasts into the barrier. First was the rank 6 beast. The result was the same as him. With a bang, it was dizzy. When it regained its senses, it saw that no one was paying attention to it, so it immediately ran away with its tail between its legs. Next was the rank 5 beast. This time, everyone's eyes lit up. After the rank 5 earth spirit tiger slammed into the blue barrier, it immediately disappeared inside. Then, he threw all the beasts below rank 4 inches. Without exception, they could all enter the blue barrier. Does that mean that a king of dough can enter? That should be the case. But if this really is the dragon clan's graveyard, we can't leak it. If the 3 major dragon clans find out, we won't even get any leftovers. Let's go back and let the disciples in. Maybe we can get something. Should we inform the Cloud Rising sect? This is the Cloud Rising sect's territory, right? Let's inform them in case they find out. If Meng Qingling goes back on her words and takes back the spot, it will be a loss. Okay. Ning Qi had just returned to the outer sect of the Cloud Rising sect. He had not even warmed his seat and was about to find Shintu Yuanba to ask when the competition to be promoted to inner sect disciple would take place. Shintu Yuanba appeared beside him, grabbed his shoulder, and soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the mission hall. Master, what happened? Ning Qi asked curiously. An elder in green told all the outer sect disciples to gather at the mission hall. As for what it is, I don't know either. But I guess it should be a multi-person mission. A mission that requires hundreds of outer sect disciples. What kind of mission is that? A trace of confusion flashed through Ning Qi's eyes, but he also took the opportunity to ask, Master, when will the inner disciple promotion competition be held? A month later. Why? Do you plan to participate? I think it's safer for you to wait a few more years. Shinta Yuan was domineering. Although you are able to jump levels and defeat Hua Wushang, he has only just stepped into the peak of the Dowang realm. Moreover, his talent can only be considered first class. Tai Bing can defeat him with one hand. Among the outer disciples, there are 4 or 5 peak Dowangs who are stronger than Tai Bing. There is still room for your current cultivation. Once you reach the peak of the Dowang realm, they should all be promoted to the inner disciples. At that time, you will have a 100% chance of winning. Pausing for a moment, Shinta Yuanba continued, Moreover, the inner sect is different from the outer sect. Everyone in the inner sect is a Do Huang. All of them are monsters that can fight across ranks. There are a few that even I do not have the confidence to defeat. They are even more scheming than the outer sanctum. If you enter, you might be swallowed whole if you aren't careful. At this time, he had already flown to the entrance of the mission hall with Ning Qi. Ning Qi thought for a moment and said, Master, I still plan to participate in this year's competition. If that's the case, then let's participate. After Shinta Yuanba examined Ning Qi for a while, he realized that Ning Qi was very determined, so he no longer tried to persuade him. At this time, one by one, the outer sect disciples arrived at the entrance of the mission hall under the lead of their master, or in groups of 3 to 5. Ning Qi, where did you run off to? Xia Bing brought Duan Hualien and Duan Feifei down from the sky and landed beside Shintu Yuanba. Duan Feifei smiled at Ning Qi and nodded as a greeting. However, Duan Hualien was expressionless and had no intention of paying attention to Ning Qi. Ning Qi naturally ignored her. At this time, Duan Yingjun ran to Ning Qi's side while panting. That day, I bought the Qi gathering pill and couldn't find you. Tell me, where did you go to have fun? You didn't even bring me along. Fun my ass. Ning Qi scolded with a smile. Duan Yingjun still wanted to say something, but Xia Bing glanced at him coldly. Shut up. You talk nonstop all day. You still want to quarrel now? If Elder Chingy is unhappy, I can't protect you. Master's right. I won't speak any more. Duan Ningjun was slightly stunned before he smiled at Xiaobing. Immediately after, Hua Wushang, Situ-I, Miaoli Ren, Duan Tianying, and the rest appeared at the entrance of the hall one after another. Then it was Tai Bing. There were also a few outer sect disciples who were also at the peak of the Dowang realm. When they arrived, the older disciples all paid attention to them. Suddenly, Ning Qi felt some movement behind him. He turned his head and saw Lei Yong staring at him with a venomous gaze. The injury on his leg had not healed yet, and he was supported here today. Seeing that Ning Qi had discovered him, he immediately lowered his head. At this time, Elder Ding slowly walked out of the mission hall. He saw that other than the outer sect disciples who were outside, the rest were almost all here. He said lightly, "There is a mission. The degree of danger is unknown. If you accept it, you might die. However, if you don't die, the rewards are extremely generous. If any of you are willing to go, please step forward." Degree of danger is unknown? A trace of doubt arose in everyone's heart. Even Shinta Yuanba frowned slightly and gave Ning Qi a look. In the past, such missions were usually to search a certain forbidden ground or ancient ruins. If one did not die, the rewards were indeed very generous. However, the probability of death was too high. Every year, countless outer sect disciples died on this mission. He did not wish for Ning Qi to go. With Ning Qi's talent, he could definitely become an inner sect disciple if he was properly groomed. It was not worth it for such a talent to die in a forbidden ground or ancient ruins. After a while, an outer sect disciple who was only a 1-star Dowang finally stepped forward. "Elder Ding, I am willing to go." With him taking the lead, the rest was simple. One by one, the 3-star Dowang stepped forward, indicating that they were willing to take the risk. However, the 3-star Dowang and above were still hesitating. The generous rewards were accompanied by a high death rate. If no one is willing, I will do it. After all, the higher-ups have instructed us to send at least 3 1-star Dowang. Elder Ding laughed coldly. After that, he began to call out names. The outer sect disciples who were called out by him looked as if they had lost their parents. They had their own plans. They only wanted to do ordinary missions and gain experience. They would be satisfied to become a deacon elder or even an ordinary elder. They had never thought of becoming an inner sect disciple. Therefore, they were afraid to avoid such an extremely dangerous mission. However, at this moment they were called out by Elder Ding. They could not resist. You, and you, all come out." Elder Ding's finger quickly pointed at each and every outer sect disciple. Among them was Ning Qi.